What is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful blasphemous bastards? And I'm starting right at my daughter's nighttime shot. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. So, yeah, this was going to start at 10. I was hoping to start at 9, but I wasn't sure if I was going to be here. Was supposed to go on Deconverted man's channel at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm not sure if something came up, if he got his times mixed up. I think he went live at like 7. So hopefully he didn't get his times mixed up, but I never got a link. I sent him a couple emails telling him that we could reschedule. So I was able to start this at 9. We have a couple people in the room already. So, Orge is here. Jake is here. How are y'all doing?
Hey,
y'all go ahead and introduce yourselves, and then me and then Jake, wanted to have this conversation. So I'll let you start out, Jake, and we'll go from there. And anybody else that wants to join, feel free. I know Gur said that he should be able to join tonight. Link is in at the top of the side chat. So what's up, y'all?
hey,
you want to go first, Jake?
go ahead.
All right. Hi. What's up? I got a YouTube channel with my name on it. I like talking Second Amendment. I'm one of those seems to be uncommon liberals that is pro Second Amendment. So I know Rage isn't the biggest fan, so I'm looking forward to the conversation. I can only be here for like an hour or so, but see what happens.
No, you're all right. We disagree on some things politically, but no, I think that most liberals are probably pro-gun in some way or another. Definitely communist. All right, what's up, Jake?
Hey, yeah. So I'm Jake 4D. At least that's just the YouTube channel. I am also a progressive liberal who is a pro Second Amendment, but I'm also pro reasonable restrictions on guns. So I don't know where we wanted to start the discussion, or
we can start it wherever you'd like. If you had a specific thing, I know I have my idealistic take, which is I'm staunchly anti-gun, and I wish everyone. I wish there'd be a blanket ban against all guns. I wish police didn't have guns. I wish military didn't have guns. But that's a pipe dream. So I don't know if your issues were with my idealistic stance, but it kind of sounds like my realistic stance kind of aligns with yours.
what's your realistic stance?
My realistic stance is I think that the Second Amendment gives an individual right. I don't think it says it directly, but I think that there's historicity behind it. I think that they were intending, back then they did draw the militias from the communities. I think that you can interpret the Second Amendment to mean that the state would run the militias. I know there was a 2007 ruling in Supreme Court that goes against that. So, I can sit here and call it a right-wing Supreme Court. It was just like the one we have now, but it doesn't matter. You gotta change it through the political methods. So that is the interpretation we have until it changes.
Yeah. So the first thing I think to address here is the founders, the founding fathers or the framers. They're not like some all-powerful God. They didn't have perfect vision, so we shouldn't take anything they say as the gospel truth, or we shouldn't stick to strictly what they said as the perfect way to move forward. But we should at least try to understand how they thought and why they did what they did, and then work to change it. So that being said, there's a few ways to view the Second Amendment. One is to understand it for what it is, and understand for what we can what it's changed into today. And third is we can just drop it all together because we don't actually need the Second Amendment. What we need is a law today that fits our society today. So the Second Amendment, I mean, most people are probably familiar with it, but I'll go ahead and read it anyways. So it says, a well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. Oh, I'm on the same website.
Yeah, I had it ready to bring it up, so I'm glad that you brought it up because I was going to probably bring it up soon anyway. So.
The reason I emphasize the comma there is because I see it as broken up into two halves primarily. Well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of the state is separate from the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And to me, that shows that the right is individual rather than collective. And the militia, if I just go over here to dictionary.com, there's a number of different definitions. The first one is a body of citizens. A militia is defined as a body of citizens enrolled for military service and called out periodically for drill, but serving full-time only in emergencies. But another one here, let's see, the third one is all able-bodied males considered by law eligible for military service. And at the time when the Second Amendment was passed in, I think it was September 15th of 1789, a militia was considered to be made up of citizens. They are expected to, largely expected to bring their own weapon and for military service to protect the state. And you can't bring your own gun if you don't have a gun to bring. Which is, again, supports what I'm thinking is a individualistic right to keep and bear arms rather than a collectivist. A collectivist right to keep and bear arms would be that the state houses and owns and maintains the guns versus the individuals.
Real quick, let me jump in here because I'm going to take this down off the screen. And I agree that at the time of writing the Second Amendment, they were drawing state militias, and yes, people had their muskets, they had their firearms. They would say that the land was wild. They didn't have grocery stores, had to hunt their own food. They had, my folks out there running savage, and it was, as you said, a different world than the world we live in today. And my argument has always been that we read law by the letter of the law, and not by the intent of the law. That's how we read law. And I think that we need to start looking at the Second Amendment with modern eyes as opposed to eyes from, the 1700s. I think if you look at this sentence, you can interpret it to be the National Guard. And the National Guard would be considered a modern militia. And it says and your point with the commas is exactly my point, is that they're commas. They're not separating statements, right? Like they're continuing statements. So it starts off with a well-regulated militia. And, I know that I'm talking to two liberals / progressives. Jake says he's a progressive. If William was in here and he might join at some point, or if Cerberus was in here who might join at some point, they always skip over that well-regulated part, right? But for me, this is simply stating that you need some counterbalance to the federal government. And if you look at the Supreme Court ruling, they talk about three states that had a Second Amendment in their constitution right after the federal constitution came out, and they're also talking about drawing from the populace, the populace having their weapons so they could draw a militia and counterbalance the federal government. And if that's the intent, if counterbalance the federal government is the intent, then the only thing we've got even close to that is the National Guard militias. That's the only thing we have close to it, because we can't match, the citizenry cannot match their firepower, and will never be able to match their firepower, no matter how far the extreme right takes this interpretation. Because the problem with the interpretation is that America is now flooded with more guns than the rest of the world has. It's insane how many guns we have in our country.
There's three things I want to address there. The first one I'll go with is the countering the military, and I don't think it's as big of a problem as you lay it out to be here. I don't think that if the military were to be ordered to attack the citizens or to put down a riot or revolution, civil war, there would be, I don't think the majority of them would fire on the citizens. They didn't come out during January 6th. They typically, I can't think of some of the other examples that I had, but like, for instance, multiple times when there has been a test of firing nuclear weapon readiness, the operators of the station declined to fire the nuclear weapon, even though all their instruments said, hey, this is what we're supposed to do. So given the prospect of a civil war or massive uprising, I don't think the military would be using drones against its own citizens. I don't think we'd be using bombs against its own citizens. I think it would be, somewhere in the neighborhood of, like, just pulling these numbers out of my butt. 2/3 of the military would probably, stick with the military and in a defensive posture, and 1/3 would leave to support or at least decline to fight.
So, Jake, on that note, we can look at, granted this is other countries, but you can look at uprisings in the past 10 years, other countries where the government, look at Taiwan, right, where the government has fought, not Taiwan, Sri Lanka, where the government has actively fought its own citizens, and you don't necessarily see any concrete answer. We look at other countries. You have militaries rising up in Africa. You have, again, Sri Lanka, like last week, right? So your numbers that you admitted came straight from your butt. I don't see how they're necessarily relevant, given that I don't think you can predict how these things would actually go down in that worst case scenario.
I agree.
So many thousand other variables to take into account.
I totally agree. You can't really predict it. I'm just saying the idea that, so you have your assault rifle. What are you going to do against the military? We have drones. We can shoot a missile up your butt before you even drink your morning coffee. I don't find that to be a good argument against it.
But that was one of the main arguments they made for their interpretation in 2007, and that's what I have on the screen right now. Is the second is those documents from the Supreme Court from the October term of 2007 in this case, and it says the prefatory clause comports with the court's interpretation. Come down here of the operative clause. The militia comprised all males physically capable of acting in concert for the common defense. The anti-federalists feared that the federal government would disarm the people in order to disable this citizens' militia, enabling a politicized standing army or a select militia to rule. The response was to deny Congress power to abridge the ancient right of individuals to keep and bear arms so that the ideal of a citizens' militia would be preserved. I mean, that was it was one of the core reasons that they interpreted an individual right was to stand against the federal government.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think a big thing to mention is that a lot of the really like hardcore pro-gun people, they're dreaming of when, the federal government is going to order the United States military to come and seize our guns, and it's going to be like Red Dawn. If that happens, and whatever standing president orders the U.S. military to seize citizens' firearms, the Constitution is out the window. Because at that point, the Constitution is just done.
Sorry, arguing. Ox is flipping out, trying to say that National Guard is not a militia. It's a part of the government's army. No, it's not. They train with federal army, sure, but they are state army. And if you actually look it up, they are defined under the modern terminology as a militia.
Yeah, they are. Agree. They are defined as a modern militia, and that's where you get into what did militia mean before and what does it mean now.
Yeah, the National Guard is the one branch of the quotation mark military that the president can invoke to act on U.S. soil.
Yeah. Although they have used actual military, I do believe. I'm trying to remember.
Well, they do function as part of the army, but they are also considered as a militia. They are, if you're talking about in terms of a war, or in terms of what the government can do, they function as a separate branch of the military. But in terms of terminology, they are very close to a well-regulated militia. So they fit under both terms, Ox.
Yeah, a great example would be Kent State.
Remind me about Kent State?
I'm not sure what that is.
When Nixon ordered the National Guard to disperse the protesters for the Vietnam War, and
the famous picture of the college student, the female college student, like screaming with blood on her hands, over her, like dead. Very famous picture. You've seen it.
And I think there was a time that one president used MacArthur, but I think it was actual army. I can never remember it offhand.
So we were the other way to view the Second Amendment, and you were kind of going into that a little bit, is we have 243 years, over 240 years of precedent showing that the government views it largely as an individualistic right, not a communal right, I think is what the term they use.
Yeah.
So looking at not so much how it was when it was written, but how it is as today, is as a matter of fact, as a matter of law, it is an individualistic right now, whether or not it was at the time. So a lot of people like to bring up that, what kind of guns did we have at the time? And people always say, oh, it was just muskets. The Second Amendment only applies to muskets. I don't know if I wanted to show a few pictures here, if that's all right.
Sure.
So let me share screen. It
was July 28th, 1932. General Douglas MacArthur led 200 soldiers on horseback against World War I veterans on Pennsylvania Avenue in the Capitol.
This is the Puckle gun. It is. It had, I want to say, the largest drum they had was 15 shots, but it ranged from at least 6 to 9 is what's shown here. This is I think it's a patent document, but it is from 1718. That's like 70 years before the Second Amendment. So this was known, used, and available for citizens to own when the Second Amendment was signed. So it does have the potential for mass shootings, but certainly not the pick up and move that we have today.
Yeah, what is the point of showing that? That I don't get why you're talking about.
It's to demonstrate that the Second Amendment never applied specifically to muskets.
Well,
Well,
Would you have to show
go ahead,
that-
Ogre.
yeah. In order, you'd have to show that the founders knew and cared about these other very random ass guns. Like that is such a ridiculously unusual. I've done reenactments before. I've never seen that thing at any reenactment ever. So I don't even know.
A puckle gun is basically a revolving musket, but it's meant for like clearing ships.
Ziamara called it.
It's like saying a gigantic cannon on a Navy vessel, therefore counts to all Second Amendments. I'm on your side technically, but I think that's a bad argument you're making.
Well, yeah, and I think a lot of times when we say that we're being obnoxious. It's like we understood that it wasn't just muskets, but primarily the population carried muskets. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're saying that now, but when you talk to a lot of liberals on the internet, especially, they are making really shitty arguments, and they'll say things like it was only muskets and bullets weren't invented until the 1840 something. And then when you point out that that's not exactly true, they're like, I don't give a shit. That's not. You understood. You can read between the lines. The fact is you're making a really shitty argument, and you're only hurting the cause for reasonable restrictions. And being accurate is the only way to move forward. Is the only way to make progress.
Well, and I mean, are reasonable restrictions going to be enough to stop the plague of mass shootings?
Well, the reason you have to go with reasonable restrictions is because unreasonable restrictions don't work.
Well,
you're just going to create more issues, and these are just this one actually didn't. These are just a bunch of different guns that were available at the time. This one was actually a really shitty gun, and it didn't work very well. This right here, this is a breech loader. So this one was from 1715. Again, 70-ish years before the Second Amendment. And basically how it works is you open it up and you load it through the breech rather than through the muzzle.
Yeah, and it never caught on because it went against everything that people had done for the 200 years prior to that.
Well, probably never caught on because I doubt it's sealed properly and probably sprayed black powder in your face. The Maynard carbine of Civil War era was a breech loader as well, and they had to invent their own brand new casing for it. So a lot of the guns you're showing probably didn't catch on because they just suck.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't catch on. That's true. A lot of these were not very popular, but they were available and they were in use at the time. So that's just the point here, is that there were shotguns or blunderbuss. There were muskets. There were machine guns. Well, puckle gun. It's not a very good machine gun, but it was there. People had the right to own and use cannons, so that it applied at the time to a wide variety of weapons.
And
yes. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, Wilson.
I'm completely fine with moderately reasonable restrictions on the firearms that people can get, but at the same time, banning an AR-15, is that going to do anything to stop mass shootings? No. It's less of a gun issue, and I'm not saying the guns are not involved in the issue, but it's more or less a mental health issue.
My take is similar to what you're saying. I view the Second Amendment or gun rights conversation similar to the way I view the abortion conversation, in that there is the stuff that would actually work to solve the problem, and then there's the stuff that a politician will use to fundraise, right? There's probably a lot better solutions out there than banning an AR-15 style weapons, but you can't fundraise off it, so no one likes to talk about it.
Well, yeah, and yeah, I'm not necessarily positive the banning of AR-15s would stop mass shootings. I agree. I think that we should be really investing in mental health. I propose that the best way to do that is supply universal health care to the citizenry of the country, and people can seek the mental health that they need without worry of it bankrupting them. But outside of that, there is no solution when you talk to most people when it comes to guns. I don't really want to ban AR-15s, but I don't want to walk out in public and see them on just Joe Schmo either. It freaks me out. Like, I don't know if they're going to start shooting, and I have plenty of reason to believe they might, because I live in America, right? Like,
yeah, and I 100% agree with you. For as pro-gun as I am, when I see these jagoffs walking around in Ohio, which is an open carry state, with an AR-15 on their back, they're hurting the cause that I want to promote. Because you might as well just have your fucking dick hanging out. Like, look at me, I have an AR-15. Look at me, I've got a 3-inch dick. Like, I'm so fucking Billy Badass. Look at me, I'm so cool. I am in an open carry state. I've got an AR-15 on my back, and I've got a 500 Smith & Wesson on my hip.
Yeah, and I definitely think you should be locking them up at home. I mean, a lot of these people are I mean, some of them buy the AR-15, but a lot of them are taking them from their parents. I know here in Michigan, when we first legalized weed, and I'm fairly certain we still do it. I'm not sure if we still do it because we changed the law, but before we changed the law, I know for a fact that if you grew weed, police could come up in your house and make sure that you had them locked in cages, that you only had a certain amount, right? Like, so, I'm all for people having their weapon. I'm not all for it. Everybody knows that I despise guns, and I wish that we lived in an ideal world where people didn't need them. But yeah, I try to be reasonable, and I think you should be able to have this weapon for sport or whatever. We do live in a free country, but keep it under lock and key. And I think the real conversation is the regulation of gun manufacturers, so we can make sure that their overflow isn't going into the black market, as well as preemptive measures. We need to start taking preemptive measures. If somebody reports a Facebook account that's suspicious, we need to have laws that are there for police to go in, take these guns, and until they can investigate. And if the person needs counseling, you send them counseling. But I think that there's a lot of things we could do to stop them, but there's no compromise on the other side, because, I mean, I don't know if any of y'all have heard the conversations I've had. It's everything or nothing, right? Like, we should practically have everything outside of like a nuclear weapon. It's insane. It's absolutely insane that there's no compromise at all.
Doc, I'm going to fill you in real quick. A certain somebody that you spoke to a long time ago by the name of Von Helton claims that, the Second Amendment, if the government can have a nuclear weapon, then so should I.
That doesn't surprise me.
Imagine if a fucking wackadoo like Von Helton had his finger on the history eraser button, where he's just going to end a goddamn country. What would that lead to? So yeah, I am in no way in support of that kind of fucking notion. No, civilians should not be given access to military firearms. That is insanity to me.
So Wilson, you were talking about, and by the way, I support your position in, Thin Dick Willie walking around with his AR-15 on his back just to show off. Are you of a similar position for your classic concealed carry, pistol in a subtle way, that sort of
Yes,
thing.
absolutely.
So you're like, you shouldn't have a gun on you in public, period.
To me, like once again, anyone who open carries they're showing you how small their penis is.
What about concealed carry?
Concealed carry, or it's not obvious they're carrying. What about that, in your opinion?
I don't know, like a concealed carry, I 110% agree with.
Okay.
But that is one thing that I would like to see regulated by the government is the classes that you have to take to get a concealed carry. Because once again, here in Ohio, we're fucking ass backwards. You can get a concealed carry. Well, not you can just concealed carry now just because it's Ohio. But 5 years ago, you could take a 10-hour course, and they would teach you the fundamentals of shooting. You complete that course, and all of a sudden, you can conceal carry.
Yeah, and I think that's the major issue is, with rights often come responsibility. And yes, you can have your weapon, but there should be safeguards in place. It should be harder to get than they are. And I think that there's an issue when there's already precedent set of taking the right away. Like they have with felons, that now you have an ability to take the right away from people. But I do agree with like Leo Filius, who says until police forces and militaries don't have guns, the populace definitely probably should. Although I despise the notion of it, but he's right, and so I've got to consider that.
I would definitely love to wake up in a world tomorrow like Demolition Man. I would love Taco Bell as a 5-star restaurant, and I get fined for saying curse words.
No, fuck all that.
I still don't understand the 3 seashells.
I don't think anybody understands this.
I came on today just to talk about the word regulation and regulated that we keep using in the Second Amendment there, a well-regulated. And pulling up the text of the Constitution, one thing that I notice is that there, in the Second Amendment, it says a well-regulated militia, okay? But it's the verb. Regulated is a verb in that sense. In other places in the Constitution, like Article 1, Section 8, it says to regulate commerce. Now, that is in the infinitive, which means it's ongoing from now until later, so Congress has the power to regulate. It's not a verb like in the Second Amendment. In the Second Amendment, we have the verb form regulate, which means control or maintain the rate or speed a machine or process so that it operates properly. So it's not exactly an ongoing thing from the federal government. It's more of it's already done, and what you have to do is maintain that they have the right to continue allowing that to operate as it was. It's not the ongoing regulation like you're thinking that they have the power to continually regulate it. It's that they have the obligation to maintain a right that's already established. That's the difference there between the verb and the infinitive. And that's pretty much what I came on to say.
Well, I'm 100% behind the idea of if the states want to actually have regulated militias, I'm all for that. Because I'm fairly certain that if the state of Ohio needed a well-regulated militia, I could be a part of that if need be. But what I find really frustrating is the fact that a lot of the pro-gun people that I have to interact with, they wouldn't know a firearm from a hole in the ground.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio too, incidentally, so I would like to see, the class required. It's no longer required. I think you should have to take a class, probably just because there's a lot of really stupid people that shoot themselves in the face the first time they pick up a gun. So, the states
I'm-
themselves have
I'm from the
rights.
Dayton area, so trust me, I know.
Yeah, the states themselves still maintain the right to require these classes. There's nothing wrong with that as long as they're not impeding the Second Amendment. But practical safety classes and stuff like that doesn't impede the Second Amendment. As long as they're affordable, they start telling you have to pay $1,000 for it. That might impede the Second Amendment for some people, But if it's a $50 or $100 class or whatever, and it doesn't impede, then definitely. I plan on taking one of those classes real soon. I have a small weapon just for personal defense, but I want to make sure that I understand it better in case I ever need to carry it around somewhere for some reason.
And yeah, I get that. Like, could I get a concealed carry permit 5 years ago? Do I feel the compulsion to carry concealed weapons? No.
Yeah, I generally don't either, but I can see where there may be some places and times where I might need to.
My lady friend, she has her concealed carry permit. She's had it for about 7 years now, and she carries a .22 Magnum. And when I tell people that, they try to berate me, saying like, "Why does she carry such a small gun?" I'm like, well, first, she's a damn good shot, and two, a .22 Magnum will absolutely ruin your day.
Yeah. Now, when I lived in Indiana, the only requirement that state had at the time, I don't know if it's changed since then, it's been a long time, but the only requirement they had to get a concealed carry was you just went down and paid the police, the sheriff, $15 it was at the time. And they took your fingerprints and issued you a permit. That was it. So I did have a concealed carry then, but I didn't carry.
That actually doesn't surprise me.
So being the state of the Second Amendment and all the precedent that comes along with it, the way moving forward, we're going to have to do another amendment that amends the Second Amendment. We're gonna have. I don't think we can build on top of what we have. I think we're going to have to replace it. And I think starting with some reasonable restrictions, first off, I think everybody should be required to have a license to own a gun. It should be registered. Every gun you have should be registered. You should have mental health check to own a gun.
I don't know how you could do that one without breaking HIPAA.
Yeah, a lot of insurances won't cover mental health.
Yeah, and I don't.
Well, that goes along with universal health care that we need to also.
Yeah, which I agree.
Well,
that's my position.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, do I want mentally ill people going out and being able to buy firearms? No, absolutely not. But to have like a medical background check to get a gun, I don't see how you could do that without violating the HIPAA Act.
That's not. You have to be able to see in order to have a driver's license, and that doesn't violate HIPAA because they're not diving into your medical records. It's a pass fail, essentially, and that is essentially what you would have for
That's
health check.
no.
Wait, you're gonna have on-site
No,
therapy?
You have to
No.
take an eye test. To get a
you do have to take an eye test, but if you fail the eye test, they require you to get glasses and get your prescription and all that.
Well, I know this because I'm legally blind without my glasses. That's why whenever I get my license renewed, I have to fail the eye test and say like, hey, I cannot drive without these. But what it kind of sounds like you're saying is that you want someone to be like on site to give someone a psychiatric evaluation.
No,
If not, then you're going to be diving into someone's, medical history, which is a violation of the HIPAA Act.
Simply bringing a form from your doctor would be a sufficient.
That's still a violation.
Yeah, it's it's a transaction. Like, you're going there to buy a gun.
Hello.
If the gun owner wants to ask, like, well, are you mentally stable? Well, I've got this from my doctor.
Yeah, no, I do see what you're saying. I don't know that I totally agree that it would be a violation of the HIPAA Act. It's not one of the ones that I am strongest
It doesn't
on
matter.
requiring.
It's the law.
Now, how would you prevent, though, the government from abusing that and just telling people that they don't like or want to persecute that they can't have a weapon?
It's also very valid.
They already do that.
I don't know. Like, how are you going to deal with the immediate civil war you're going to get from amending the Second Amendment?
I
Yeah,
think
you
we're
have
talking magical Christmas land where we could actually get this stuff accomplished here.
Well, I'm
Right.
talking
Otherwise,
about
you're going to address
reasonable
down
goals
to
we can work towards.
Well, yeah, but in the hypothetical, right? It still should be in the hypothetical because it's realistic. If we're just going to purposely be not realistic about what we think we should do, let's just imagine there's Santa Claus and he can fix all the world's problems.
So you think and I'm not sold on a new amendment. I say abolish the whole damn amendment. That's just me. But like, you think that, like, say if they went the political route, Cerberus, like if they went the political route, they did it through Congress. The Supreme Court backs it up, which wouldn't happen with the Supreme Court we have right now. But we're talking a hypothetical. You still think that there would be a civil war?
Well, first thing, it wouldn't matter if the Supreme Court backed it up if you amended it, right? The Supreme Court doesn't have that power. Yeah, I think immediately. I think politicians would start being shot.
I think a full-on civil war in this country is highly unlikely for exactly one reason. Our military is way too freaking strong. Whichever side that military winds up on is going to win, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, what do you
That's
think?
true.
We're not going to
That's
have
true.
what we're going to end up with is what is happening, or at least I don't actually know if it's still ongoing, but it's like in Northern Ireland, the troubles in that area that happened through the late part of the 20th century. That's what we're going to have here, realistically.
I have no illusions of if the United States government decided to become full totalitarian dictatorship and the government stick the military on the citizens, we're done.
Oh yeah, no. If the government becomes that corrupt, we're fucked.
Yeah, we are absolutely fucked.
Yeah, don't understand. Anybody here?
There's not going to be any kind of like, Red Dawn situation of like the Wolverines.
Oh, no.
Was that Rex roboting?
That's
Like, I like to imagine the American public is at least as well armed as the Taliban.
Oh no,
Has
we don't have fully automatic AK-47s.
Yeah, we do. They're actually legal.
Okay, we don't.
Where?
We don't have.
I mean, where? In the United States.
Okay, very few of us are in possession of a tank.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me that I can go buy a fully automatic AK-47?
You need a stat tax stamp, but yeah.
I would also have to pass a background check, and my background check has to be spotless.
not answer.
Yeah. It's
Has
not harder than
anybody-
any other gun. It just costs more.
Oh no,
Has
like
anybody other than me in here been in the military?
No.
Does shooting pirates from a ship count?
No.
Okay, then no.
Damn it.
The military is made up of people, and the people will do or do not a lawful order. If you're given a lawful order, you have to follow it. If you're given an unlawful order, you are duty bound to not follow it. And that's in the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
But don't you suppose that could be part of the reason why there's so many foreign-born people in our military right now?
Right.
So that maybe if they ever
That
went-
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but these people that they don't know the Constitution, they don't know their rights.
Even I'm not even sure it really matters because at some point
The Uniform Code of Military Justice applies to all of the military, not just the Army, not just the Navy, not just the Air Force, not just the Marines. It applies to all of them.
What they ultimately decide to do as individuals be decided on
Right.
their own personal convictions. And if they're foreign born and they have no loyalty towards Americans, why would they not?
it's not even
Why-
a
why does
it's a matter
make
of
you not have
personal
loyalty?
That's
interpretation
okay.
of the
I
given
will. I will
That's it.
bet on the 95% of the military that is not foreign born defending the Second Amendment.
And Lord
that's
Bletch is
xenophobic.
trying to hop in.
I can hop out.
It's
Well, no, they're already here. I'm seeing if I can turn you up a bit.
I had a
too.
thought and I lost it. Don't worry about it. I'll get it back in a bit if it matters.
I turned you up a
actually
bit,
have
so
to hop out
it might
here
be a bit
because,
easier
my
now.
dinner's ready.
You lucky. I wish mine was ready.
I'm glad yours isn't ready.
Shut up.
All right. I agree with Jake to a point. I do think that we need to have the ability to update the Constitution. I don't think anything should be set in stone. The world has changed vastly. We live in a new world, and we have to do something about these mass shootings. Now, taking people's guns away, I don't think it's going to work.
No.
And as Cerberus Hex will tell you, or not Cerberus, but William Freeman will tell you, you try to take any of his guns away, it's going to be an issue. So, to me, the biggest thing is we need to provide, and this is a slippery slope as well. This will go into, well, how will they not? They're police. They're probably going to abuse it, but there needs to be some kind of mechanism across the board for, like here in Michigan, we had that school shooting. And they sent the kid home, and it happened like a day or two later. It's like if in these situations where we have these severe red flags that these things might happen, police need some kind of mechanism to go in the home, seize the weapons, do an investigation, and then if need be, give those weapons back. But we need to do something to stop what's going on.
Agreed.
Yeah. So I don't know if I was interrupted halfway through what I was saying are some of the reasonable laws. So,
yeah, I don't think we quite got all of it. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Jake.
So there would be mandatory safety training in order to get a license to own a weapon. I had a liability. If a weapon that you own is not reported as stolen and is used in a crime, you're liable for its use to at least to an extent. So liability for weapons that are misused or mishandled. And this would probably go back to what you were saying is gun manufacturers need to be liable for mishandling weapons transfers and weapon sales.
How's that ethical, Jake? If somebody steals your tie and then goes and strangles somebody with it, should you be responsible? Should you have reported that your tie was stolen so that nobody would strangle somebody with it?
If it wasn't stored properly, yes.
A tie's not a gun, and we don't even regulate like I said, the overflow. They're supposed to destroy their overflow guns every year, and we don't regulate that. We don't know. I mean, the weapons that are flooding the black market come from somewhere, and it's not from kids breaking in your door and taking guns. It's the gun manufacturers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I said it. Mandatory safe storage. So
Yes.
it needs to be, yeah.
I would also add on to that, depending on I would also probably have some legislation in place that forces the firearm and the ammunition to be stored separately, except
I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
Beyond a certain, I don't know, let's say 6 rounds. I don't know. The point is, beyond a certain amount, everything has to be stored in a safe at the gun range. Fair?
What?
Yeah.
That seems pointless
Wait,
to me.
Did you
From
say
my
store
cold
it at
dead
a gun range?
hands.
I'm good with it.
What's the point?
Is
Wait,
that what you
wait,
said?
what was
Is that
that?
what you said, that it has to be stored at a gun range?
The ammo has to be stored separately. Like that's going to be something that everybody just says, "Yeah, we do that," but nobody actually does that.
Yeah, because
Is that-
there's no good way to enforce that.
It makes no sense to limit ammunition like that. If you're limited to only 6 with your gun, you're just talking about single use home defense, and I don't think that's enforceable. And I don't think limiting ammunition is a reasonable way to regulate guns.
Yeah.
For instance, I know when my friends and I go to the gun range, we're gonna shoot between a couple hundred and 1,000 bullets or more per time that we go to the gun range. I've seen them shoot over 2,000 bullets just per person.
And
And
y'all
if
suck
they
at
were-
shooting.
Well, you spend all day at the gun range. I didn't say they missed. I said they shot a lot.
Well,
Um,
then they suck at shooting. They didn't hit the target.
We bring a thick stack of targets.
Yeah, you
Thank you for
say
that, Clockwork. Thank you very much.
What's that?
Clockwork's been super helpful. Thank you.
I've never been to a gun range ever. I've never been to one.
And
I
so
never had to go
if we
to
take a look at mass shootings, I want to say it was Columbine was the one with the most number of bullets shot between the two of them. It was I forget. I couldn't pull it up right now, but it was like 187, I think is what it was. Somewhere around 180 bullets were shot.
So I'm misinformed. Got it. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you.
So in other words, this all boils down to I'm misinformed. Good to know.
Okay. All I'm saying is that there doesn't seem to be a reasonable point where you can say this is a reasonable number of bullets that a person can hold, but it's still going to somehow reduce mass shootings. There is no
You just
point
buy
there.
10 or 20 clips and just learn to trade them out real fast.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. You can
Pointless.
also
Yeah.
easily manufacture a clip at home. You can even
that too,
manufacture a multi-shot pistol at home.
Okay.
Especially when you want people to train and be safe with their guns. Seems unreasonable to limit their ammunition because they'll need ammunition to train.
Well, you
That might be a
can
good
also
point, actually.
relatively easy reload your ammunition at home as well. It's a little harder to
Have you seen powder
manufacture a
prices
cartridge.
recently? There's nothing reasonable about reloading.
What's that?
Have you seen powder prices recently? There's nothing reasonable about that.
Price has nothing to do with it.
Oh, lucky you.
I didn't say I could afford it. I just says.
Hey,
But-
Lord Bleach, just so you know, like, I don't know what's going on your end, but I hear a lot of creaking and cracking.
Ah,
It's just on my
crap,
end,
sorry.
but yeah. I was,
Mute when I'm not
I
talking.
mean, it's fine, but I was just letting you know. I'm not sure if I'm
Nah,
the
boot
only
him.
one
Boot his
here.
ass. That's my vote.
He's sitting on top of the washer, right?
It sounded like a washing machine, yeah.
Washing machine or dryer.
Probably dryer. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I had to say that because I kept hearing it. And I'm like, does anybody else hear this? Am I going fucking insane?
So in terms of what we can start with, I think that mandatory safety training and licensing and registration are potentially some of the easier ones to start off with.
I'm with you. I agree. Yeah, and I do think you need a license in order to obtain a gun legally. That's just me.
And we require a license for so many
Right.
other things.
Fucking bartending in some areas requires a license. So just makes sense.
There are areas that it doesn't.
Right?
Should we-
My thought.
Oh well, yeah, maybe it's everywhere. I don't know.
All right, so should we be able to not allow weaponry to people that believe in extreme hate ideologies?
How would you just decipher who subscribes to these ideologies?
Well, it would
And
be
who
hard,
decides what
probably.
the ideology is.
It would be hard, probably, to decipher individual people, but known persons and known groups.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
if you're vocalizing these murderous, hateful things, then should we be able to look at that and deny somebody a weapon?
Well, you know,
That's quite Orwellian.
as much as
Right,
it's against
right.
the basic human right of one's own self-defense, that would basically remove all guns from the left wing and the right wing and leave only guns in the hands of the liberals. So I'm fine with that, I guess.
I thought you were about to say libertarians. I was about to say, like, no, the libertarians are the craziest of the bunch.
Well,
I don't
So,
I don't think it would do that. You know,
Rage. I think you run into that.
Well, yeah,
you know,
extremists never think they're really that extreme. I get it.
right? Yeah. What if someone to the right of Trump is president and changes the law so that everyone center left is now extremist, right? You run into that obvious pitfall with that argument.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying, RJ.
So
I don't know
you
if I
would
agree, but
have
I
to you couldn't do it in terms of ideology or religion or something like that. It would have to be somebody who is a group that's considered a terrorist group in terms of the national security. And even at that, I don't think it would be reasonable unless they're charged with a crime.
Right? You know, if I jokingly say I join Al Qaeda, do you get to take my guns away? I mean,
Right.
yeah, that's how do you legislate that?
Isn't that the mistake that the government made at Waco and went and killed all those people?
Yeah, good point. Good point.
So what should be done, though? What should be done?
Everyone have guns all the time. Wild West, bang bang boom. There we go.
There are two countries in Europe that do that. It's Switzerland and I want to say Norway.
What are
Yeah,
the
so
mass-
why are they so much better than us, Jake?
Yeah, I was about to say, what's their mass shooting statistics versus
Yeah,
ours?
Jake.
Basically,
I
none.
tried to look it up, but I didn't have time. I'm sorry.
No, basically none.
Get rid of them.
Yeah, it's basically none, but everybody, or at least the majority of people are required to go through military training. They're required to maintain their weapon. They're required to, as long as they maintain ownership of a weapon, they're required to do training every so often. I want to say Switzerland is once a year. And I think one of them, if not both of them, have some sort of mental health on there. I don't know for sure. I may be thinking of something else. And then you're basically guaranteed that almost every house has a gun.
So if I take a depression med, then I'm not allowed to defend myself when a burglar breaks in?
Definitely didn't say that.
But with that,
Kind of did, though, because somebody's going to
Yeah.
construe it that way.
Well, yeah, but the potential for harm, the potential for abuse doesn't necessarily guarantee that abuse is happening.
Yeah, it's already happening in states like Virginia. They take your guns away for because you take depression meds. So it's already happening.
Is that a good thing? Is that something that you think should be done, Greg?
No.
No. Okay.
But see, what if you have somebody who is on suicide watch? Should we take away the guns if somebody's on suicide watch? If we know that they're having suicidal ideation, they're talking about it, and the particular types of drugs that they are taking for their particular age group is likely to increase thoughts of suicide. Should we take away their gun in that case?
Who should take it away? The federal government, the state government, the local government?
Anybody. I'm asking, do you think that it's reasonable to legally take away their gun?
Definitely not. No, it's
I
not
got a
government's
question.
responsibility to protect you from yourself.
Yeah, I got a question before I answer that. Do people have the right to commit suicide?
I think they do.
There you go.
I think they do.
If they do, I'm going to say, nope, don't take the gun away.
Also,
your-
Greg,
none of your
I think you're
business.
wrong about Virginia. I couldn't find that law.
Yeah, I live in
Oh,
Virginia, and that's not a thing. That's not a thing here.
Okay. I don't have it in front of me, but it seems like I've heard that somewhere. I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, you can hear a lot of shit,
Mainstream
and
media.
a lot of shit can be wrong.
Yeah,
That's possible.
But I mean, well, they do that though. I don't know about taking an individual's gun away, but like say in state institutions, if you're on suicide watch, they'll remove any sharp objects. I mean, I actually agree
Oh
that
yeah, they'll take away your shoestrings,
yeah,
so you can't hang
I
yourself.
I actually think I agree that we should have the right to kill ourselves, but I don't know with so much mental health issues all over the world. Everybody seems to we all have mental health issues nowadays. With our brains processing more data now than in the history of the world, it's it does seem like we have ways to help people away from those thoughts. So it doesn't. It seems to me like like I pretty much draw the line like with late life assisted suicide for people that are going through some chronic pain. I think that they should be able to do it, but before that we should be trying to stigmatize it, and we should be taking their weapons away, and offering them the mental health that they need.
The only reason I'd want somebody's gun taken away if they were suicidal is if they were homicidal. If it's just suicidal, then I think some intervention is probably the thing that we ought to do. But if it's homicidal, then fucking take their guns.
I find this conversation interesting in that I don't know what the additional assistance is. If you take the gun away and then help them, do we have an example of quality help? Or is everything just take the gun away?
No, we definitely need to fix the mental health in this country. We need universal health care, including mental health. So that would be something that should be included in there with it. I fully support death with dignity. If you are in chronic extreme pain or into your life, death, suicide, medical suicide, or death with dignity, I totally support. I don't think a gun is the right way to do it, especially if you are somebody who is, if they are somebody who is suicidal and they shoot themselves and the bullet goes through the wall, the apartment, to the next apartment and hurts somebody else.
I know. What if someone has a lethal chemical they're trying to use and they trip and fall and it goes out the window and lands in someone's forehead?
Yeah, that is a problem, and that would be unintentional homicide, I think. Unintentional manslaughter.
Yeah, involuntary manslaughter.
If John Maddox was here, he'd be saying, "Outlier, outlier."
You're right about that.
Hey, the outliers matter.
How about, if you're worried about it, why don't we make special, like, subsonic, low-powered rounds just for suicide? How about that?
I don't think I can support gun as a method of suicide.
Why? It's super quick. And not expensive. You don't leave a burden on your family. You don't have to buy anything expensive or get medical care.
Well, the medical care should be provided. Period. I don't know.
The other thing to consider is if the person is of sound mind, which if you're suicidal, you pretty much by definition are not.
Oh, okay, then it's not a right. That's what that means.
I wanted to address free spirits because some people have been like yelling this at me, and I've never really addressed it. I have seen this. It happens sometimes. I haven't really looked at the story too much. I'm going to bet that this man had some training involved to keep his cool under that type of pressure. Usually in these situations, you end up accidentally hurting somebody else or getting yourself killed by the damn police. So, I've seen this story. It does happen sometimes. I don't really think it's a good argument because I could pull up just as many stories where it didn't go so well for the person. I
have two major problems with the good guy with the gun. First of all, the the good guy with the gun stopped a shooter only after he shot somebody. So he saved some lives, but he didn't save all the lives. So that this is not a way to prevent mass shootings. It's a way to stop mass shootings in progress. And second, there were nearly 400 quote unquote good guys with a gun at Uvalde.
The quote unquote there is the main point, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they didn't do their job correctly and they were cowards, then they're not good guys, are they?
We can't. I would sure
So that's
say they're not good guys.
Yeah, they're kind of meh. They're kind of meh guys.
You just said
they are bad. No,
training of
no,
guns.
the police are bad guys with guns. If a police officer stops and helps you, he is not serving and protecting you. He is a good citizen who incidentally happens to be a police officer. But the police have no duty to serve and protect you. They have no duty to help you. They are there to hurt you. They are not there to help you. Any police officer that does is just a good citizen.
So this is the difference. In law, I would agree. Ethically, I would disagree.
Ethically, you disagree because they're in a position of power. They should be helping you.
Yeah, I mean that's literally the roots of where the police come from. That's what they used to be.
Yeah, it is what they used to be, and it's what, like, you know, when we talk police reform or defund the police, it's allocating a lot of these military funding packages that they have, and actually retraining police to be community police again. We're a lot more populated. Everything's a lot more denser, especially in the city. But with good training, we can get back to it. It's a lot harder to shoot that 12-year-old when you know his name, when you know his story. I'm thinking of Tamir Rice, particularly right now in my head. It's usually who I go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
My is you absolutely cannot rely on a good guy with a gun.
Definitely, and you can't rely on police either.
Right. The police are pretty corrupt in a lot of places in this country. Running drugs, murdering for drugs,
Planting drugs.
Drugs in general, just drugs.
There you go. Right.
You were talking about abuse of some of these proposed restrictions that would prevent people from having a weapon, and this is exactly what they do. They'll plant drugs on a person, or otherwise falsely accuse them of a felony crime, thus preventing them from owning a gun.
Mm-hmm.
So it's what I see. It is a potential abuse of power, but we already have that abuse of power. We need to fix the system, and putting in the reasonable restrictions is the only way I see to move forward.
That's the only way. I mean, but we've already established that some of these other countries, they do pretty good. And you know, there's guns in a lot of countries where this doesn't happen. And certainly not at the rate that we have 40,000 shootings a year in this country. I believe the number is 40,000. That's huge. There's something wrong with the people in this country that's different in this country than other countries, and that needs to be addressed and worked on.
Yeah, and in terms of mass shootings, which I think is 3 people or more, we have an average of 1.73 per day as of last year. That's over. That's nearly 700 mass shootings per year.
Yeah, and that's the plague that I talk about. That's like what we, you know, we got to stop with, like, we got to stop with the partisan talking points, right? Like they're gonna take your guns. We don't want to take your guns. We just want to find solutions. You know, I want to take your guns, but we don't. So I will clarify that.
And so I do want to address that. I know you said that, you know, realistically you wouldn't take all the guns away from everybody, but I think at least handguns are a benefit in that there are still plenty of people who live in areas where coyotes, bears, cougars, all kinds of wildlife are still a daily threat to them, and they need something like that. to protect themselves. You can't really go out with a bow and arrow if you don't have the same protection that you do have a gun, especially for pack animals. So I would never support 100% banning of all guns. Even if we lived in a peaceful world where we didn't need military, we would still need protections from wild animals.
Isn't a place like Chicago 1,000 times more dangerous than any one of those places you just described, though? For other reasons.
I don't know.
Debatable. Depends where you are, but yeah.
I've never had an issue in Chicago, but yeah, I know where not to go.
There you go.
So I got a question. If you want to hold like gun stores and gun manufacturers accountable, why don't we hold parents accountable? Why don't we count them as accessories when they're kids?
I think they're trying to do that in Michigan.
They are trying to do it here. I think it's going to be hard to do it. I really do. But
everyone wants to. Sorry, everyone wants to limit the other guy, but not themselves.
The case that's going on here, however it goes, is going to set precedents on that.
So your question was too ambiguous. It's not so much that we hold one accountable and not the others. We definitely need to hold both accountable, but accountable to what? Negligence on the parent side, getting a kid, especially an unstable kid, a gun, giving a kid access to a gun, not safely storing a weapon and ammunition. If we're talking about the kid who like drew that picture in class where he was shooting up the class and he had the gun in his backpack and ended up shooting up the school, they refused to remove him from the school. For whatever reason, I couldn't care less. They refused to remove him from the school. The parents did. So the parents should be liable, and probably the administration of the school should be liable for not removing him. Well, in terms of manufacturers and gun stores,
Jake, just to clarify, the school didn't have the ability to remove him. Not that they didn't want to. It's that you can't just kick the kid outside. Someone has to take the kid. So.
The parents
it's been a while. I couldn't remember.
It pretty much falls on the parents. The parents refuse to. I do think that the school should have checked the damn backpack.
There was a clearly troubled child who had already drawn a picture of him shooting people. They absolutely should have checked the backpack, and if there was some legal reason why they couldn't check the backpack, that needs to be correct.
They were checking our backpacks in junior high and high school all the damn time, man. All the damn time. I lived in North Carolina too, a red state.
And then in terms of holding gun manufacturers and gun stores liable, we need to have laws in place and to do it, but they should be liable for improper storage, not reporting stolen weapons, like Rage was talking about, their overflow, what's happening to the overflow, selling guns to people who shouldn't have guns. These are types of things that we should hold them liable for.
All these suggestions create a lot of terrible precedents as far as holding person A responsible for person B's actions.
Well, it's not holding person A responsible for person B's actions. It's holding person A responsible for negligence.
Yeah. Well, negligence would already be a crime in and of itself, right?
It's unprosecutable in many instances.
Yeah, negligence has such a broad definition. So many people can say it. So many ways.
You would have to be.
Yeah, I think what's going on.
Everything's illegal at that point.
I think what's going on in Michigan is like first time ever. Like I said, from what I hear about, I mean, I hear people say that the parents are going to go down, but from what I've seen, I'm not convinced that the state is going to be able to prosecute them.
Okay, so
I mean, I don't think. Bring me up to speed on that. What are the parents to blame for besides having a shitty kid?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of things. There was so much warning to this particular case. It was insane. But the main thing is they refused to remove the child from school that day when the teachers wanted.
See, I just think
when they wanted
that
them
this
to.
is a knee-jerk response to try to hold the parents accountable, and it creates a terrible precedent where now parents are legally liable for everything their kid does.
They provided him with the weapon. They didn't store the weapon in a safe manner, and the child had drawn a picture of him shooting other people. I think it was other classmates, and they had the drawing. He erased it by the time the parents got to. He erased that part of his paper by the time they got to the. By the time parents got to the principal's office, and they said that he needs to be removed from school, and the parents refused to remove him from school, even though he was clearly troubled. He was
and parents parents should know what their children are up to. You know, I understand teenage years, rebellion years, they want their privacy. You got to find your ways around that shit. You know, you need to know what your kids are up to. That's parenting, and they're pointing. Parents are always responsible monetarily for their minors.
Yeah,
usually.
When I burned down that damn barn when I was 16 years old, my dad paid for it.
You had more questions, Flo? Flo State?
Me? No, I don't have any more questions. I mean, I still don't agree with it at all. I think it's an emotional knee-jerk reaction to try to find everybody that you can hold accountable for one person's actions. Of course, there's always going to be
this person's a minor
up to the thing, right? But aside from packing his lunch with a Glock in it, I just think it's reaching for scapegoats. And like I said, I think the way that the legal system operates is not in the interest of justice, it's in the interest of prosecution. So you open this Pandora's box, and now you've opened that fucking box. And so you might like it in this case, but I guarantee you it's going to be misused more than it's going to be used properly.
I actually agree with you. I actually agree with you. I think it will be misused, and I do not think. I don't think that they're going to be able to prosecute these parents. And yeah, I think I agree with you on that point. I think, ideally, you would think common sense would tell you that parents should bear some responsibility, but ultimately, there's no way for you to know everything your child is going to do. You can't be inside their head. And as long, if you're following the rules, the problem is a lot of parents don't put their guns under lock and key, or they put it under such lock and key that it's really easy to get into it. I could always get into my parents' gun cabinet. Always. It didn't take much. Sure. It didn't take much. I mean, I think that's the issue. Until the children themselves can prove that they are responsible, we need to be making sure that it's really hard for them to get their hands on these weapons.
See, I would only hold them responsible if there was public signs, right? Your kid's acting disturbed. He's upset. He's drawing pictures about shooting up.
Yeah, and I think legally that would be the only way. Like this mechanism I talked about earlier, where police would, and again another slippery slope, but temporarily just go and take your weapons, do an investigation, make sure something isn't going to happen. Would be something like that. These very public red flags being reported, and that would be the only way. Like you're never going to get in somebody's head that's keeping it to themselves.
Process a little bit. Like due process is important or it's not. You can't just violate it a little bit when it's important.
Yeah, I agree here. You can't take away the guns and then do the investigation. You have to do the investigation in order
I know that there's been places where something like this have been installed, but police find it impossible to carry it through.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take away their guns. I think if you pass the laws and made it very clear that if this is going on, parents will be held accountable basically equally to their kids. I don't think you have to worry about taking away the guns.
The whole idea of negligence is just a way for police later to just come and make money off of something, ambulance chasing in a sense. Because in my house, I have an autistic kid, and my wife got charged with negligence because I was out of town, And she, she went to the bathroom, and my autistic kid, who's 8 years old and in diapers and went to a special school, walked out the door and got lost and went down the street while she was in the bathroom. So now she committed a crime and can't get certain jobs because she went to the bathroom. And that's called negligence in this country. You can make up negligence for any amount of crap, and the whole idea of just calling everybody negligent because you're supposed to know everything at all times. This kid had never walked out the door before, I mean, but one day she did, and just the idea that we can do that.
I wouldn't charge him with negligence. I would charge him as an accessory to whatever crime the kid committed.
Well, out of curiosity, what if the parents have the guns put away properly, whatever that's defined as, but the kid still manages to get around all the systems and then commits
Kids are
murder?
crafty.
But in this case, would you still hold the parents accountable for negligence or anything?
No, because if they followed the proper safe storage requirements, and they don't exactly exist in most states, but if they followed safe storage requirements of a weapon, and somebody gets in, whether it be their kid or whether it be a criminal, somebody gets in and still manages to get through it, then they're not negligent in terms of how they stored their weapon.
I don't know.
So they wouldn't
at best. I'd say if they had it locked in a safe, at best I would just have it leave it up to the judge to minimize their sentence. I wouldn't let
leave it up to the judge.
Yeah.
I hate hearing that, especially with the 6 judges we have now.
I know. I mean, it's literally the judge's job to judge. So I mean, you can have issues with it, but that's what their job is.
I mean, if you have to have every gun locked up in a safe, then that leaves you trying to decide whether you want the nightstand pistol in case you get broken into, or whether you're more concerned about the liability of having a gun out in your own home.
Well, you can get a safe that has quick access, fingerprint reader and code, or fingerprint reader and key, so you can still have a properly stored weapon in a nightstand with quick access biometrics.
Sure. I guess I'm not suggesting that this is not a viable way to treat guns, so much as this is not a viable scenario to write law around. Because basically what we're trying to do is legislate that people have to be responsible gun owners, but it's such a hard to define.
Everything you do is then illegal to somebody. Somebody can determine that something you did is illegal.
The thing is, when I suggested this, I didn't suggest this as a gun control. Right. This is why I'm not saying don't take the guns away from the parents. Don't worry about if it's in a safe. I just see this as a bigger systemic issue that causes mass shooters. Right. It causes a bunch of problems.
It's really a cultural.
It's what creates murderers
problem.
And robbers, and all sorts of things.
It's really a social and cultural problem. It's not actually a gun problem.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's both.
No, it's not. We had a lot of guns not that long ago, and we didn't have any of this. And the laws were looser.
Right.
Back in the 70s and 60s and 50s.
Yeah, we did, but we didn't have near as many guns back then as we do now.
Yeah, we had fewer guns, but more people had guns.
Larger percentage of the population had guns then. That's right.
I have to look at that.
They used to take guns to school and shoot. I mean, even when I was a kid, all the boys took pocket knives to school. We got them out all the time. Nobody stabbed each other.
Yeah, I'm not even that old, but during hunting season, all the boys had shotguns in their truck for deer season.
And to be fair, I believe the mass shooting epidemic started in the 50s. The clock tower shooting in Texas University.
Yeah, but define epidemic. Because it's not that they didn't exist.
And mass shooting too.
I believe that's when we defined the epidemic began. That's when they started really picking up.
Rage, Tioga has a comment here. She says, but isn't the gun culture part of the cultural problem?
Well, I mean, if if your gun culture is that you think it's edgy and cool to go shoot up school, then yeah, I mean, to the extent that that's
Yeah, I mean, everyone that I know
applicable.
Everyone that I know that's in the gun culture are more likely to shoot the kid that was trying to
Yeah,
cause the mass shooting than be the mass shooter. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
The mass shooters
Yeah,
tend to be people who end up
gun
having to
culture.
steal or cheat or find a way to make their own weapon.
It is.
They don't generally just have them.
Here in the U.S., like guns
I don't
are like,
agree.
so like they're such an American icon, and they're kind of idolized, especially here in the South. So it does create more people wanting guns because you just call it, hey, yeah, owning a gun is just as justified as owning a pancake, you know? So I just think that increases the number of gun owners, which increases the likelihood of more mass shootings, so on and so forth.
And I don't know. I think I really disagree with Cerberus's comment there. Like most people in that group would be the ones shooting the mass shooter. I think most mass shooters are right-wing gun nuts, or they come from right-wing gun nut homes.
I mean, they might come, even if they do come from right-wing gun homes, they don't tend to be right-wing people.
Yeah, that's
Like in specific,
definitely not
you know.
not the truth in many cases. Many of the shooters are environmentalist wackos, all kinds of things.
Yet many,
Yeah,
but
well,
not
not specifically that, but they
No,
come from
many,
a
but
variety
not
of
most.
backgrounds. But what they have in common usually isn't the culture they're from; it's mental issues.
That's
They're
true.
usually socially isolated young men who are obviously off their rocker and on the FBI's radar, even though that does no good.
Isn't that interesting? So do you suppose anybody might be manipulating these people?
You know, if I was a government that wanted to take away the citizens' guns, this is exactly what I'd be doing.
Like Christchurch, maybe?
We're going full conspiracy here.
Yeah,
Let's go full conspiracy.
Oh my God,
It's
you're
fun.
I
right.
was
That's
getting
so
conspiracy
silly.
theory. Conspiracy
People
theory
stopped
vibes.
being evil after World War II. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Governments don't control anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they love you now. They love all of us now. After Hitler died, there was never another person that evil in government power ever.
Do you have any evidence to support that the government is manipulating these people into?
Hey, stop bringing rationality into this.
No, seriously. You guys have any
Shut your
evidence
damn
to support
mouth. Take the red pill, blue pill.
No.
Take the blue pill.
There is tons of evidence out there. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any on hand ready to present to you right now. But
Get out of here.
What about the girl
at
what about the girl in Parkland who said that
Yeah,
she
with
saw
two
other
dads?
people in fatigues shooting people besides was it Adam
At
Williams?
Uvalde, there's the same girl had a different dad sobbing for two different news channels. I mean,
I've done videos on this.
What?
That's completely wrong.
Oh my God, that's complete.
Don't worry about the
really
conspiracy
popular
stuff.
video on that, my old channel.
But I got a question. I don't know if this counts as manipulation, but I think we're all aware of this happening. What if you're a young conservative, like 18-year-old, right? Your brain isn't developed yet. You get angry, you have the testosterone, a bunch of it. You're not all the way through puberty yet, and you're into the age where you're getting politically active, and the their old Secretary of State, presidential candidate, gets on television and says to the whole country that you're a terrible person. Does that count?
I'm not sure I followed.
Does that count for what?
When Hillary Clinton called all right-wing people deplorables.
And that entails what?
Does that entail manipulating like young politically active conservatives into committing violence?
Okay. I see.
That's
Basically,
just a politician being a trash politician.
Yeah.
I
That's
would
what I'm
not
getting. Does
consider
that count?
Inciting violence. And I think that is the bar we have to go by, because otherwise it's just way open to interpretation.
Well, no, because you can aggravate people into committing violence without actually telling them to commit violence.
But again, I feel that would fall under incitement, but sure.
I
Or
was
you
thinking
can set
maybe-
it up. I mean, there's a million different ways this can go down. Nobody obviously has proof beyond a reasonable doubt of this. It's all circumstantial, but you have to entertain the fact or the possibility that this happens. It has happened in the past. We know that people haven't gotten all of a sudden like super friendly and nice, like friendly, happy, fun time.
Yeah, it has happened in the past. But to talk as if that it is the cause or even a major factor in the epidemic of mass shootings and gun violence without any evidence is just to
You created a
just
fake
used as a red
dichotomy,
herring.
utopia or
You're-
conspiracy.
It's just a red herring until you have evidence to support it.
What's a red herring?
What do
Saying
you
that
consider
the
evidence?
people who are committing mass shootings are incited by the government or others to do so.
Take your guns.
As a major factor.
I have evidence that's going to be in my second book from somebody that the FBI did manipulate,
on
tried to
sale?
manipulate. Not yet.
Is this an anecdote or is this
Well, wait a minute. You mean like stochastic terror? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Do you know? Yeah, you're saying that stochastic terrorism is a red herring.
No, I'm saying that calling stochastic terrorism as the major reason or one of the major reasons that causes us to have this gun violence without evidence is
It's not. Yeah, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a major factor. I think it is a factor, but I think there's a multitude of factors that all combine for that particular issue. But
They
certainly,
couldn't be responsible for 40,000 shootings a year. There's no way.
But you also have to
They're
concede that
responsible
if
for some of them.
if let's say if the government hypothetically was behind it, we of course would not be privy to that information.
well, I
Except for
think
you.
that
You're privy to it.
I think it's a big stretch to imply no, like I don't know what the term I'm looking for, but like to be actually engaged in trying to affect that. I think the government is way too incompetent for that. But I do think that politics has there is an aspect of this where they want to rile up their base. They don't necessarily intend for that to happen, but if that's a side effect and the result is that they get their policies through, they're like, oh, well, I'm not really concerned about that. That's what I think. I think it's just a result which can be beneficial to politicians, but isn't necessarily their main focus. That's what I think.
I'm completely fine with that argument, by the way. That falls into what I said at the beginning. You can use these things as talking points without trying to solve any problems because you get fundraising out of it.
I mean, this is like Trump was the master of this, where he says things which he doesn't really. He's signaling to these fringe groups, and he has kind of cover to say, I don't really mean for that to happen. Stand back and stand by, or like when Trump first ran and he was being interviewed, and they asked him if he knew who David Duke was, and he's like, David Duke, I'm not quite sure if I know that guy. But like afterwards, everybody was like, oh yeah, he was signaling to the white supremacist base that he's on their side, but he's not directly saying that. So he has a motivation for that, but he's not actually, I mean, and so in some ways, if you ask Trump, like if you were able to get in his mind, would you say he wants more people to die from shootings? I don't think he would, but I think he's just like, if that's a side effect that gets me what I want, then I don't give a shit. I think that's
it can be unspecific in its outcome. You can just spin a bunch of wheels and let them go and see where they land, and it doesn't have to be the government doing it. It can be any sort of false flag incident. Somebody just wants chaos. Somebody has a specific agenda. It could be the pro-lifers trying to make slaves out of women. Choose any group, but you have to entertain the thought that it's a false flag.
But here's the last thing I'll say on this, and then I'll shut up, is that I think that what's really interesting is in 2022 we see a lot of these. I think that like things have spiraled out of control. That like these efforts to do these kinds of things, the politicians in the past like 5 years have just been ignorant to like the effects of this. They're like, I'm just gonna like close my eyes to it. I don't really care. But now we're seeing like serious effects of this, and I think the politicians like have no idea how to deal with it, and it's a negative consequence of not actually being proactive to address these kinds of issues, and now we're like in a fucked situation.
I don't think we can legislate our way out of this. I think that it has to be like, I mean, it's what a not simple solution, but like everybody individually has to take it upon themselves to like, not promote, to not engage with all the media, for instance, that talks about the killers, that makes these people into weird anti-heroes.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, you may.
I just want to make sure that I was hearing correctly. Was somebody in here arguing that these mass shootings are being staged by the government to drive people to want to pass gun legislation so they can take away our guns?
I think that was the implication.
Yeah, that was it.
Because if that was the implication, I wonder why then these mass shootings at the hands of the same guns you're claiming the government is trying to take from us continue to happen, and the government at both the federal level and the state level in the majority of states continue to do nothing to further restrict access to them, or why gun sales seem to go up every single time there's a mass shooting, or why in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 states there's literal permitless carry. Where's the conspiracy? This is the problem with conspiracy theories, is when you actually subject them to reasonable analysis, they completely fucking fall apart.
You're assuming that if it was a conspiracy theory, it would be effective. That's
But
no, I wasn't.
Aside from that, the number of laws on the books to control guns have increased over this whole entire time. The issue, like for example, without not needing a license to carry, a lot of those states got that way because they had to challenge the laws in the court.
Oh, Cerberus. Oh, I was wondering who was talking. Oh, Cerberus. Okay.
I mean, I like that. I like whatever somebody just said about how like conspiracies don't necessarily have to be successful. I mean, that I would say, I mean, they're like when, I mean, I kind of agree with Leo and the other person that was talking about that because, even though we keep having these shootings and there seems to be kind of like an uproar of like, we need to get legislation to be more strict with gun control. Nothing ever happens, and we keep still having these shootings. The shootings just keep amping up. Nothing, and I don't see guns getting taken away or legislation being implemented. So maybe it's just like a failed effort. But on the other hand, it could just be like it's not actually happening. There's not a conspiracy in that respect. So.
The Democratic Party is currently effectively in power at the federal level. If they really wanted to take guns, they just could. Like they could just pass legislation. So why aren't they? And why have Democrats not made any of the attempts that we're consistently told they're trying to make that they're not to take away our guns?
Okay, first off,
no,
they really couldn't. Right, just pass a law that says take all your guns away. They really couldn't.
Well, but that's not what I said. I didn't say pass a law that says, "Hey, let's take everybody's guns." All right, signed by the president. That's not how the legislative processes work. What you're doing is you're taking what I said and simplifying it to a point that's completely absurd in order to attack.
So correct
engaging
me.
With the nuances of it.
Instead of saying passing legislation to take away these guns, what did you say? See,
memorize the finer details of everything that I said.
You're breaking up, Leo.
Bad, Leo. Talk better.
We couldn't make out what you said. I mean, I think like when people say pass legislation to take away guns, like that's never going to happen. They're not going to pass. Like they talk about like taking away the AR-15 platform, like That's not going to happen. They might, like the Brady bill, they implemented that, but they didn't take away people's guns, and then that got reversed. So nobody's going to like actually demand guns from people. They'll just stop selling those guns. And what that is going to result in a run on those guns, and the prices will go through the roof, and the gun makers will make a shitload of money on that. So it's just kind of these weird like scenarios that happen.
I'm a few days out of date, but I'm pretty sure there's an assault weapons and magazine ban in Congress right now.
Yeah, there's some new shit being proposed right on the heels of the last shit that was.
But they're never going to pass
being
that.
proposed. It doesn't mean.
Oh well,
anything.
they might pass it now because I'm almost positive it's going to get struck down in the Supreme Court after the Bruin ruling.
Well, just like with drugs, scarcity increases the prices, just like he was saying.
And it creates a black market. It creates organized crime.
And who runs the drug and guns?
And it doesn't work ultimately.
And like with I don't know how much you guys know about ARs, but like the AR platform, you could just buy the parts. You could buy parts for the upper, parts for the
3D
lower.
Print it.
Yeah, but most people don't have $17,000 for a high quality 3D printer that would print anything that would be even remotely usable. That's the problem.
You don't
with that.
need a
Is that everybody thinks that they can just go to fucking Lowe's and buy like a $200 3D printer and print like a usable fucking firearm? I'm sorry. I think that works.
Okay, wait.
No, it all depends on what you mean by a usable firearm. You can get a good several shots out of a firearm from even a few $100 3D printer.
Yeah,
I don't know anybody that's used one of those to make one.
I used
admittedly. It's all over YouTube. If you wanted to be a mass shooter with a 3D printed gun, you just go in there like Neo, print a dozen of them and strap them on your body. Every time you run out of shots, just drop that gun.
It's very successful to do this. That's why all mass shootings are done with 3D printed guns.
You're
making some.
I think I got information.
Just because people don't use 3D printed guns in mass shootings doesn't mean it's not possible.
Right.
By the way,
saying
I'm making terrible arguments is doing nothing to actually show that I'm making terrible arguments or how they're terrible. You're just
I did show that it was terrible because you can do it. If you don't believe me, look at YouTube.
Well, you didn't really show that it was a terrible argument.
There are stress tests done on YouTube.
Well, no, I was. Now what we're going to do is we're going to bog down in the meta because you guys don't.
I know you're going to think it's meta. But me personally, and this is obviously just me personally, with my admittedly $375 3D printer, have printed an AR lower. It has 300 rounds gone through it. It still works.
Wow, you printed it. You printed a lower. That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. I have an FFL anyway.
That's good point. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. Well,
I mean, it's legal. It's legal for anyone to do. I'm just saying it's there. It's not actually unreasonable for a moderate 3D printer to make a functioning lower.
Wow.
Thank you.
I didn't know that.
That's a part for a gun. That's not a gun.
Well, that's the lower receiver for the AR. I mean, which is the essential part.
That is legally the gun. Legally, that is the gun.
Yeah. Exactly.
I wonder if I had just a magazine on my table, I wonder if I would legally have a gun.
No,
because it's not a lower. The lower is the only part that's legally a gun.
I wonder if I had a barrel available on my desk here, if that would be a gun.
Yeah.
I wonder if I had any individual part from a gun sitting on my desk, but that wasn't the whole gun. If that would be.
This has already been explained.
We're both down in meta now.
No, you haven't done anything dealing with that.
Yeah, but this is what gun owners like complain about people like when they talk about like the AR platform or uppers or lowers, but like obviously Cerberus and the Flow State. Like these guys they understand like the lower and upper parts of the AR, and like the lower is actually the gun. You could buy an upper and it's not a gun. I'm not like limited in buying an upper, like upper receiver.
Yeah.
Like I don't need an FFL. I don't need a firearm license to have it shipped to me or anything like that.
Yeah. Legally, it's the receiver of any gun is the gun legally.
For
the ARs, the different AR platforms and other weapons similar to it, it's the lower receiver because that's where all the functioning parts are.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I just don't take that to be a gun, so we just have different definitions. So
Yeah, I'm just going
Your
off the law.
definition's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's fine. You can go off that. That doesn't in any way mean that's some objective standard everybody has to abide by. If all I had is a part
Right.
and I
Law.
said actually
It is
fire
the
a bullet,
standard.
Yeah,
how
Cody
do you
is.
go after that gun? And the funny thing is I think if you were to go around the whole ass world and ask people, hey, if I had a part that has all of like most of the mechanisms,
not
but I
doing
still
that.
could
We're
like
only
effectively
saying
fire
the
it
one
and
that's
shoot people,
legally
would you
relevant.
call that a gun or would you just call that a part of a gun?
But this
Most
is kind
people
of
are going to say, well, I would just call that a part of a gun.
Wait a
I
minute.
wouldn't call that
This-
a whole gun.
Fair enough, but this is kind of an important part, because important facet of the conversation. Because with this, with like we're talking about like assault rifles, and typically we're talking about like these AR type of rifles or platforms like that. That's the limiting factor, because you can build all different ARs in different ways, but the lower receiver is the one thing that like requires the license, and then everything else can be bought without the license and can be put together. So that's why they are technically saying the AR, the lower, is technically the gun, because that's the thing that's limited
Legally.
by the
It's
law.
legally the gun.
Limited legally by the law. Yeah.
Yeah, I never denied that. I just said I just don't
All right.
take that to be a gun. And I said that I think
Okay,
intuitively
cool.
most people probably wouldn't take that to be a gun.
I
I didn't say
Oh
that what they
my
said
God.
was
People who
incorrect.
don't know anything about guns, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would prefer it if it was like you, right? If everyone thought the way you did, especially lawmakers, because then gun control would be impossible.
I don't even know what that means.
That means
know.
you would only regulate the full gun, because that's the only thing that's the gun, and all the parts would just be available. Because it's
Works
it's not
for
a
me.
gun; it's just a
I
part.
like that idea.
Well, I don't know
Yeah,
how
take
that
the magazine
follows,
out. It's not a
okay.
gun anymore.
No, sorry, officer. I'm not carrying a gun into a school. That's a club without a magazine.
Right.
This is why it's important to be specific and accurate about the terminology here.
Yeah.
But that makes it harder to trick people.
Well, real quick, speaking of that, I didn't need. I'm not sure if that link, sir, was for my statement. Yeah, misinformation is everywhere, and it's good to have good information. I'm not sure where I heard the whole gun nut thing, but clearly I was wrong. So yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Well,
calling
no,
me
I
out
mean
for
you're
that.
not. We're actually. I think I was right in that, because I said back in the 50s and before we didn't have this problem. But the Texas shooter is the 60s, and that's sort of, it's not when it's full blown, but that is the decade when it kind of takes off.
Oh,
I
it
think
was
we were both
60s, right.
kind of right.
All right. Well, no, I was talking about like most shooters are right wing gun nut statement. I'm not sure where I seen it, but I went down that rabbit hole for about it. I'm not gonna call it a rabbit hole, but I've been looking at it for about an hour, and yeah, I was wrong. I'm not sure where I got that from.
Hey, what do you guys think of like that Indiana shooting, and the guy was stopped by an armed civilian? So I was thinking that's going to be used as
We talked about that
propaganda.
earlier. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, you already talked.
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
Can we just say, under pressure with a carry-size Glock, this man had an 80% accuracy rate.
Dude, and I wonder if he had like a red dot sight or anything like that, or if it's
No,
just like
according to what I heard, no, and it was a moving target. It was recorded.
Fuck.
Yeah, that guy is a fucking phenomenal. I probably couldn't do that.
They say what kind of he must have had like a Glock like 26 or 43 or something like that.
Yeah, I have to look again. It was a Glock and it was a carry size Glock.
It was a
wasn't
carry
like
size.
It wasn't like a 45
Full-
caliber.
Yeah, it wasn't
was
like
a
17.
19, surely.
Oh, it was like a Glock 19. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what it was, but that 19 is the best.
I'm a 17. I like the big boy. So.
I am not a Glock guy. I'll admit it. Glocks don't do it for me.
I
sorry.
understand that. Like what is that? Have you ever heard of like what's called Glock leg?
Yep.
Because it doesn't have a safety. So.
Glock looks like a Roblox gun for real.
I mean, they're a decent gun, but the real
Rogue
thing for a
Glocks?
Glock gun is their customer service. They will repair almost anything for almost nothing.
They're a brand more so than an
'cause
actual
nothing
gun
breaks
you own,
on
yeah.
them.
The Starbucks of guns.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah, they're durable, man. They've interchangeable. The magazines are interchangeable. It's a popular gun.
So for the guys who more recently joined, what would you guys consider to be some of the best reasonable restrictions that we could put in place to at least help with the gun issues we have today?
I don't think we should put any in place while we've already got ones on the books that are not being enforced properly, right? Like every single shooter you see, it was on the FBI's radar. They knew about him. They saw,
And yet they still happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what the point would be of putting any new laws on the books to not be enforced properly.
Well, how do you know like every shooter was on the FBI's radar?
Yeah.
I mean, not literally everyone, but figuratively, you can hear him say it every time. Like,
really?
Wait, so it's
there's always a history
How
of
do you
this.
define FBI's radar? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
I don't
know
like,
how else to. I don't know how it needs to be defined if that
Well,
phrase
is it-
isn't
are they on a
clear as
list?
it
Well,
is.
okay, let's say somebody is on the FBI's radar. That doesn't mean that the information they have is actionable without putting in place laws and policies that make it actionable. It's worthless to even bring it up.
So, what laws do you think would have been useful that are not there?
I could tell you one. Like, well, I mean, like, just wait times. Like that. Lots of these guys, they end up going in, getting a gun, and turning around and shooting somebody immediately. Like, there's like an instantaneous aspect. They're emotionally upset. They go buy a gun and they go shoot somebody like a day or two after that. So, what about just like a delay period for waiting to get the gun? Yeah.
I'm fine with the waiting period.
Background
as long
check.
as it isn't like months.
Yeah, maybe like a week. I mean, I was just thinking like just a time period. If somebody's like in a state where they want to shoot somebody, they at least have to wait a week to get the gun.
I mean,
I know it sounds crazy.
They waited for like years and planned it out.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to stop everybody. I'm just saying that.
It just seems like more laws and restrictions and annoyances that ultimately aren't going to do anything.
That's right.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think there actually is evidence. I have to find it again. I think there is evidence for waiting periods.
I'd be okay waiting. I'd be okay waiting.
On that note, Jason, to
What was
Jason's
that?
point, like, what if it stopped 10% of gun violence for that waiting period?
Yeah.
Is it worth it then? Like, at what threshold, is it unacceptable? Because it's going to do something, I imagine.
Well, you imagine. I mean, I imagine that it wouldn't do anything substantial. Maybe
what's substantial?
You don't have to get it back up. What you think, though? Like, we do.
Neither of us feel like that. You didn't provide any evidence. I didn't provide any evidence either.
Okay. Well, let's like dial in the question. Right.
Okay.
So let's say if we put on a 3-day waiting period, there isn't telling people they can't have any gun. It's just wait 3 days from the point of purchase. How much of a difference? Like, how many deaths would that have to prevent?
Probably
for you to be
0.5%
okay
or
with it?
1/10% or something. Most
Yeah.
shootings are drug related. You have to get serious about the drug problem.
Well, I don't think that I would. Sauces, please, sauces. But I just put one in from NPR that shows that gun background checks work in the research, but they're not like a be-all end-all solution, which I don't think anybody was necessarily claiming they were. Just that they're a meaningful way to help reduce or mitigate this problem that we're facing.
Yeah. I don't think any like law or measure we take is going to get rid of gun violence or even all mass shootings. I think the conversation needs to be is like, what can we do reasonably? How can we compromise with each other on the opposing sides to get some reasonable action done? So we are trying to minimize it as best we can. I think it's our responsibility to do something. It's not it's not an easy thing to do for sure, but I mean, it's been, I don't know. It seems like since by now we should have done something. Our hands are tied politically.
I also think limiting magazine capacity to either 10 or 15 round. I think 15 rounds fair.
Another
30 rounds.
What can anybody give me an example of a social ill that has been remedied by law?
Poverty. Healthcare in
labor.
most Western countries that are not the United States.
How about
child labor?
What about
slavery? I mean, there's I mean, let's be honest here. To act like government institutions across the world haven't addressed and at least mitigated, if not in some senses solved, I don't really know about that last part, but certainly mitigated a lot of social ills, I think honestly is just a naive position. Nobody's saying governments are perfect and fix all our problems and we should trust them at all times everywhere. But to act like our governments haven't helped improve societies in many ways, again, I just think that's naive.
But Leo, haven't our governments also been responsible for...
They cut out. Well,
You cut out.
Because there's a better version of his question, I think, and that is, has a government law ever solved a quote-unquote problem when a substantial portion of the population wants to continue to do that behavior anyway?
Seatbelt
like
law.
prohibition, right?
Seatbelt laws, child slavery. I mean, not child labor.
I mean, it used to be when seatbelt laws were
Women
first
voting.
initiated, or like, fuck if I'm going to wear a seatbelt. Now, everybody pretty much, lots of people just wear seatbelts naturally, and it has saved thousands of lives. So,
does anybody think murder rates would go up if murder laws were just like completely gotten rid of, or like rape laws or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
Probably.
I don't know.
Actually,
no, you don't.
I do.
If we got rid of,
there are people that just follow the law because they're psychopaths and they don't want to get arrested.
Okay, so if we got rid of all murder laws, there would be no more murders. There'd just be people killing people legally.
I get what he's saying. He's being
All right.
dumb.
Oh, okay. That's what he's getting at. Okay.
I mean, do we want it to go back to the Wild West where we just like settle things out on the street with duels?
No,
I mean,
you couldn't do that.
There are days. There are days.
Movie Fib.
I mean, it certainly seems that that's where they're trying to take us. Like I said, I never. You didn't see people walking around with their guns before. Now you see it all the time.
I see it everywhere.
Oh, I have a question. I wanted to say, because Flow State kind of reiterated his question there in the chat, and I figured that's what his question was going to be, is that, and it's something I agree with him, the governments have been responsible for, I wouldn't really say all, but a large portion of the major problems in the world. But that ultimately leads to a more deeper discussion, a more deep discussion, rather, about the motivations and the interests of our hegemonic state powers that have existed on this planet. With respect to acting in that way, acting in hegemonic ways versus the reasons why they act in ways to reduce certain social ills. And I don't think the panel's really, because I'm more than willing to have that discussion, but that's not really the topic.
I have no idea what the fuck was just said. So
I don't even know where to go with that, other than to say just because governments are basically just a collection of people representing the interests of more people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at.
Governments don't always represent the interests of their people.
Well,
it depends. What do you mean by their people?
The people within the bounds of
the
the
people that they're obligated to represent, or the people that they actually do. Which one is their people?
When you say hegemony, you mean like fascism?
No.
What's the difference between like a hegemonic state and a fascist state? I
think hegemony is a bit more broad. It's usually like governments that act in very dominant or overbearing ways around other countries, which the United States, Russia, and China are like the three biggest ones. They're not fascist states, but they are hegemonic. They certainly impose their will around the world in a variety of ways. I mean, that's kind of why the Middle East is in the state that it's in, is because of the U.S. hegemony. On behalf of the U.S.'s fossil fuel industry, primarily.
I'm still struggling as to how this is relevant, but that's just
I was just asking a question and was answering. That's why I was talking about that, because Jason didn't ask the question.
Well, Flow State brought up basically, I think, is what he's. I didn't read what he posted in the external chat, but democide, right? Isn't that?
But yeah, I would agree with Flow State. Governments are not institutions I would prefer to have, but I think that as humanity currently stands, they're things that we're going to have, at least until we reach a point, and I don't think that it's for at least 100+ years, where we don't really need at least states that are as large, as broad, and as dominant as the ones that we have now. But humans will always have to have some form of ordered system. Otherwise,
all the war that's
we'll
going on.
never be able to enforce rights and things like that.
if you look at all the wars going on in the world and all the violence that is state sponsored, it's sort of it is self.
Jesus Christ.
It's only when he's talking. He's fighting the whole entire other time.
Libertarian God doesn't like flow state.
Technology.
The funny thing is, like, I'm genuinely interested in what flow state has to say here. I don't want to go too far off topic because I don't think this is. I want to have this conversation, but I don't think everybody else does. But I am genuinely interested in what flow state has to say here.
So there was another thing that I was thinking of that we could put in place is I think it's the CDC keeps being blocked from doing studies. Yeah, research and studies.
That needs to change.
That we could change immediately.
Yeah, no, that needs to happen.
Well, I actually agree with that.
The better data could say
know what we don't know.
Yeah,
So
I actually agree with that because they did do studies and then they found there wasn't an issue, and then studies got stopped. So I'm fine with more studies.
No, they've just
that
they
could
have
be
been
true.
barred from doing any research on guns.
Yeah, at a certain point, right? But they weren't the whole entire time.
On the book.
You got a reference for that claim there, Cerberus? Because I have not
just
heard
my
that
memory,
before.
but I can go look for it.
I just wanted to say, Pat
Pat
said something that is true at all times and in all places, universally and absolutely in the chat. Trust the government. Law enforcement is your friend, and military ensures peace. 100% true. All the time. Everywhere.
Pat's a good man. He gets it.
Yep.
If you ain't got nothing to hide, you got nothing to fear from the lawman with all power.
Pat would be a good person to talk about this because he understands the law enforcement angle very well. But
Yeah,
I know Pat, you're way busy working on that 7-day cycle thing, so I don't want to interrupt you. I know you got a lot of work to do, so
I was thinking the same thing.
Is he like pooping weird or something? What's up?
no. I'll tell you. Want to tell him, Gur? Yeah.
So you know the 7-day cycle guy, right?
Terry.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Your way or Yahweh tested by fire.
You know, there's 7 days in a week,
okay.
therefore Christian God.
Therefore God.
Yeah. I'm up now.
Calendar, therefore God.
Yeah, calendar. There's a calendar, therefore a triomni God exists somehow. Anyway,
yes. Convince me.
He has challenged Pat Lowinger to a debate on that very topic, and he accepted. I feel like he kind of regrets it. I'm just speculating. I feel like Pat's like, why the fuck did I agree to talk to this idiot? But
right.
Here we are. But yeah, that's pretty much all of it. Good times.
So far, because I've mainly been listening. I'm definitely for I'm a pro severe regulation kind of guy, but I've been listening, and I think that the main problem that we have as a society is that our hands have been tied by people that have been dead for over 200 years. Because there is absolutely really no solution to the issues that we face as a society because it's locked in stone within that Second Amendment.
Well, you'd have
because it's a human right.
How are you going to undo hundreds of years of philosophy and thinking? I mean, the founders quoted John Locke when they came up with the Second Amendment. This is a guy who said you have the same rights as any bear to defend yourself, and talked about natural law and stuff like that. What philosophy are you going to draw from that's just going to undermine thousands of years of all this history? What sources are you going to draw from?
I think to Rage's point here, just to kind of play devil's advocate a bit, I think that what one could say is that, look, sure, that the idea of a Second Amendment and owning weapons, I think is fair. But a lot of the men that wrote about these things wrote about them in times when the only militaries that existed were controlled by significantly less people than they are controlled by today. And by significant, I mean, it's like the U.S. military is obviously it acts on the behalf of the United States of America, and the United States is a hegemonic state. Anyway, the U.S. military is not controlled by one person.
or even 10 people, or even 100 people. Power over our military is so broadly distributed. That's not how it was in 1694 in England. The king had almost unilateral control over what, like, the British Royal Navy did. Like, he could just say, hey, I want you to sail here and, rape and pillage these people, and then that's what they would do. It's not really the same with militaries in most countries in the world today. So I think that there's certainly a difference that needs to be respected with respect to how societies were back then and how they are today.
Yeah, and because it goes to the point, like you said, how are you going to?
Can I add one quick thing? Can I add just one really quick thing?
Real quick, because he said that hundreds of years of philosophy on the right to defend yourself. Like, again, like, not a single person here has advocated to take away any weapons or any guns. But there's really no way to come to any solutions, because it seems like we're hamstrung by the Second Amendment. That's what my opinion.
Yeah,
I mean,
I understand that.
Yeah,
like,
human rights are pesky.
Like, is there any limit? Like, as an example, people make these arguments like, is it okay if I own a bazooka? Is it okay if I own a tank? Like, is there no limit to like this? So I understand we there's this facet of like the America as a kind of this American experiment. One of the founding facets of it is we want citizens to be able to not be oppressed by their government, and that the arming themselves is kind of like a core tenet of that. But if we swing it all the way to the other side, if the arming is resulting in the people themselves dying, there should be some way of having a balance where we're not saying that you can't arm yourself, but there's got to be some regulation to it. So I think that it's just kind of like, if any regulation at all is brought up, then the powers that be, like the gun makers, the NRA, they see that as a way of signaling to their base, don't do that. And that puts more money in their pocket. So we're in this weird situation where we can't provide any limits at all.
Jason, that's exactly what I keep saying. I think I view gun control like I view abortion. An actual solution is hindered by people's ability to make money off of the argument.
That's a good point.
100%.
Seems to be hinting at a
Shouldn't the
deeper
state
rooted problem in our societies then, doesn't it?
Shouldn't the state governments be powerful enough to fight the federal government then?
No.
No.
Well,
what do we mean here? Like, what do we mean by that?
The federal government is the oppressor, and we should have the right to be able to defend ourselves against the oppressor through a well-regulated militia. Then we should have militias that are not run by the federal government in the states that can fight the federal government.
Technically, the states have the ability to do that. Right? That's why most states have a militia clause in their constitution.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But I'm a little confused on how the military works, because doesn't the president call up the state militiamen all the time to go to wars?
No, because we pretend
it usually does.
We pretend the National Guard's the militia, but it's not actually the same thing.
Okay.
We dissolved the state guard, which sort of acted like the militia, but like a state military. But militia, by definition, are irregulars, right? That's why it's listed in state constitutions.
Yeah, National Guard are irregulars.
So are there any states that run militias that are not part of the National Guard?
Yeah. There are some states that still have state guard.
Okay.
Some of them even have
those state guard need to be strong enough to be able to fight the federal government if necessary.
Wait, so you're
I
saying that
definitely
like
think that's
state...
the intent there. That's the intent of the Second Amendment. The entire intent behind it is that the states need to have the equal power to fight against the government. And that goes to Leo's point that he was making, is our forefathers could never predict the industrial military complex. Never in a million years.
I wanted to ask, with respect to some like individual state being able to match the power of the government, are you saying that each individual state should be able to itself individually match the power?
No, I laid it out in an argument.
Well, no, I'm asking Greg.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll let him answer.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Are you saying that each individual state should have some sort of like military power that matches the federal government, or that the collective states should?
I would think collectively, probably.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
agreements
I just wanted.
between several states or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
know,
reasonable.
as they see
For
fit.
that, for
That's
that
what I
scenario
laid out
to
in my
hold,
argument.
states
That's
would have
what
to have access to nuclear weapons. I mean, that's really what you're saying. In order to resist a
And-
nuclear-armed federal
God
government, states would have
Damn
to
it,
have.
Pat! Get out of my head.
Yeah, I'm
So-
actually pretty sure there's no restrictions on states having nuclear weapons.
Well, the restrictions, and then there's no parity in your scenario.
Yeah,
So
well, what's I'm just thinking of the Constitution, right? The Constitution allows states to have militias and armies. Essentially.
well, actually, the Second Amendment says well regulated, right? So we need to first get through the language of well regulated, because what it sounds like you're saying is unregulated militias, which are antithetical to the Second Amendment.
What are you talking about?
Thank you, Pat. Thank
so once
you.
again, it says if from memory, a well-regulated militia being necessary, right?
Correct.
The right of the people should not be infringed, because militias are raised from the people. They're not a standing army.
No, but militias being regulated, you had to sign up for the militia ahead of time. It wasn't something you just jumped in most cases in the time period of which we're talking.
No, I'm
Militias
not
were
so sure about that, because like in Kentucky and stuff, when they had to go and Simon Kenton had to go in and raid against the Indian invaders, he'd call up 10,000 militiamen, and they'd just all come out of the woodwork.
right,
They
but
would
again,
go raid the Indians.
you need to actually know history, because what happened is these men had been recruited into the militia. Calling up the militia was an act of able-bodied men of a certain age who had showed that they had the necessary equipment, for one, and B, had been inducted by their local commanding officer. There was a recruitment into the militia. Militia didn't just show up. There were what were considered irregular officers as well that recruited the militias. So they were, in a sense, regulated from the very inception of them.
But it seems like they would be called up at the moment, not ahead of time. They would be called up as the emergency happens. Then they would just all gather and,
But the
that's when
militiamen
they're
were
signing up.
the militiamen were known too. Militias were something that existed and then were called upon. At times they were bolstered with additional recruitment, but the militia and their officer corps existed before the calamity or the necessity made that happen. And remember, not everybody got to fight in the militia either. People were turned away either because of, in some cases, they were the wrong religion. In some cases, they were of improper race. But there were recruitment requirements for the militia. So to say that it wasn't right, it wasn't just any Tom, Dick, and Harry showed up with a musket and got to be in the militia.
Not unless they wanted you to. But,
I think sometimes that happened.
But what I'm pointing out,
it's
is while the states have the power to have a militia, and that's put in the Constitution, the Second Amendment very specifically says the right is of the people, not the states.
Right. So then that means you should be able to have a cannon or a bazooka or whatever in case your state calls you up, so that you have the necessary equipment for your state to go fight the federal government or foreign invaders or whatever.
I mean, I was even thinking about this, as an example, a state secede from the union? I think it's like there's no mechanism for a state to say we want to separate from the federal government.
It's
federal government had.
It's unconstitutional because we're a federation, not a confederation.
But think about that though. Like we're talking about the rights of the people and the rights of states. So essentially, the federal government has a huge amount of control. And if a state were to say we don't want to be any longer, all the people voted, we don't want to be part of the union, you cannot separate from the union. So I was thinking that doesn't seem to be in alignment with saying that states have states' rights. States' rights seems to be a very strong component theoretically of our union. But
state powers are in the Constitution, and then there's some gray area, right? Because I don't think it actually explicitly says that they have the right to have a militia, but I think it was just assumed that they would have. And then the state constitutions have the militia clauses.
I mean, it's oftentimes talked that states can do what they want, but what ends up happening is many states depend upon the federal government for huge dollars. So it's only like someplace like California maybe could say, we don't need any of your money. And we could just keep all of our own tax money and not give the federal government any of that money, then they would be fine. But other states, the federal government cuts them off, they're screwed. They need the federal government. They need that money.
Well,
I think Texas figured that out. That's why they started stockpiling gold. Maybe other states need to do the same thing.
Well, just remember, states don't have the ability under their constitution to declare war, monitor the Navy, and select for the military. So states can't have militaries. They can have militias because there's a sharp distinction between those two. And that would also be the procurement of arms that Congress determines to be military grade. That would prohibit access to states to do so.
Explain the distinctions. What can a militia do that the military can't do, and vice versa?
Which falls in the purview of the United States military.
Which is?
The creation of implements of war.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, declaring war is not the same as having the implements to fight a war.
What is a militia and what point is it?
Well, I mean, I have a pretty derogatory definition of what a modern militia is, but historically what a militia was the irregular military. That which could be, as we said, raised in crisis needs and deployed in addition to normal regular troops. At that time, there wasn't too much disparity between regular infantrymen and militia, but the other issue would be whether or not they were considered regular military as far as, for example, militias during the Revolutionary War weren't always by the British considered regular soldiers. It could be shot as traitors just because they were out of uniform.
Could it be because their federal government's not actually allowed to operate inside the boundaries of the United States?
No.
So you just have the state militias that are allowed to do that instead.
No, that's historically fallacious too, because Washington used troops to suppress many people after the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier. Right. Yeah, they seem to be doing it anyway. So so this is
well, and remember, Washington. The Supreme Court declared Washington's actions legal. So the precedent is that from inception, federal troops have superiority over state governments in actions like that, and they've traditionally had precedent since that point.
It almost sounds like the state militias have been neutered. They really don't do much of anything.
Yeah. Well, they can be called up in times to supplement the federal military, right? That's pretty much all a state militia is really good for.
So, how much military equipment am I allowed to have so that when they call me up, I'm ready? Can I not keep that bazooka in my closet, or what?
I would say that the federal government has said no, so the answer is no.
When you're called up, you're relying on the military to provide you your weapons, not bring your own.
And remember that the state militias had, and arms back then, I don't want to get too historical, arms simply meant a firearm, what would be considered a musket and or a pistol. Didn't include cannon, which had its own categories back then. So militia armories were their own armories where they maintained some ordnance and stuff. And then the only thing that a militiaman was expected to show up with was a functional firearm, so many days' food, so many shots of ammunition. And if they were going to be a cavalryman militiaman, like a hussar, then they carried a saber and some other stuff. But most militiamen weren't part of that group.
I want to tell Greg, because a lot of people don't know this. It's legal to have rocket launchers in the United States.
Cool.
Really?
I want one.
Yeah, you just got to have a Class 3 destructive device license.
Of course.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's just a background check and money. That's basically all it is.
Of course, money. Yeah.
So can I provide some clarification here? Not taking sides, I just want to. So in Federalist, what is Federalist 29? 39? 29. Is there even a 39? I don't know. There's a shit pile of them. Anyway, I think it's Federalist 29. The one by Alexander Hamilton, in that he does express that the goal of the Second Amendment was to ensure that the citizens could be minimally armed, but that the militias would be managed by the several states. However, that being said, in 2008, what was it, Heller something versus Heller versus something, the Supreme Court ruled that that the Second Amendment was
it was designed to afford citizens the right to own weapons. It was not designed to afford the several states the right to manage a militia, which I would say directly contradicts what the founding fathers probably intended. But that's how the Supreme Court decided to interpret it at that moment.
I don't think so, because that's where the arms come from, right? For most militia people, were their own arms.
Well, there's a debate as to whether or not what was meant by the founding fathers was that the several states had the ability to issue weapons to their citizens in times of need.
Yeah, and I think in one of the Federalist papers, I forget which author it was, they argued that the states should be able to have a full armory. They should be able to allow to issue weapons to the militia and then take them back at the end of their service.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Yeah, I did actually bring that up, Leo, and showed part of it at the very beginning of this stream. But you're exactly right. It was the October term of the 2007 Supreme Court that deciphered the individual mandate.
I think what this shows really is that this discussion has been happening for a couple 100 years,
and no one has a good answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's really scary when everyone has the power to shoot things.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was like looking up like issues of militias in the United States, and like as an example, even in Idaho, we have like laws that like are very clear that like no, you can't have a private militia. You can't train together. There are all these rules that prevent that from happening. So, and then in like you were referencing Federalist 29, like Hamilton talks about how like it would be he making an argument about like how the Second Amendment that it's not realistic for citizens to train as a militia. Making an argument that militias actually are supposed to be like these state organizations. So in reality, like the federal government has limited the capability, at least legally, of people coming together and training in that capacity. You just can't do it. You'll get arrested if you try to do that stuff. So
you don't tell that to William Freeman.
I don't know that you would actually get arrested, but you could. There's videos of I forget which quote unquote militia it is, but they are training just last week on YouTube as a
there's a lot of them in Michigan. There's a lot of them. There's one right now.
We have 3 separate groups, and they're all fucking insane.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I think there might be a difference between like a group of 20 or 30 guys training in like Jeff's garage down the street or something like that, and like several hundred citizens trying to literally raise an army against the federal government or the state government. And there's going to be a difference between.
Why is it easier to get a gun than driver's license? That's my question.
What? I don't know. Why is it easier for me to get a bazooka in my state than it is a gun?
Wait, what?
Yeah. I don't have to go through the state for anything to get a bazooka. I just have to pay a tax stamp and get a background check with the federal government.
Yeah, but that's for 99.9% of people. That's never going to happen. So it's not really a good argument.
Wait, wait a minute. To get a tax stamp and go through a background check is like eight months to a year.
But why? Look, when you get a driver's license, think about what you have to go through. You have to do a written exam, a actual driving exam. You have to provide them like fucking, every document you've ever had attached to you. There's probably some small fee. There's a bit of processing. Like that should be what it is like something analogous to that to get a gun. I don't see what the issue with
that. It's a bad analogy though, because I can take a vehicle anywhere I have permission to except for the road without a license.
Wait, say that again?
Without a license, I can take a vehicle anywhere that isn't the road that I have permission to.
Yeah, so the comparable would be like enhanced concealed carry. If I want an enhanced concealed carry,
take a vehicle where you don't have permission to. What are you talking about?
You only need a license to be on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
What else are you gonna do? Like,
you can drive
it in the
without a license.
How far do you think you're gonna get driving off road?
I mean, well, with the little Neon, you're not going to get very far, but maybe with the 350, you can.
He's making the connection that like I could buy a gun, but like I'm limited in going certain places with that gun. Similarly, I could buy a car, but I don't get a license. I'm limited to where I can go with that car. I get a license, I can go on the highway. If I wanted to take my gun into, like, as an example, an academic institution, I have to, like in Idaho, you have to have an enhanced concealed carry. That means I have to go through like an 8-hour course. I have to go through a background check.
So Jason, when is it that you can take your car into an academic institution?
I don't know. You could take it into the one I started out with. They have a garage.
Good question.
Yeah, that's a good point. How is it a bad? It's a good analogy then, because if you're basically you're saying if you want to
even with a license, you can't take it into an academic building unless they have a garage to park it in.
All you're saying is that you can go around the law if you want to use side streets. Okay, that's the same thing as criminals getting guns on the street.
No, I'm not saying break the law. I'm saying if you actually had, because you can cross the road without a license. You can't drive on the road, but you can cross the road. So if you had permission from every landowner between you and the store, and you had permission from the store to get in their parking lot, you would never need to use the road.
But the whole point I raised the question is, if you want to legally own a gun, why is it way easier to legally get a gun than legally get a driver's license? That's my
Wait a minute, but the analogy should be the gun and the car. It's like, it's not. I can go buy a car. I don't need a license. I can go buy a gun.
That's
I
not
don't
true,
need a
Jason.
license.
Jason, that's not true. Not every state allows you. Some states
Really?
actually require to have a valid license to purchase a vehicle.
Oh, really?
You can't drive it off the lot. So what is buying a car?
I didn't know that.
No, wait. Because my state requires a license to buy it from a dealership, but there's no limitation on buying a car other than that.
Yeah, what good is buying a car if you can't drive it anywhere? You might as well.
So is this the car show loophole?
Yeah, this is the car show.
It could be. And,
What's the point of getting a gun if I can't shoot it? You know, it's the same kind of.
Right, exactly. If you can't, I think the better analogy for this is to look at when did car ownership, traffic laws, vehicle-related laws come into existence. It comes in way after the Constitution. So society and a legal framework developed over quite a period of time to deal with, okay, what do we do with 14-year-old kids who need to be able to operate their dad's tractor? Okay, we're going to give exemptions about the use of vehicles on private property or trucks used to maintain farms. So exemptions were made and laws were created with some common sense.
It's a good point.
Unlike what happened with the technological advancement, the founding fathers couldn't foresee cars, so various state and then ultimately the Supreme Court had to weigh in on a few cases about traffic laws and laws regarding the use of vehicles. Now, the Supreme Court had their hands tied when it came to firearms, because firearms, the technology that exists today, was unforeseen, much like the invention of the car or the steam engine. But the problem was we had something encoded in it. We'd be having the same argument today with firearms, even if we were still using pikes and spears, but because they were considered,
You see,
here's another question. I got another question for everybody.
Real quick, can I before you do that, can I point something out? That I kind of get the argument that technology has advanced, but people were allowed to own warships, the types of ships that you could pull up to a harbor, and if it was undefended, you could level the city.
Could you press a button in the cockpit of that warship?
How many people back then had the money to
back then, basically the whole entire fleet of the United States was privately owned.
That would be badass.
Throughout history, there were a couple times where people got their hands on warships and actually attacked the United States, and it didn't go so well for those. A couple of pirates.
But you're talking about technology that wasn't streamlined to be as accessible as possible. The warship was by default, you had to have manpower, know-how, expertise. You had to have money, upkeep, maintenance. Like nowadays, you can just buy the car, buy the gun, and that you have everything you need out of the gate.
Yeah, but this was the equivalent of if you got 30 people together, you're allowed to have a nuke.
I want a US. I want my own USS Merrimack.
Yeah,
I want a Merrimack.
Comparing a warship to a nuclear device.
Organized.
Okay.
I
If
mean,
you
you
can
could,
get a
you could say a
30
small
person,
tactical nuke if you wanted to, if you want to reduce it.
you know how hard it is to get 30 people together and get them to fucking work together for even more than like.
I don't know. Go
10
ask a
seconds?
militia.
Not very hard.
That depends on
It-
how
it
much
is
you're
hard.
paying.
I
No,
work
if
at a
you're
Unless
paying
they're
them,
all
it's not
vetted
hard at
for
all.
Work
If
at a
they're all
Renaissance
vetted
fair
for
club
something,
and getting 30 people together to do something is not hard.
Yeah. Go to
yes, it
Burning
is.
Man.
Unless, no, if they're personally invested, it's not hard. If there's nothing in it for them, it's near impossible.
Go to the Oregon Country Fair.
All you need
Yeah.
is a case of beer for some people.
That's true. That's
Well,
fair.
I will say this. I think as someone who has tried to deal with both sides of this, both on the regulation and maintenance of my own private rights of ownership, arguments about militias and I should be able to own whatever I want and the unfettered access to firearms being a prima facie allowance under our Constitution pushes guys like me towards the taking them away from everybody. Because if we can't reach a reasonable solution, a measured response to what we see with the use of firearms in our society, then we basically have to go the way of you can't do it. Then it's like smoking, you know. I mean, I get it. Everybody wants one, but if you're going to say, well, I want to own it, I don't want to have any restrictions, I then have to start questioning your motives of ownership.
Okay.
Like, are you if you can't see the larger picture, are you intelligent enough, more moral enough, and mature enough to actually own a firearm with unfettered restrictions? That's where I kind of come in.
Okay. I think we should let Greg go next because I interrupted him and caused this to happen.
Pat's
I just
after
want to
my
say real
heart
quick,
tonight.
Tree of Liberty, Patrick.
All right, so here's my next question. Okay, now all my other constitutional rights, I can walk into the Social Security building, any federal building. I don't lose my right to religion. I don't really lose my right to free speech. Why the Second Amendment I lose when I walk into a federal building?
Because you can kill
that's
people
funny,
with guns.
Yeah.
No, because I think what's funny is you're actually wrong. Guess what you can't do in a federal building? You have limits on your free speech, right? So if you protest, you can be arrested, right? So again, I love these. I can do this, I can do that. But the truth is, every amendment, everything in the Constitution surrounded in the Bill of Rights, at some point has a limit of maximal allowance under the law. You know, we can always go back to the crowded theater fighter, but you can't just do anything you want in a federal building. You know, I mean, these are things like I can do this, except my Second Amendment right. No, there's limitations on everything.
Okay,
and the
there's a
government
limit,
has
but there's a prohibition entirely on the Second Amendment.
Well, we had a pure example of why there should be here in Michigan. I mean, they stormed our capital. They disrupted our state government with AR-15s. This was 2 years ago.
This didn't make news.
Take the governor.
No one cared about
They
that.
they showed up outside of the governor's house, outside of our Secretary of State's house with their guns.
Well, now obviously that should be illegal, but why can't I carry a personal protection
It looks
firearm?
like nobody covered that outside of Michigan local news. So
No, that
I
was
don't know.
national news. That was national news.
Yeah, that was. Maybe you're just not, maybe you just don't pay attention sometimes.
There was kind of like this whole big
happened as
deal
far as
about they tried to kidnap our governor and they were going to execute her in the state capitol.
Oh, I did hear about that. I'm sorry. Now that you mentioned that, I do remember that. I remember that kidnapping thing. That was the most absurd thing of all time. Yeah. But it was like the lefties that did it, right?
That's a pretty low bar.
No.
An extremist right-wing militia. Like, what are you talking
Wait,
about?
what am I thinking of then?
They were all extreme right wingers. A couple of them got off. But no, they definitely they didn't know what to do in that situation. So they ultimately decided to let them in with the weapons. They thought that it would lead to less violence if they just let them in, but they completely shut down our government in the process. So it was you don't need these weapons of war going into a state legislature building. You know, it's like I can't walk into a courtroom with a gun for a good reason. You know, you don't want somebody shooting the judge.
Right. You know, places of possible contention, right? We know courtrooms are contentious. We know state houses are contentious. They're places where people get emotionally heated. Same reason a lot of states prohibit even concealed weapon possessors to carry them into bars. You know, and if you can't carry a firearm into an establishment in many states that sells alcohol, even if you have a concealed weapon permit.
I mean, just think if everybody in the line at the DMV had a gun.
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario, right? There would be at least a few deaths every single day.
I mean, it would make the line shorter, but that's not what I want.
Right.
That depends on who gets shot.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I'd be shooting the people in front of the line. It would be on the other side of the counter, right?
You know, I was thinking about this the other day. You know, this is just kind of an aside, but you know, like I really should get over my stances on guns because really, if you think about it, the trends, like more and more people are going to communism. So if the right wingers get their way and there is this unfettered gun access, well, the fucking Marxists are going to be the benefactors of that in the next 20 years. So I should just, you know, just stop my nonsense.
I mean, Marxists are pussies. They don't shoot anyone, dude. They're fucking baby. They're little bitches.
Yeah, that was an aside. It really meant nothing. I was just
It's
fucking
true
around.
though. Like you don't want to in the left versus right war, gun war. The left is losing, like with its tail between its legs.
Probably not. It's funny because the people who won pretty much every major progressive social movement in history were leftists.
Yeah, and now they've lost their rebellious spirit because they're a bunch of like.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's leftists that are the ones advocating for the most of the social change that needs to happen in society today. What are you talking about? Right-wingers aren't talking about let's do nuclear energy and solar. Right-wingers aren't talking about let's raise wages. Right-wingers aren't talking about let's do, you know, collective bargaining. Right-wingers aren't talking about, you know, things like
let's go to the gun range.
all the popular things that people want and that we can objectively, empirically,
let me know when you're done.
in a progressive
Leo,
way are
Leo,
not
welcome to the gun
advocated
range.
for. I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
haven't finished. It's rude to interrupt people. I have not been advocated for, and largely, very largely, are not advocated for by the right.
Okay,
They
have you
are
seen
and
the
always
videos
have
in
been on the wrong side of history.
Have you seen the videos in Seattle where there's literally right-wing dudes
I can
knocking
filibuster
out
if you
Antifa
actually want me to
members?
do that.
You've seen the videos of the right-wing dudes knocking out Antifa members like 1 versus 10.
No, I've seen a lot of it.
Yeah. And
I'd
we've
like-
all seen those videos.
Real quick, real quick. William the Conqueror was trying to get in, so go ahead.
The scrawny Antifa members get knocked out in
Sunflower,
one hit.
Sunflower, chill out.
They're talking about how the left isn't prepared for gun rights, like how I've been talking about.
Am I muted?
You're not muted.
Okay, now I'm muted.
Okay.
No, you're not.
All right.
You're not muted.
No. Do you want? I'm muted right here.
No, you're not. I can.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I can see myself talking.
Mute button does not exist.
Oh my god!
I turned you up. I turned you up a bit so we can hear you better, but we hear you.
No, you have to hit mute on the screen.
Well, all I can say is I'm a leftist. I know a lot of leftists. I'm well armed. That's all I'm going to say.
Me too, exactly. And I go to the gun range, so don't be saying leftists can't compete at the gun
learn how to
range.
use their weapons. Right wingers just want to fucking role play as a paramilitary force and then run screaming with their tail between their legs anytime somebody that actually knows what they're doing
Are you
shows
living
up.
in a fantasy world? What? Dude, Google it. Like,
Google it.
Please.
Oh, greatest response in the
Google
history
it.
of the world.
Oh,
man, you don't know what you
Leo, isn't it amazing? Like all you have to do is say Marx and the trigger begins.
Yeah,
Well, look,
yeah. That's what happens when you're talking with people
Okay,
who don't
what happened
understand
with
the thing.
Rittenhouse?
Not understanding it,
Rittenhouse-
having ignorance of
Okay.
something breeds resentment of it, and then that
Kyle
person just
Rittenhouse, a
lashes out
17-year-old
at every
kid.
instance they can.
Okay, Kyle Rittenhouse, a 17-year-old kid, literally wiped out a mob of Antifa. Literally.
Wait, but didn't he say?
Literally.
Didn't he say he supported Andrew Yang? Didn't he say he supported Andrew Yang? Didn't he say he's for gay people and
what is
trans
this
people?
petty-
He's such a
what is
right
this
winger,
petty
right,
remark?
Sunflower? He's such a
What?
right winger. Those are his own words.
Well, he's clearly
Things that
like,
the right does not advocate for.
Dude, he didn't wipe anybody out. He was like running around with his gun.
So you would say
he
he's more
shot
left
3
than right.
people in self-defense.
You're saying
Two
Kyle
of them
Rittenhouse
died.
How much
left
training has
than
Kyle
right.
Rittenhouse done? He like went to the range, went out and shot his gun like one or two
but now
times.
Leo trying to paint it like, well, Kyle Rittenhouse is technically not a right. Come on, dude. Like, grow a pair, dude. Own it.
Yeah, he was a right winger that supported a pretty left-leaning political president and supports pretty socially left-leaning
you're the first
ideals.
person ever
That
called
makes
Kyle
sense.
Rittenhouse a left winger I've ever heard in my life. So
If
I never
you
actually
look at
said. I never actually said the words. Kyle Rittenhouse is a left winger. I never said those words.
If you look at what Kyle Rittenhouse has been doing since the trial, he has moved much further right, and he's
a grifter, yeah, for sure.
He's definitely. It appears that he's either being radicalized or at least taking advantage of the right's anger, and it's just you can see he's clearly going further right, at least outwardly.
I've never heard of a left winger like showing up to an event like this with no coverings on their face, with a gun, like a fanatic for the police, right? Loves the cops
and the blue boys.
Wait a minute.
Protecting his community. Like, get out of here with this fucking bullshit.
You're sharing traits that you think are right wing, but I'm sharing traits that think that show that he's left wing. More aligned with that. Now, I'm not claiming anything about what Kyle Rittenhouse's politics are. What the point that I'm trying to do is to demonstrate that Sunflower walking in here and just assuming Kyle Rittenhouse is a right winger isn't something you probably can do.
Everyone considers him that.
And the claim that he's trying.
Everyone.
He can't possibly entertain the idea, Leo, because right wing or Rittenhouse is he's a manly man, and he can't.
I'm not claiming he's on the left.
He can't possibly have any liberal leanings because liberals are pussies.
Look,
they won't show up with their guns and their. Don't you remember during the BLM protests, like those 7-footers showing up in full tactical gear, facing off with the police?
Okay,
left wingers, we show up all the time.
Love the cops. Pick one. You can't have both. You can't want to defund the police and love the cops. Pick one.
Why?
Broad
segments of the American population with such broad, sweeping statements.
Because that's what the major leftist politicians are.
Room meet Sunflower.
No,
Sunflower's like kind of all right.
I would say one thing.
It's gaslighting to say Kyle Rittenhouse isn't accepted as a right
Pat Lowinger is the one person in this room. I'll guarantee you, Pat has more time behind a firearm and is a leftist than anybody in this room combined. I can almost guarantee you. So I think his perspective is probably more accurate than anybody in this room.
I argue with guns more with the left wingers than I do with the right wingers.
To die on the hill of Kyle Rittenhouse is not even right wing, is fucking retarded and ridiculous.
I never actually made that claim. All I was doing is challenging a claim you made, Sunflower. That's all I was doing. I see that the point that I was trying to make there went over your head. I hope it didn't damage the James Webb Space Telescope, because it went way over your head.
It's funny. Hey, I just want to say one thing before anybody goes, that I was on a stream watching Dave Matthews, and I'm like, oh my God, this is great. And I was
Dave Matthews and Dave Matthews?
No, I was watching an old clip of Dave Matthews playing, and lo and behold, I see a comment by my friend Sunflower liking Dave Matthews. So you know what?
This is true.
If there's one thing, Sunflower and I both have a good taste in music. So
the space between.
I gotta be honest. I was shocked.
I was too.
It made my day. It made my day to see that. Like to see two people interact in the wild.
What song was it?
I think it was like Crash. He was playing Crash, and then
Crash Into Me.
And he also played a cover of All Along the Watchtower.
And I've never even been a Dave Matthews fan. I don't know how I found that video, but like watching it live, his acoustic solo rendition, I was like, "This is incredible.
Killer.
This is beautiful." Like I had to comment. So
good for you. Yeah, good for you. Anyways, I just want to say that. Whatever.
I kind of want to go listen to some Dave Matthews right now.
I think I'm gonna go clean all my firearms and make sure I have batteries in all my optics.
What? Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, you got to get ready to take on those right wingers that are coming, Patrick.
Hey, I got a question for everybody. Can I buy? Okay, everybody's always like Trigicon for like a pistol-mounted red dot. What about Holosun? Can I buy a Holosun? Is it just as good as a Trigicon, or do I need to spend the $400 on a?
So, Jason, I'm gonna give you some CQB advice.
Yes.
Optics on a platform. I'm not a big fan of optics on your backup weapon, which would be a pistol, and I carry several.
Yep.
This is the issue. A lot of your firing in a backup situation is when you go to a pistol, you've emptied your primary platform, it's failed. You should be. I'm just saying, I rely on iron sights when shit goes bad.
Gotcha.
So that's just me. You know, you got to gut shoot someone. You don't want to be having your optics hang up when you're twisting into someone's side, right? So
yes,
I'm a big fan, and I prefer ACOG over anything else just because of my experience. But there are really good, rail mounted stuff out there, and some of it's under over depending on what you want. But I'm a big fan of backup iron sights, even on like flip ups on like say an AR platform. Not my favorite platform, but it's one that a lot of people have exposure with. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like,
okay.
I discourage people from fancy shit on their backup pieces.
Yeah, pistols should be reserved for the cowards that retreat from the front line always.
I got a question because I run a super bright laser pointer on my backup. I don't run any sights on it.
Okay, so I have some questions on that. How calibrated is your laser?
How calibrated? It seems. It seems to be accurate
at 25 feet. At 25 feet, at an L ready, and we're talking not on sights, but from a low ready position. How accurate are you with it?
Oh, I'm more accurate with the laser than I am actually the sights. With
the iron sights.
Well, so when you say things like that, you make me nervous, which means you haven't had enough trigger time.
Yeah, I don't have much trigger time with my backup weapons.
Yeah, that's that again. So those are the kind of, I love guys like you, but yeah. So that's these are the kind of things like
I don't. He scares the shit out of me.
Well, I mean, that's you want to. When I train people, we train 3-gun training, right? So this is the issue. Like 3 guns, depending, and I'm talking, primary platform weapon, a larger and then a smaller. Some people take a 3-weapon attitude. A lot of Marines I know, like force recon guys, they see themselves as primary, secondary, and then like a bladed weapon is their 3rd weapon. I consider that my 4th weapon.
We're talking about different scenarios. I'm talking about my concealed carry.
Well,
this is a regular pistol and a very tiny pistol.
Well, I mean, it's all about shot placement, man. So you got to get to a comfort level where your proficiency, you can maintain it.
Yeah.
If you, and I'm not saying this is not degrading your abilities, but if you can't be combat efficient absent if your shot placement goes down, if you aren't relying on iron sights and you think the laser is a good way to help your proficiency up to a level where you're highly confident, then I would say use it. But I would say get your proficiency up first, then rely on the laser. Because what's going to happen is you're gonna pull it out, right? It's got dust bunnies in it. You haven't cleaned it in 3 months. You just pulled out your waistband in the middle of the mall, and you're gonna tap that little go button, and that battery's gonna be dead, and now you don't have it. And it's like I still remember pulling out cops' weapons for firearms inspection and watching dust bunnies roll out of them.
Wait, why the mall though? Why am I pulling it out in the mall?
He's just saying if you need it, like in the moment that you need it, then it's not. Yeah.
When Reeboks is overcharging, you got it.
See, the only reason I have it like that is because I guess I don't know how you're so I don't know what the terminology is, but I'm assuming if I have to pull out my little 4-shot pistol, I'm in like a tucked in position 1, right? So the gun's like up against my chest.
You hope.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be the most likely scenario that I have to pull out that gun.
Well, if you're pulling out something itty bitty like that, you better be doing it from behind cover and or concealment, preferably
Oh
both.
yeah,
Right?
no, my whole plan is try to get away.
Right. Okay. So if escaping and evading is your thing, that's you got to take what you're comfortable with. My training is about advance and engage. So.
Do you do dry fire practice, Pat?
Yeah, I clear my house regularly to master ingress and egress in my own home.
Yeah, because I've always, I mean, I do a lot of dry fire training, and I've always been heard like you're supposed to like, you should have like 100 times more dry fire training than your ammo training. Yeah.
Well, 100 times may be a little excessive, but I would say for every hour that you spend throwing BBs at something, you should probably have 3 to 5 times the amount of hours training in the tactical movement, weapon transfer, exchange, just. And another thing a lot of gun owners don't do is weapon retention. Learning how to kick the shit out of someone what's trying to take your weapon away from you. Learning the methods and modalities of retention. Because I'll tell you the worst thing is I see it all the time. I'll be walking through wherever and I'll see someone with they think it's concealed firearm, but they're fat and dopey and it's hanging out of their waistband. And I'm thinking like if a gangster or someone who really wanted to commit a crime could easily disarm this guy. And like having what I call body space awareness is someone who carries a firearm. It's really important too. Like how many people don't realize like, hey, that guy standing behind you, he can take your firearm from you.
Do you have a thumb strap on your pistol? Like your
no.
Okay. Yeah, I don't either. Okay. I was curious about that because I am
legally a gangster.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I got a question since you teach this because I see some people do this. They have like retention. I don't even know what you call them.
No, there's different levels of retention. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can have dummy cords. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm wondering. Do you approve of those at all? I have no experience.
So in some instances, they're not bad. I don't generally. If you were saying, "Hey, Pat, this is what I want to roll I want to roll the training with you with this," I would say no. But like in certain aspects, they can work. Like the military actually started doing them because they didn't want people dropping guns, right? So,
Fire leashes for guns, yes.
Yeah. And there's issues with a thing like a lanyard, for example. Like, where's it going to be attached to? Is the lanyard bad? Like in certain highly trained operators, you may see someone with a lanyard, right? But it's because they're gonna fire the weapon dry on purpose while they're transitioning to another weapon. So they want to be able to drop it, and it drops in a position that's not going to be problematic for further tactical movement. Kind of like the same reason we sling a lot of, weapon mounted systems like, again, rifle platforms. But you got to know how your equipment works. So if you're just saying, should I wear one without any other caveats? I'd say, well, when you reach a proficiency level where you think having it would be good, train with it. If you still like it, and practice scenarios where it's a detriment as much as it is a benefit, right? Like, so do a scenario where someone tries to grab your weapon from behind because you have a lanyard. Can you properly retain your weapon if it has a lanyard on it? So, and the first thing I think is for retaining a weapon is what I call invisible concealment. And a lot of people don't realize that anymore. I mean, when I was a cop, we prided ourselves on no one knowing we had a gun. Like that was kind of our big thing. We'd laugh at other guys who goes, you could see the butt of their whatever sticking out of their back of their pants. Be like, yeah, you could take that guy's gun away and kill him with it. So, but that was back in the day. I'm an old man now.
This all just sounds like a bunch of paranoia as somebody who's not pro-gun at all. This just sounds like absolute schizophrenia.
Right. So I think that's hilarious because do you know how many officers are killed with their own weapons in either the line of duty or off duty every year?
You
should look up. Yeah, you should look up Leosa.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can you rephrase that?
So officers killed in the line of duty. Every year there's a study called Leosa. And it is the national statistics by the FBI on how cops are killed, B, and most of them are car accidents, but typically that's the average. But then they not only describe what officers are killed with, but there's written synopses in many of the cases on how they were killed. And for a long time, more in the 80s and 70s than today. Officers were being killed with their own firearm.
Yeah,
So
how many
that's
cops
when
are dying? You're leaving that out.
not a lot.
Like if 99% of cop deaths are their own firearm, but only 0.01%.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I'm just asking. I'm asking
No,
for
typically, well, not typically, statistically, in the last 25, 30 years, the number of officers being killed with their own weapons has been greatly reduced, but we've also changed training and tactics too. Officers are much better at weapon retention drills. We've changed holster. It used to be now it's with unless you have training, it's sometimes impossible to remove a pistol from certain types of holsters without knowing certain, I want to call them gimmicks, and I'm not going to go into it on a podcast, but like there are certain they're available to the public, but certain weapon retention systems that specifically require a certain way to get the gun out. Either you have to twist and pull, or pull and twist, or lift and pull. But if you don't do it, it won't come out of a holster.
Pat, I have a question.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah.
Pat? Okay, so, and I'm just curious. So I've seen these things. They're a concealed carry. I don't really know how to describe them. One of the brands that I've heard of is called Urban Carry. They're like a sort of like a pouch more than like a hard holster style for a gun that you can put in your pants, and it has this flap on it that comes up like so that, and it hides under like your shirt, and if you grab your shirt and grab that, you can pull up and the whole thing pops out and you can pull your gun out quick. I just wanted to know if you've heard about these, if these are actually good, if they're a joke.
See, if you train with it and you're really good with it, and that's how you want to carry a concealed weapon. I'm an old school fan of. I still like holsters, so I still carry what we consider a traditional holster mount. But
so you're saying it'd be more like preference?
Some of it comes down to preference, and my big thing is concealability. Like when I was training young guys, like guys were just coming up in law enforcement, the first thing I said is, they'd go, "Hey, I want to carry a small the back," and I would say no, because for a certain amount of time I had the ability to tell them no. I said, "You're going to carry it to the front, no further back than your right or left hip, right, depending on where they were." And they always go, "Well," and I'd say, "Well, I don't care what you learned in the police academy. Now you're in real world, and we're going to talk about one thing about it is when it's in the small of your back, it's really hard to retain it if someone's trying to grab it from you. It's real easy to retain a weapon in your waistband at your hip and forward because you have good downward momentum. You can keep it in the holster. You can push down with one or two hands while you're getting punched in your face, but no one's going to be able to get your gun out. But if it's in the small of your back, you have no leverage. And other than being able to really get into some good ground grappling, you're not going to be able to retain that weapon. And typically they're much easier to get out of the small of their back.
Yeah.
Same thing with a lot of leg carry. Leg carry holsters can be good and bad depending on, and I'm talking about ankle carry. Concealed weapons on your legs can be good or bad. If you have a good holster, they're great. If you have a bad holster, half the time you end up kicking your gun down the street when you're running after someone. So, it's all about, how good your equipment is and how much you've trained with it.
Right. Can I ask a quick question? I've just for context of this conversation, the thing that I'm lost on is, are we talking about citizens or are we talking about cops when we're talking about this paranoia use of guns?
So
neither.
So I would say both.
I didn't hear anything about paranoia use of guns. So
I've been hearing nothing but paranoid people talk about guns this entire time. So
who in here is paranoid?
Yeah,
who's paranoid?
You should turn off the other
Patrick and
screen.
Jason.
What is?
Oh my!
Wait, the two that probably have the most experience with firearms in the room
How are we
what?
paranoid?
You're paranoid because you have that most amount of experience with guns. You have that most amount of experience because you're afraid somebody's going to come into the house and kill you. That's called paranoia.
If anyone looks paranoid, it's you, buddy. I hate your
No offense, sir, pal, but I spent in my entire career in law enforcement, my training was proactive in public, not necessarily for myself. I'm retired now. I can't untrain myself. That would be impractical. I keep up what I consider minimum levels of proficiency, nowhere near what I used to do when I was a weapons instructor and tactical unit member. But the reality is that I can draw on that, 2 decades worth of experience and give you guys some information. I still do some firearms training for people, but the reality is you need in my opinion, you need a minimum level of proficiency before you can say, I'm comfortable carrying a firearm. I mean, the most proficient person in a household should be the person that carries and has access to the firearm, but then everybody else that is going to be like, I think you have a duty and obligation as a firearms owner to make everyone minimally proficient if you're going to have one in a home. And if that's just teaching the kids not to go near it because it's scary and letting them see what happens when you shoot like a watermelon with it, something to that effect. But and then security of your weapon is paramount. I don't know why you see what I'm saying is paranoia. I'm a very pro-gun regulation advocate.
Is not paranoia. Vigilance is not paranoia. Even hypervigilance is not
Respect
necessarily
for the weapon. It's respect for the weapon and what it has the capability. The thing is, William, some people recognize these weapons can take lives, and they can do so accidentally, and they can do so easily, and they can do so quickly. People need to understand this. They need to understand what they do, how they work, and how to use them to minimize those events that I would at least hope you would agree we should make meaningful attempts to minimize.
Yes, legislate it. Exactly. I 100% agree. Legislate it. Make it law.
You realize legislation still trickles down to individual people that are using guns, right? Like,
yeah, that's why it's a law that you have to abide by as a regular person with a gun. That's what legislation is.
You're telling people they're paranoid for training, but you wanted to legislate training.
Yes, correct. That's 100% correct. If you're going to say it's so important, then make it a law because it's life or death.
Yeah.
So you want 100% of the population to be
based, William. This is why I'm not in favor of an assault weapons ban. I think that we should just further train people. People should have to go through a certain training course before they can legally own them. Like straight up, we shouldn't ban assault weapons. It's not going to do anything.
I agree. Everyone should have to be trained before they can own a gun, and everyone should be trained in high school.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's fuck yeah. Because the thing is, once they leave high school, if they're like, you know what, fuck that, I don't want to own those, then they won't. But at least they know what it is and how to use it.
Well, I'm a little bit more, I'm a guns and alcohol fan, right? So I think guns should meet the same legal age requirements as alcohol in the United States. I don't think you should be allowed to own a gun till you're 21, but I also don't think you should be able to join the military till you're 21.
Yep.
So I think 21 is I think 21 years old, 40 hours of minimum training in the firearms that you're going to carry. And by the way, and then every year going through minimum qualification, proficiency, and updated background check, I think is a minimum. But that's just me because I have to do it every year as a retired cop.
That's what I hear from most veterans. Yeah, no, I'm in a full agreement. Every veteran I agree with that.
And would you also agree to registration for all your firearms?
I would.
Yeah. See, these are some of the things that I've been saying the whole time is licensing. Mandatory training, mandatory registration. I would include mandatory safe storage and liability.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's got to be on the record so that when somebody steals your gun out of your car and they kill somebody, you're held accountable for not keeping it in a gun safe.
Well, assuming you improperly stored it.
Yes. Yeah. Due process, etc.
That sounds like a nightmare for the fucking government lawyers to have to figure out who.
That's exactly what the government is there for.
Well, and that's why they are so backed up because they get dumped with shit that they can't solve. This is why the healthcare system is so fucked
up. Get more judges.
The healthcare system is fucked up because we refuse to go national universal healthcare like every other first world country.
So it's because the government realizes it as a necessary loss of the fact that they have to dish out Medicare. Look, you're never going to be able to catch up with the amount of fraud. The money's out of the country by the time they even catch it. It's years gone. So
there's a lot to talk about on the medical, and this isn't the stream, but I'll be happy to talk to you.
No, I'm not trying to dump an entire new liability. The government's got to figure out if the safe was properly set up in the trunk. Like, no, that's a fucking retarded. That's what retarded people talk about, honestly.
Yeah, so saying, "Oh, that's retarded," well, that's not like you do that a lot. You don't really object to what people say. You just talk about how you think it's retarded, and then you just don't.
That's how you get points in the real world.
We get everyone's
no, actually, in the real world, what you do is you try to appeal to people's reasoning to sway them or convince them towards positions that you think are better for one to hold to, all things considered.
Whatever I'm doing is working because I've built a successful career in the private sector. As far as I know, you've never had a job.
Yeah, as far as you know, I haven't, because you don't know me. So yeah,
I don't know when you're actively building.
It's hard to say as far as I know when you just don't know anything about the.
Okay, I do know you worked in an iron foundry, and maybe
I've worked in a steel foundry. I've worked in
Sunflower. You still sound 12.
I've probably done significantly more work with my hands and met people that are worth more than you will ever be in your life. And their pickup still shakes. And their pickup still shakes when it goes 45 miles an hour down the road.
I mean,
the thing is here, this will be the last thing I say, and then I want to let Jason go. But there's a difference between people who have money and people who want to act like they have money.
I don't have money. I just work. I've worked in the private sector. I've worked with
Jason. We don't care. Go ahead, Jason.
Understanding what arguments sway people and what don't.
I just want to reiterate what Leo was saying is that I mean, I use my mind all the time, but when I was younger, I worked at a concrete plant. I worked on a road crew. I've done all these manual labor things. And I'm going to tell you, it builds so much character. I met so many dudes that were just really good guys. So you know what?
That's not how you sway someone's mind.
Everybody should be required when they're younger to spend like 5 years of hard physical labor
5 years
to understand. Or I'm just giving
5
a number.
years.
Why not? Like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, like something like that. Do some labor.
I agree.
So would I
2 years?
I understand the sentiment, but I think
maybe not 5 years, but
I think I understand that sentiment, but I think that it has the potential to lead to, at least under a capitalist mode of production, it has the potential to lead towards mass amounts of exploitation, and I'm just not okay with that.
Like visas, yeah.
Similarly, what I do think that everybody should be required to work in customer service, work in retail, and work in a call center for like 6 months. 6 months.
The reason I think that's
when you go from being the asshole on the phone to being the person behind the phone,
it's a nice idea,
perspective
but
completely change.
It's a nice idea, but it's so clunky. It doesn't make any sense. What do you do when there's no more need for those customer service jobs? You just start creating fake jobs to fill the requirement. That's the definition of the stupid, fucked up democratic government.
You're just not even really responding. More what I think is a fruitful response to what Jake said, which, by the way, I think is a pretty meaningful point, because oh boy, those people deal with a lot. But the only objection I think I would raise is that's going to be very difficult for somebody like me with autism, who just does not necessarily have the greatest. And like, I've done cash register jobs, and I fucking hated it. I hated having to deal with other humans. That's just not for some people. And some of those people, because of how their brain works, are just not going to get. They're just not going to pick up on some of those interpersonal skills. But the sentiment, definitely, where we need to teach people how to deal with other people, at least to the best of our abilities with respect to teaching, and the best of their abilities with respect to understanding how to deal with other people.
Just do chat. Yeah, chat's a lot easier. You don't have to look at people. You got 2 chats open, you're doing customer service, and you're getting paid the same amount. You don't have to see people in the chat.
No, that's not true, dude. I worked in IT service desk in college.
It's the engagement.
It's actually like some of the worst experience. I one time had to bomb guard into a professor's computer because he had a tech issue, and we weren't actually supposed to do this on personal computers. Little did I know, I thought this was his work computer. No joke, this is one of the most prestigious music teachers at my university. Go into his computer, he opens Firefox, I just see the most disturbing porn everywhere. Some of the most ridiculous shit. I don't even know if some of it was legal. And now I'm trying to keep it straight. I'm trying to keep a straight face. Okay, I'm going to now try to look at your browser settings, and like meanwhile I'm literally looking at the guy's screen.
If you
like,
saw a dog or a horse, it wasn't legal. Just a heads up.
all I'm saying is like, yeah, just because it wasn't face to face doesn't mean it. And by the way, the whole time the guy was like, "Hey, you little shit, you fix my computer. Listen, there's no reason I shouldn't have internet right now." And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at your set. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah. Anyway.
Wait, can we get back to the Second Amendment discussion though, and how? Go ahead.
How did we get to illegal porn? Sunflower. I haven't missed you.
Thank you. Because we were talking about like how like, oh, if you just don't do person to face, then it's all just easy, smooth sailing. And I was saying like,
well, I have a question. Is William that's in here the same William Freeman in the chat? I'm assuming so.
No. Yeah.
Mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so William Freeman in the chat. Let me just tell you, my guy. I shouldn't say it too loud because she's in the other room. She might get mad. But my mother broke a wooden spoon over my ass, whooping my ass. But tell me more about how I wasn't. Like, dude, I love it when people just make comments about others' childhoods with no fucking knowledge of what those people
Get him, Leo. Get him.
That was
like he has no idea. I could have been beat as a child.
Wait, but
like he has no fucking clue.
I got a question.
I sure as hell know he wasn't.
We got some stories to compare.
Was that proper, Leo?
What?
Being spanked so hard a wooden spoon broke on your ass?
What do you mean by proper?
Well, you're taking exception to what he said.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by properly, because if something's proper, I'm going to assume that means that it's good or right in some way, which I'm just going to need to know the standard there. Like, something being done properly or correctly is going to be a normative notion, at least to me.
It's usually not thicker than your thumb. That's the proper way to beat your children.
Yep. The stick can't be bigger round than your thumb. Yeah.
No. It doesn't have to be bigger than your thumb to be worse. One that's bigger than your thumb and dry is going to hurt a hell of a lot worse than the fresh one that you were forced to get yourself. That's 8 feet long and wraps around you.
Oh shit, that's a whip.
8 feet long? What?
By the way, I love it. SPM called Sunflower Sunbun.
Yeah, Sunbun. To get us back to the Second Amendment, I do want to say, so most of the people in here are lefties. Musician Sunflower is special. Cerberus X is an extreme righty. We've established that.
So extreme. I've wrapped around again all the way back to liberal.
But most of the
you radical liberal Serb.
Yeah.
Most of the gun owners in this room are left-leaning, and they're rational, and they're willing to make compromise, and they're willing to have regulation. Now, William Freeman, Leo, he can only come in if there's like 6 people or less, because he's always at work. I highlighted some of his conversations because that's what you get from the right-wing pro-gun folk. No compromise. You're not taking shit. I'll fucking murder you. That's what we get from them. So that's how different this conversation is compared to some of the conversations I've had recently.
Rage, just real quick, just getting back in my Wayback Machine. I've dealt a lot with these right to carry guys during my career. You know, these open carry folks. I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna say it's always the rule, but the overwhelming experience that I've had with them, it's a lot of bravado till you point a weapon at them, and then all of a sudden they're very compliant.
Yeah,
and the belligerence level drops, and then you explain that the park that they're in isn't an open carry because of the municipal code, and that you'll be removing their firearm from them. All of a sudden, they're very, very brash, very brave, very vocal, until law enforcement shows up and explains to them that it's time for them to be relieved of their firearm. So that's just my experience.
That's what I was just saying
earlier
when I said that right wingers just want to role play.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, what's wrong with role playing?
What I mean,
why
role
are we
play is
assuming
it's a
they're right-wingers?
popularized internet term meant to poke fun at a lot of the right wingers that put on these bulletproof vests and make themselves look like they were in the military, bend the fuck over and spread their cheeks the minute somebody who actually knows what they're talking about shows up.
Exactly like each of the three. Real quick, exactly like each of the three individual Michigan militia groups we have, what they do is they gather together and they'll go to the woods and they'll pretend like they're an army for a fucking weekend. But then they'll have special groups and they'll do their demolitions training and they'll be your special op terrorist, if you will. You know, like, but mainly the vast majority of them are just cosplay players pretending to be in the fucking military. Whether, you know, some of it's based on hatred, ideology, so they'll pretend like they're killing black people or something, but most of it is just cosplay.
You said cosplay,
like
right? I'm sorry, go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry.
And that's why I said
I'm
the majority, not all of them, because I run into some extremist types as well that had
your oath
racist
keepers
and extreme politically, right?
Your oath keepers and Proud Boys groups are different. You know, most of the Michigan militias, they just go to the woods and pretend for a while.
What you said, Rage, with the word cosplay, is it made me think. It's like when I see these guys, I just want to say the Renaissance Fair is that way.
Yeah, no.
How is Antifa not a bigger cosplay than these fringe right wingers?
Because Antifa doesn't cosplay. We're talking about the people that Molotov cocktail churches, dude. But yeah.
Wait a second. You can't have your cake. Wait. Okay, so you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either the right wingers are kidnapping the Michigan governor and they're legitimate.
It's a maximally perfect cake, so I can't
they're
have
LARPers. So wait, you pick one.
Yeah, I never liked that saying.
Either they're LARPers, or they're a legitimate threat. You can't have both.
Nobody said anything with respect.
What don't you understand, William?
So who said anything with respect to such a dichotomy?
I have to address this William the Conqueror's befuddled what? Okay, let me reiterate it, Mr. Afro Puff. Okay, either you're a legitimate threat or you're a LARPer. You can't be both.
No,
you can't. The what came from about the Antifa thing? The Antifa thing was the what?
Wait a minute. A LARPer can be a legitimate threat that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
William,
what
respond to that.
About?
Yeah, so like the thing I was saying was the Antifa thing. Like, what are you talking about Antifa being a bigger threat? Every Antifa video I've seen has been them with fireworks against like frozen paintball bullets, or them getting shot by cops for defending themselves.
They were LARPers. You said what?
What do you mean when you call them LARPers? What are you saying about them?
Let the record
show.
When
you're saying Antifa is LARPers, you're saying that Antifa is faking being out there for actual I guess defending themselves against fascists is what I'm getting from that.
Yeah, they do a terrible job of
getting shot.
What?
Wait, what?
What are you confused by, William? Listen.
What you mean when you call Antifa LARPers, like we just explained?
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah,
correct.
Because they show up in regalia, and they essentially get the shit kicked out of them by even one guy on the other side that actually cares to confront them. They're the guys
that seems like a generalization.
No, you want Antifa to shoot people. You want Antifa to shoot people. Am I hearing you correct?
Did he say one?
Listen. I'm asking. You said what to one statement I made? The right wingers, are they LARPers or are they legitimate threat? You were confused by this.
No, I was talking about the Antifa thing, and I said that earlier. I said what?
When you said
because I said, why are you thinking Antifa
now you're backpedaling because you realize you're stupid.
No, I'm not backpedaling.
Let the record show. Let the record show. Let
the record shows that you misunderstood.
No. He responded with. There's no misunderstanding. He said what? He said what? Like a befuddled.
There clearly was a misunderstanding, and he reiterated the point.
No, he didn't reiterate
anything. This is silly. We're being pedantic now. This is Sunflower. Let's talk about Antifa and why they are a threat, Sunshine. Let's talk about Antifa and why they... Sunshine. Come on, Sunshine.
Listen, Tool, you realized you said what, something that made sense, and then you're like...
Did you hear me just now? Please address the point.
You said 5 minutes ago. Yeah, okay. Sit down.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago I said Antifa.
Sit down, lady.
What? Why do you think that is a threat? And now you're not addressing it.
You're a little lady.
Sunflower
Should you be
stop.
giving me that
All
insult?
I'm saying is I'm quite impressed with the way William is handling Sunflower right now. I really like
Yeah,
this.
Me too.
But I'm going to be the first one to say that some elements of Antifa are as problematic as some members of militias. But as far as overall extremists, I think there's more on the right than there is on the left that are willing
That's
to
fair.
overthrow the government and commit the kinds of acts of violence. But
Right, so they're not LARPers.
I've met some. What?
So they're not LARPers. Like if you're going to characterize a group as LARPers,
Okay, Sunflower, can you listen
my
before you
God.
just run your mouth? Because what I said is many paramilitary guys are LARPers, but there is a percentage of them, a not insignificant amount, I think is what I said, that are politically and or racially motivated towards violence. So you
So
need to
who's
actually
more
listen to what
deserving of
people are saying before you
becoming
think
LARPer?
it's generalizations.
No,
I
that's
called,
fair, but who's more
and that's
deserving
what I
of
said.
LARPer? Antifa or the right wing? Who's more deserving
I don't
of
know.
the term
Why
LARPer?
are we being so defensive of the word LARPers? I think they're
Well,
also.
I'm not being
I'm
defensive.
just curious why Sunflower keeps using a word he hasn't told us what he
No, I'm
means by
trying
it
to
yet.
parse out the truth.
So,
who is more deserving of
Yeah,
the
so
term
am I.
LARPer?
What do you mean by LARPer? I don't know what you mean when you ask who's more
You just
deserving of the
said
term.
role-play.
I
Do
don't.
you know
I'm
what the
sorry.
RP
I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
I
I'm
think
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't
Do you
understand
know
what
what
you
the
mean. I don't.
RP and
Sunflower.
LARP stands for?
So
Sunflower.
I'm
Shut up.
gonna.
Shut your mouth.
My
Sunflower.
opinion
Shut
is
up.
follows. If we're going to actually use the word LARPer for someone emulating something that they're not, I would say it's elements on the right wing militia groups.
And yet they're also the bigger threat, though. You're saying.
Yeah, I just want to know what Sunflower means by LARPer.
A segment of the right wing militia groups are a greater threat than certain elements on the left. And I'm what I'm going to leave you with this, Sunflower, is go to your beloved government website, go to the FBI crime assessment studies, and look up their information that's publicly available on white supremacist and militia gang involvement with each other. So a militia group involvement. So I'm sure because it's the FBI, you won't believe it. But
I
look
never
at
denied
who
that.
they
I
identify
think you
as
can
the
have
greater
both.
threat groups as domestic terrorists.
No, you missed my point, Patrick. I didn't say they were or weren't the bigger threats. You can't be both a LARPer and a big threat. Leo, do you know what the RP in the acronym in LARP? The RP stands
I know
for
what the
role-
whole thing stands
Did
for,
you
dude. I
know-
play
did
fucking
you not
RuneScape.
bring
It's
up
live
roleplay?
action role play.
Wait, yeah, and you
So
brought up
what I'm
roleplay.
asking you
Wait,
is when you use that term to describe groups of people, what is it about those groups that you're predicating when you use the term LARP? What are you saying?
Oh, well, just like you said, like they dress up in the in the regalia, but they don't actually.
I don't
shit.
see Antifa members going out and dressing up in bulletproof vests and arming themselves to
they
the
don't-
teeth.
they-
I see
they
them putting
dress-
I see them wielding dildos and black clothing. Like, what are you
Yes.
talking about?
Yes, that's their costume. That's their LARP.
What do you mean by cost? Like, I don't think you understand what
What
the
do you
term
mean?
role play
Can,
means.
can I just say, if you're actually worried
prove
about
my
the
point.
fascists
What do you
taking
mean?
over, and you're going down the streets in black wielding a dildo, you're not a real anti-fascist.
No, you're not.
So
I was
you're
just saying that the
You're
cow-
LARPing.
flowers.
Yeah, I think you're actually. I think you would actually agree with them. They're LARPers.
Oh, thank
No.
you, thank
Well,
you.
but I
Yes.
mean, look.
When
I
I'm
just
not
wanna
getting
say-
gaslit and bullied, what I'm saying actually makes sense.
Yeah, I still don't know what you mean by LARPer.
I appreciate that, sir.
What do you mean by
God,
LARPer?
Leo?
Wait, so I'm sorry. Is it wrong to ask somebody what they mean by terms they consistently use, and I don't understand what they mean when they use
All I
them?
said was
Is that a
you
wrong
can't-
thing to
Kind
do?
of when he
LARPer and
used
a
it after
legitimate
you
threat at the
did.
time. You're
Yeah, but
either
I
a-
defined what I meant by it, and he all he had to say
Yeah,
was,
what
"Oh
did-
yeah, I
what-
just mean what you mean," and then reiterate what it is
Yeah,
that I
but
said
what
that I
did
meant
you
by it,
mean
and he
then?
hasn't done that.
What
All
did
right,
you mean?
so-
'Cause I thought I understood both of you, but you seem to be disagreeing. So, what did you mean, Leo?
When I say
all I
LARP,
did
what I was referring to is people dressing up as something that they're not. These are people dressing up as if they're serving in the military or as if they are some highly skilled fighter, but they're not those things. They're acting as if they're a thing they're not. They're playing in a role they don't actually occupy. They're role playing. And I never used the term LARP, I don't believe.
LARP.
Maybe I did. Maybe I did use
You
that
didn't.
term.
You didn't respond.
Did
to
I use
Patrick.
that term? Okay.
Yeah.
No,
That,
I
okay.
think I used it first, but LARP just means role playing in real life.
I know it's a
actively.
live
So-
action role playing.
Yeah,
So
but not on a forum.
Sunflower, all right, quiet for a minute, Sunflower. So Antifa is an old ideology. It sprung up in Italia, in Italy, back during pre-World War II.
I thought it was Germany.
It was, and it actually started in,
anti-fascist action or whatever.
I think they had their own, but I can't remember what they were called. They were like Red Band, something like that. They would practically go around skinning fascists alive. So what we have today in the modern day is a group that stemmed out of the Seattle area mainly, and it was a punk rock grunge movement, but they were basically standing against modern day fascists or the skinheads in the Portland area, and it's a movement that spread. So while you're sitting here trying to say that they're pretending to be something, yeah, they're not going around skinning fascists alive, but they're essentially calling themselves Antifa because they literally stand face to face against fascists. Now I'm talking.
They get knocked out by the fascists.
No, they don't.
According to
Google
you,
Battle of
because
Portland. Google Battle of Portland.
Quiet, Sunflower. I know.
Google Battle of Portland.
I know you're alt-right, and you idolize and want. You have your fantasies, but no, they stand toe to toe against these groups, and they
get knocked out.
So I don't see how you can say they're LARPing when they're literally standing. You're admitting standing against these fascist groups
and getting knocked out.
Whom you
And
really
then
seem
back up
to
again.
adulate.
They stand toe to toe. They get knocked out, and then they scurry away.
Do you have any evidence?
Then they
of
get
this?
back up again, and never going to keep them
Go to
down.
YouTube, search Battle.
Yeah,
of
so
Portland.
you don't have evidence. You're just going to say go look
That
it
is
up.
the evidence. What do you?
Go look
how
it
do
up
I-
is not evidence. What do you mean by evidence?
How do I provide evidence vocally?
What do you mean by evidence?
Wait, Leo, how do I provide evidence?
What do you mean by evidence?
Give a statistic.
Leo,
You
how do I
could
provide
give
evidence
us-
on voice?
I don't even think you know what the word means.
There's
he
video
did,
evidence.
he did actually
of
say what
people in
to
Portland
look up specifically.
Getting knocked out cold, and they're scrawny and they're scurrying away while in their all black face covering bandana shit. Like, just fucking search for it. There's thousands.
Yeah,
of videos.
yeah. So you can't
Block
provide
fan.
evidence for it. I didn't think so.
Somebody got his nose broke by
Hey, to be
Antifa.
fair,
I'm taking a
to be
guess.
fair, musician or Sunflower or whatever the hell your name is, Bike Lock guy was probably a real anti-fascist, even though he got arrested.
Which guy?
The Bike Lock guy? You don't remember?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
is
the professor of
at
ethics.
least- yes,
The one-
at
the
least
one-
that
yeah.
guy. Even though I think he's a piece of shit. At least he put his money where his mouth. At least he actually fucking did something.
Yeah, he actually bashed the fash.
Yeah, no, he did. He bashed the fash. Yes, that guy gets to claim non-LARP Antifa. All the other guys, they fucking scurry up front. They throw.
Hey guys,
throw
you
a
know what's
half-ass
funny
punch.
is that Sunflower still hasn't told us what he means by LARP.
But the
I-
bigger issue is why Sunflower? Why are you pro like Antifa shooting into crowds of fascists? Why
I'm
are you
not.
pro that?
No, I'm
you
correcting
keep
a
saying
point.
you're saying that they're pussies and they're LARPing.
Look, can I?
No,
I'll go on the
you
edge and
don't
say
have
if they
time
are
to-
truly actually fascist, I would be
Welcome
happy
back.
with it.
William, that's the worst comment. Like that's the most instigating comment I've ever heard.
Kinda has.
Okay.
You're a grifter. You're a grifter.
Okay.
Oh look, I do declare.
I'm making tons of
I
money.
tried to correct. My
Let's-
original point was you can't be a legitimate threat and a LARPer simultaneously. You're one
Yeah,
or
but you
the-
haven't given an argument for
Trump
that. No,
was.
who you
Trump
even
was.
said that? You just keep saying
Trump
the same
was.
things.
Yeah, Trump was a LARPer and a legitimate threat. He pretended to be the
and
president.
he wasn't a
and
LARPer.
all-
He
What
lived
do you
it.
call? Yes, he was.
No,
a-
he was.
I'm
He
pretty
was
sure Trump-
actually the president. He wasn't just pretending to be the president.
No, I don't think you guys understood. He held the position, but he didn't do like presidently things. I think is what.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
Leo,
He
Yes.
was
why are you
pretending to be the
Correct.
president.
Correct,
Retarded
Leo.
point. Why would you support such a stupid point? All right, this is fucking retarded.
I love
Hey,
how it's just ad
Leo,
hominem
stop
spewing
dying
out
on
of your
hills that are
mouth.
fucking
No
retarded
shit.
just because they're your friend. Stop dying on your friend's hills, even when
Well,
they're
no,
fucking
it was more
retarded.
that I think
This
that I
is
just
so
had the
stupid,
capacity
dude.
to charitably understand the point that he was
you've
making, where
embarrassed
you
yourself
sought
tonight,
to
Leo.
forego that because you were more
Have a
interested
good
in
night,
the
Leo. You've embarrassed yourself.
That's all he could say is have a good night, you embarrass yourself, and then run away.
I need to have a talk with some of these people because saying "fuck you" while you're running away is just
Very cowardice.
in his words
Icing on the cake.
that's an Antifa move.
That's LARPing, right there.
Good point. Good point.
He's like, you're running away as he runs away.
I think he's mad because Antifa has this whole branch where they like fucking dox fascist, and I think he might have I think Antifa done something bad to Sunflower at some point. That's all I'm saying.
Like,
Show
wait,
us on the
can
doll
we?
where Antifa touched you, Sunflower.
While we're on this topic, can we all at least admit that there's an awful lot of false positives Antifa goes on?
Oh yeah, I've worked in
Okay.
customer service. I've had an old lady call in and say, "Hey, or why are you not afraid of, or are you afraid of Antifa?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about, lady? Like, no, what? Like, people are terrified that Antifa's in the streets shooting cops, shooting Republicans, and they're not, unfortunately.
And fucking each other in the butt, apparently too. I don't know.
Hey, it's just that's pro-life.
I
Come on,
mean,
buddy.
the dildo isn't just for beating up fascists, apparently.
You about to get
when
dick
you
slapped.
say dildo, do you mean the nightstick?
What's Midnight
No,
doing here? What the fuck? What did I miss?
Oh, really, Kurt?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
You
trying
want
to
me in
relax.
here?
And it's
Fine,
it's
I'll
really
leave.
bright. No, don't leave.
Oh, God
Fuck.
damn.
In the words of
Hey
Sunflower,
Leo,
go
hey
look it
Leo,
up.
hey Leo, what do you mean by what do you mean by bright?
I mean, an intense emission of electromagnetic radiation such that it becomes overbearing for the human eye to be capable of receiving, triggering a stimulus reaction.
What now, Midnight? Biatch.
What now,
You know
Midnight?
what? Okay, you know what? I'll give
You
you
just picked
that.
a fight with a guy that basically has a chart. Did your father
I was
never
gonna
say
say
that?
a shit ton of photons, but what Leo said sounded much better.
Well, yeah.
You see, the funny thing is, I'm just because Midnight with that question actually brings up a good point. The funny thing is that people like myself, and I would presume a few other, I know a few others in here, and then I would presume pretty much everybody in here. When we're asked questions about what we mean by terms we're using, we answer them because we know what the fuck we're talking about. We're not just regurgitating something we heard from somebody else. Unlike people like Sunbun and Praise and James. James is tired. That
yeah,
is.
James is tired. Okay.
Yeah. Oh shit, Leo. I know I've already talked to you about this, but
James is a good
tired.
dude, man.
I don't know the guy, so I can't say. But all I know is that dude just kept ducking and diving and dodging when it comes to Leo's questions the other night. Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
all I'm
I
saying.
think it's the way he has. I've been in a few conversations with him, and he's got this really slow cadence to him, and he likes to use a lot of analogies. I just think it's the way he has these conversations. He's been doing it forever, man. I'm surprised you haven't. I mean, if you're on Clubhouse, I'm surprised you haven't ran into him.
No, I
James is
think
tired.
checking out
Yeah.
Clubhouse.
Yeah, no, like the problem with James is he's just well mannered, but he is very dishonest. I've gone back and listened to exchanges where he's had with people where I thought they were being a little bit rude, and then when I really paid attention, I was realizing he's not answering any of their questions. He's not defending his point. I don't care if you're polite but intellectually dishonest. I'm going to be rude to you because it's rude to be intellectually dishonest with somebody.
Yeah, and yeah, polite isn't always nice. I talked to Misha Popoff.
You had to bring him up again, didn't you?
You know, every time
he's like my nightmare, man.
every time I hear that name, I can't help but think of that Peter Popoff, who was selling holy water and all kind of bullshit, and he was found to be a fraud by the James Randi Foundation. But yeah,
Really?
I wonder how they found him to be a fraud.
Yeah, the guy selling holy
Oh,
water
so-
was a fraud.
it was so well. I mean, it's obvious to anyone with half a fucking brain, but man, they proved Peter Popoff to be a fraud like so fucking easily too. But anyway,
How?
I guess I suppose I could believe it.
I wonder if they're related.
I guess with respect to the James Randi Foundation, everybody talks about, they've got, the $1 million prize and nobody's won it. And I'm like, yeah. And the thing is that they have absolutely no defined method for determining for receiving these claims or determining whether or not they're true. How are we going to do that? What's going to be the process? They don't have any of that. And there was a reporter who started questioning James Randi on this, and he got visibly upset when being asked these questions about, so what's the methodology? Do you call like a council of people that meet with this what do you do? Because it seemed in every instance that the foundation would just sort of offhandedly assume that they couldn't do it. And I think that that's more because, they didn't really have an established method for figuring it out. Not that I think that people could do those things, but
Well, I mean, I
The
just
James
figured it'd
Randi
be
Foundation met with the people making the claim, and they, together with the people who made the claim, set
Right,
up
that
a
was my
process that they agreed with together.
Case
And the
dependent.
problem,
Well, I would need to see
yeah,
sources
case
on that.
and the thing is when you're dealing with all supernatural claims, you can't have a single methodology for all supernatural claims.
Why not?
Because they're not all the same. Your methodology for a water witch is going to be different than your methodology for a levitator.
How would it be different? Show me something that can't be explained through any reasonable and applied scientific
I got a good one.
understanding.
I got a good one for you, Leo. Fist of the North Star English dub. So when the wolf guy goes up against Rao the Conqueror, he turns himself into steel. He goes up against Rao the Conqueror. Rao the Conqueror punches him in the face with his aura, and he goes, "What? I don't believe in supernatural powers." He just turned his entire body to steel.
Yeah, like something like that. Like if these claims were true, there would be like a Dumbledore or a Spock or like a Hermione or somebody that could demonstrate, even if we couldn't understand it, they could show like, yeah, every time I snap my fingers, this happens, and then they do that. But nobody's ever done that.
Well, I just want to say,
what if these superpowers are real? They only manifest in people over 50, and they're intelligent, so they're all smart enough to know
And
that if they
virgins.
ever reveal themselves, they'll be experimented on, so they never do it.
So it's the whole, what if they had powers but just never used them?
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to say that regarding
powers of the gaps.
It only works while you're not looking.
Did you say, Cerberus, did you say power of the gaps?
Yeah, it's a power of the gaps.
That's kind of funny. Well, I mean, no, because I figured, if somebody says they can move stuff with their mind, like telekinesis, their set of parameters and conditions would be different than somebody who, I don't know, can fucking read minds, I guess.
Well,
But
I mean,
to be fair, I don't know for sure. I just assumed it would be different, case dependent.
That's exactly
I mean, Gur, if you're hanging out with somebody and all of a sudden you see them using, you see them using their hands to get something without getting up. Like, are you gonna think, oh, they use magnets, or they're gonna be like, holy shit, telekinesis is real? Like, imagine if you're just sitting there.
That's the point. Like, if somebody I know does that, and I think, wow, what the fuck was that? If they can't go prove themselves beyond just fucking smoke and mirrors, then I have no reason to believe that they do possess those powers.
I just realized magnets are magic, because I do exactly what Midnight said, but with a little magnet stick.
Magnets, how the fuck do they work?
Well, what I'm talking about is actually using the powers of your mind.
Well, I mean,
what you described just appeared to use the powers of your mind without doing a proper investigation. You can't know what it is. All that does is just say, hey, this might be worth investigating. But for a lot of the people that I know, they're just setting it up. It's just a bit.
Well, I mean, if, for example, let's just say somebody can manipulate metal, like Magneto. Like somebody can do that in front of you. Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool little magic trick. But can they prove
It's not
that
supernatural, though.
I got a real one. That Indian kid that can touch high voltage stuff and not die. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Of course it is.
Well, I mean, I will say this. One thing I've always wanted to ask James Randi before he passed away was, okay, let's say somebody could prove that they had, we'll just use the metal example, somebody who could move metal with their mind. Could we still say it's supernatural? Couldn't it just be an evolutionary process?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say when William brought up the Fist of the North Star example.
I am a supernatural non-cognitivist. I don't think the word supernatural has any truth value.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I get that.
And so, by definition, I do think that supernatural is just a terrible explanation for I don't know.
Yeah, it's essentially
That's
got
fair.
the gaps, but I guess supernatural with the gaps. Like I don't
So-
know how this thing works, but it's supernatural to me. Therefore, what the fuck ever. Yeah,
So-
I understand that.
So anything that we do find that we would consider supernatural just literally ends up being
Wait a minute.
a natural force that we just didn't know about or couldn't.
It's like the reverse of the natural fallacy. Go ahead. Sorry.
Wait, no, I just want to say, girl, you think you just said that anything you don't understand is supernatural?
No. What I'm saying is, for most people, if somebody could fucking move metal with
Well,
their mind.
no. I know. I was just trying to, because you.
No, I'm just
for
saying
most-
I'm just saying it's probably natural if they could, for the sake of argument, for the hypothetical, if somebody could move metal objects with their mind, I wouldn't say that's supernatural. I can see how it could be deemed as supernatural, but I'm sure there's some natural process that
Right.
we just
That's a
not
good
discovered.
objection.
Okay, but
That's the objection most
like,
naturalists would give.
It seems like you were saying that.
Yeah.
It seems like you were saying that because most people don't understand something, they don't think it's supernatural, and
Oh,
it's like
yes,
most
no,
people.
Well,
no,
I
hang
don't
on,
think
hang
that-
on.
I don't think that's what Ger's
Can I?
saying.
Well, can I make my point, or are you gonna keep them talking?
And I just go ahead. Don't feel that James is tired and bitch about being interrupted for 10 fucking minutes without actually getting. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Okay, dude. I was gonna say, right? I know you probably didn't say this, but if you think something is supernatural just because you don't understand something, then wouldn't someone think their PC is supernatural because they don't understand it?
I know people who do.
Well, yeah, like that's what I mean. Like they're like simply saying something I don't understand this, therefore it's supernatural, just opens you up to like so many.
Yeah,
so many things.
It opens you up to a world full of religion, is what.
Right.
I don't think that Ger's argument entails necessarily that anything that is understood must be supernatural. I think all Ger was saying is that there's going to be an incapability of determining whether some event is supernatural or is the result of some unknown natural process. Because if we did have well-defined mechanisms for how it occurred, then what would differentiate it from anything else that we have the same thing for? So what would differentiate it from anything else that's natural?
Say, use Ger's example, right? Like, so the first person that evolves and can move things with his mind.
Yeah.
To everybody else in the fucking world, that dude is magic. We don't know that in the next 50 to 100 years, that there's going to be more and more and more of people that can do that. Yeah,
Right. I mean, all I'm saying, if somebody could move metal objects with their mind right now, most of us who are rational, I
What
love
the
that,
fuck?
would say,
Cat ears? Okay, that's
most
cool.
of us would say, okay, there's something else going on here. We're not just going to claim there's
Where's
some
the
sort of
magnets?
mystical force happening.
Yeah. Magnets, how do they work?
So I got a question. I want to maybe
Tag goes out. You can't
maybe
understand
see if I can join the two topics together. What if I genetically alter myself so my arm grows turns into an AK?
Oh, you're Mega Man. You're Mega Man then.
Son of a bitch.
Wow.
There's
That's
no
awesome.
allowing
Am I free to have it?
AK-47.
Am I free to have it, or do you have to regulate me now?
You have a right to bear arms, even if it's not actual arms of a bear.
On a serious note, there are people.
That.
On a serious note, there are people whose literal fists have to be registered as deadly weapons. So
Yeah,
I
I
think
was just gonna say.
in that instance, we'd probably regulate.
Yeah, but are you going to ban me from
Sokovia
walking
Accords
into a
say
police
that we
station?
have to.
UFC
Maybe.
fighters have to register their fucking arms. Essentially, their skills.
Well, wait, sir. Okay. Can you morph your arm into an AK, then morph it back, or is it stuck?
You're putting way too much thought into this.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I just grew an AK for an arm. That's all it is.
Yeah, I
God
know.
damn it, Brony.
Are you an anamorph, Serb? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm not an
I could just imagine it like all the other memes where it's got the
Morph
image of the
into an
person and then what
AK.
they transform into, and it's just a picture of Serb, and then it transforms into just a gun, just an AK.
That's so funny.
No, I'm a
so funny.
transformer,
like
and
that.
I just whoop 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 into an AK. and fall on the
All of a
floor.
sudden,
Sir,
and it's like
sir, make that. Just like block out your face or something, but just.
the funny thing is, if Serb could do that, he'd troll the fuck out of people. He'd transform into a gun and be like, "Yeah, that's right, baby, pick me up, pull my trigger."
Yeah.
Touch the trigger.
Yeah, they start
baby.
shooting
In
me and I
that
start
case-
moaning.
Yeah, it's like
in that
boom, boom,
case-
boom.
Hold on,
Oh
hold on, Leo, in that case, you can blame the gun. Because serve is an actual gun, so you can blame the gun.
He's a gun with legs.
A gun that moans after every shot fired. Oh,
Oh my
no,
God.
no. It doesn't even make shooting sounds. It just moans when you pull the trigger.
Okay. That's what somebody needs to make, right?
Oh.
What the fuck?
There's sometimes you can make women sound like that. Yes.
Wow.
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Shit, did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did. What the fuck is going on in the stream?
I joined it.
Good Second
Lots
Amendment
of things.
discussion. Why do guns not moan? I agree.
It's not now. We should do the Second Amendment or Amendment 2.1. Is shooting a gun raping it?
Yes, all gun lives matter.
It can't give consent.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? I mean, I needed this laugh, so I
That's what you do. You pass a law
Never mind.
that makes all guns corporate people,
Actually,
and then declare
if
they can't actually give permission to be fingered.
I was just gonna say that, but I wasn't sure if I should
That's
say
it.
Holy shit! What
all we have to do is reclassify firing a gun as an abortion.
Yes. I was waiting for that. It's so good.
Holy shit! Wow, firing a gun is a. So wait, the bullets are the babies? What the fuck?
Yeah, the bullets are the babies.
Bullet babies.
Insemination. Every time you pull the trigger, you just killed a person when you fire your shot, buddy.
Well, insemination is inserting the round or clip.
Oh, that's dirty.
Yeah, you're naughty, aren't you? You're naughty.
You know. Honestly, we're just proving Rage's point that anyone who owns a gun has a small dick. Okay, that's what we're just.
Well, I mean, yeah, I do have a
You know what?
small dick. What? And I do own guns. What? You know what?
Well, it's not-
you know what? Midnight
necessarily
correlation
my
doesn't
point.
equal causation, asshole.
I'm going to go into another
Hey.
stream at some point and argue that we should be allowed to shoot weapons wherever we want because it's basically abortions and that's a human right. And when they ask me where I got that from, I'm going to say Rage's room.
What if you shoot a baby? So that would be an abortion. Put into a very super late term.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Fuck the what?
I said, what the fuck?
Yeah, fuck the
And
what?
my argument really isn't that gun folk have small penises. It's that gun folk that walk around with their guns use their guns as an extension of their insecurities about their penis.
But don't you know? Don't you know that for every gun you own, your dick increases by the caliber size?
I can attest to that.
Is that in inches or centimeters?
That would explain, sir.
I own a
Meters.
22.
I think it's in,
Or is that guns
nanometers.
per freedom eagle?
Nanometers.
It's freedom eagle.
Nanometers. Oh shit.
What the hell are we even doing here anymore?
Having fun. That's what.
Midnight.
While we watch the world burn.
Guns.
Midnight. Where do you
Gun
stand
down.
on this issue of gun rights? Like, yay, nay, somewhere in the middle. Like, what's your point?
Yeah. Are you for killing babies?
Midnight. You're for killing babies, aren't you? You know, because here's the thing, Midnight. You get into these combos, but I never really hear you, share your actual opinion.
Do you want me to talk about Marxism?
No.
Do it, Midnight.
For the love of God, don't talk about Marxism.
You'll trigger Sunflower again. He's probably still inside chat.
Alienation of the working class.
Probably jerking off into a sock, if I'm honest. But
Oh my God.
anyway, so Midnight. So should law-abiding citizens be able to legally own guns? What say you?
Yes, they should be able to own guns.
You
as
support
long
mass shootings, huh? No, I'm just kidding.
Jesus Christ, God, you
Exactly.
that's my actual opinion, and then fuck you. Okay.
These are the liberals mommy warned me about.
What the fuck?
So, okay, Midnight.
What's so what? What did I do?
Just to make it. Okay, so Midnight, what about abortion? Should women who want to have an abortion have that right legally? And do you think it's morally justified?
And should
Yeah,
they own a gun?
I'm not falling for it again, Gur.
Oh, you see, you don't want to
Okay.
actually address the fucking issues, Midnight.
He doesn't want to admit that he likes murdering babies and eating.
That's
them.
the hard question.
Dirty atheist he is.
Okay, so here's something I don't fucking understand at all. These First Amendment auditors, right? They come out, they walk through the police station parking lot or public lands or whatever.
Second Amendment auditors. I know where you're going with that. Exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. First and Second Amendment auditors. They're open carry, filming the police. They are very anti-government, anti-police, and they're typically very libertarian or Republican, right wing.
Right, yeah.
But when it comes to anybody who is not doing First or Second Amendment auditing, suddenly the police are their best friends.
Oh, I was going to say that Second Amendment auditing doesn't happen because if you pull out your gun in front of a police station, you're going to get fucking shot.
Hey,
well, Second Amendment auditing would be open carry.
No, it would be you juggling pistols in front of a police station because that's your right. That's what auditing would be.
I'm so confused.
Well, but what confuses me is that they are these First Amendment and Second Amendment auditors, they are nowhere to be found when we're talking about people's rights when it comes to abortion and people's rights when it comes to police brutality.
That's hard to audit. I don't know how you would audit that, to be honest.
No, it's not about auditing it. It's about the support of these people.
I get what you're saying, but like in the context of the auditing, that's where the disconnect is happening in my mind personally.
Okay, the people who are doing the auditing are silent. They are not out there supporting. I'm not saying they should be out there auditing. I'm saying they should be out there supporting people who theoretically we agree that the same thing, that the police have too much power that they are abusing, but none of them are out there when it comes to supporting the right to protest and what happened with George Floyd.
Yes, I see what you're saying. And the reason why is because if they're truly like right-wing auditors, I'd assume that they're part of the cult of Christianity, therefore see the Constitution as some sort of biblical manifesto and just adhere to it based on whatever goddamn, I can't remember it. The libertarian right-wing judges thing. I can't remember their name now.
Oh, the Federalist Society.
That's it. Thank you very much. Federalist Society. Yeah, they just follow in line what the Federalist Society says. Federalist Society says it's constitutional to shoot your daughter. They fight for that, period.
And see, the thing is at least on the issue of police brutality and police overreach, we agree that the police are not doing their job. But so why aren't they there in support when it comes to clear abuse of power, of the police killing people?
Black people, because they're killing black people. And so they're like, thumbs up, you killed black people. And they're like, thumbs down, you killed my neo-Nazi with a sniper rifle of that one.
The only reason I didn't...
We're going to trigger Sunflower again. Be careful.
The only reason I didn't go there is because YouTube tried to send me down the alt-right pipeline last week. And
sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting like Matt Walsh and all these right-wing First Amendment auditors. It was insane. It was hilarious. I watched the alt-right pipeline happen in real time in a single day. But there are at least of the ones that I was seeing, there's maybe like 1 in 5, 1 in 10, were a person of color who were right wing or who were First Amendment auditing. So I would say, okay, why when you see people like George Floyd or anybody else that's been murdered by the police recently, where are they? Where are these?
They're making more auditing content. What do you mean?
Yeah, it could be that. They could just be a like single focus, like, hey, listen, my whole thing is auditing. If I branch out, then I'm going to waste my time because my whole thing is auditing, period, the end.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're trying to say, but it's almost like saying, yeah, Nelson Mandela, you fought to end apartheid, but where are you on these school shootings?
Yeah, I mean that's a fair argument there. That's given the people the right wing auditors the benefit of the doubt. Yeah,
it would be more like somebody who's protesting somebody getting shot, but has nothing to say when a mass shooting happens.
That'd be closer. That in that situation would be a closer analogy. But I still think the people you're watching on YouTube doing all the audits, their job is YouTube, or at least they're trying to make it YouTube.
Is Long Island audit? Is he right wing or left wing? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I just see him all the time. Oh, Long Island audit. He was recently arrested for some auditing thing. I don't know.
But it's a cultural thing. Yeah, okay. A lot of these people, their job is YouTube, but you don't see them. I see no evidence of them in any of them.
Yeah,
when it comes to the other protesting or
yeah, but you don't really see them. They're not really pushing the boundaries. They're not trying to make legislation, right? They're not trying to say we should have legislation, this or that. What they're doing is they're essentially making sure the police and the people, depending on it's the First or the Second Amendment, right? Making sure the people around them, including the police, is aware of what the law is.
Well, they'll get up on streams and stuff and curse out, like not like when they're like a chat. They'll get up on a chat or a standalone video and talk about how shitty the police was and review other people's videos and they'll do all these things. So, but it's strictly 100% only about First Amendment.
It sounds like they just got OCD about First Amendment, which I mean is fair. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It just is a strange and stupid hypocrisy, I think.
I can see where you're coming from, though. Yeah, it's kind of annoying when you see, like, say, Democrats saying I'm in support of freedom of religion, but at the same time they support the apartheid of Israel, etc.
Yeah.
Wait, when you say support the apartheid of Israel, you mean Israelis being apartheided, or do you mean Israel apartheiding Palestine?
The second one there. Sir.
Okay, awesome. Fist bump.
I don't know if that's fair, because they've all offered a single state deal and a two-state deal.
Yeah, but a single state deal is not what they want. So why don't they actually try to sit at the table and figure this out instead of saying
they did that?
We can do.
Times.
I don't think that they have.
No, they literally did. The first time they sat down at the table, they gave the other side exactly what
they were going to give Palestine in full. That's what you're saying. Because they weren't going to do that.
They weren't going. I missed the part. They weren't going to do what?
Give Palestine in full. They weren't going to do that. They weren't going to give Palestine all of Palestine.
Oh yeah, I mean they weren't going to give Israeli land. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't Israeli land.
They already did. It's done. Israeli.
I don't know. I didn't mean it wasn't Israeli land.
That's
like saying the British can come to the United States and take it back. Like no, that's not how the world works.
That's not analogous, because most of the Jews that were there when Israel rose lived there.
Man,
right? This is a civil war, not an invasion.
Well, no, it's an invasion. It's Israel invading and apartheiding Palestine.
But they live.
I mean, so what's the difference between the exclaves in Palestine and the Bantustans in South Africa? What's the difference?
Well, I'm not familiar with all those other ones, so I can't tell you.
Well, I don't think there's any difference personally. I mean,
Okay, but
they're governed under exclave
describe the
law. They have military occupation, and there's just no difference.
But was there an invasion, or were there
Of Palestine
people that were
by
just living
Israel?
there? Yeah, were they natives, like in Palestine and in Israel, or did they invade?
Like, wait, with
immigrate?
respect to what?
Well, I want to know the pretext for these other situations.
Wait, what? I'm lost.
So the Palestine-Israel thing, the Israelis already lived there.
I don't think they did.
No, they did.
No,
I mean, I think there may have been some Israelis that lived in Palestine, but it doesn't somehow make Palestine.
No. The whole place
between
used to be
Israel.
Palestine. The Israelis, the Jews, lived there.
No,
There was literally a civil war. That's what it was.
no. The UN reinstated Israel. Yeah. I mean, most of the Jews were taken out of Palestine. Shit, like 100 years after Jesus. I can't remember my history right now, but like most of them, I think Persia.
The Jews have lived there the whole entire time, though.
Well, what I'm saying is, I believe it was Persia. They shipped the Jews out of there. That's what, like,
a bunch of different groups did.
Wait, are we talking about Jews or Zionists? There's two different people there.
Well, I think there's
we're talking
probably even middle grounds. But
I'd have to look at this. It's been a while, but the UN called. There was a big call for Jews to return to Israel.
But that was after the fact.
I haven't looked at it in a while, so I'm not
Well,
sure.
the actual returning was after the fact. There've been calls for.
I agree with Leo and
Israel
William
for a
on this,
long
by the
time.
way. So.
I mean, Zionists existed before Israel was refounded. Right?
Yes,
but
correct.
Actual
Yeah,
immigration didn't
yeah.
happen until after the Civil War happened.
Yeah,
Or
the Zionists were
during.
planning on going there, and then the World War II was a great catalyst for them to recruit more Jews to be for the Zionist movement. Correct.
Yeah. I'm not actually taking a side. I'm just saying it was a civil war. It's not like they were.
Oh, I'm taking a side. I'm saying Israel is Chad, and Palestine is your paraplegic uncle. Your paraplegic uncle just spit on Chad, and Chad punched him in the face and beat him until he's dead. And that's the Israel and Palestinian conflict.
Based.
No, I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure that's really picking a side, because that's just accurately describing the Palestinians as a force are pretty impotent, right? So that they poke Israel, and Israel just beats the shit out of them.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea would be that you would side with the lesser force because it's unjust for you to let a macho dude just beat the shit out of an elderly person in the street for spitting on him.
I don't know. It depends.
Oh, I do, and I'm sorry about your grandfather.
I don't know. I don't know. It depends. I mean, if the elderly person is like "fuck you" and then spits the buff dude's face, I'm just gonna look at the buff dude and goes punch him. He deserves it. Just give him a good one.
The buff dude's not punching him. The buff dude is punching him over and over until his face caves in, like the end of Ninja Scroll.
Yeah, but you have if you're gonna go that far, you have to make it more analogous.
Wait, but that is
poisonous.
That's the analogy there. Yeah, correct. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This bow and arrow dude in the side chat is off, man.
I don't think they know what they're talking about personally.
Yeah, it's just no, I'm not even gonna say anything.
Sunflower.
Wow, I just read that. That's insane. That's unhinged. That guy needs to look in the mirror and wow, listen to some Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
It would help him if he read a little bit of Capital as well.
Like I'm probably with him on a lot of Mexicans crossing the border are committing a crime. But they're not invaders.
They're not.
This isn't a war.
They're not committing a crime. They're committing less crime than American citizens. This has been found
Well,
out.
yeah. Once they get there, but they have to commit a crime to get in.
That's okay. Well, that's very subjective.
Well, yeah, but that's just like
That's
legally
not
committing a
subjective at
crime in much the same way that harboring Jews was committing a crime. But nobody's going to say that you oughtn't have done it.
Right.
Yeah, but I think there actually is good reasons to try to control immigration, regardless.
Well,
I don't think no. That is no
definitely.
good reasons, and historically, it has played out to be wrong.
I'm curious as to why you think that, Cerberus. Like, legit.
I think that.
Yeah.
I mean, for one, right? There's food. Maybe there's resources you have to distribute. You have to be able to have an economy functioning. If you have a lot of people wanting to come to your country, you can't just actually let them all in.
You can, and we
You
have.
can if you don't care about your own citizens.
Yeah, but why?
Incorrect.
Wait, why is admitting foreigners
No, it's not admitting
intrinsically a
foreigners.
threat
It's
to
the
citizens?
amount. It's the amount and what kinds, like what skills they have.
No, that's
Well, I mean,
totally
most
bullshit.
workers are unskilled, so I don't understand what that.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that a lot of, particularly Central and Southern American immigrants, do the jobs that white Americans think they're too good to do. So,
That's because the left runs through causes that pushes down the pay of farmers on farms.
Well,
you're
that's
thinking
not
of
the case.
That's the prison industrial complex, along with the rigged visa system. That's what you're talking about, Cerberus.
Rigged visa system.
Yes, the rigged visa system. Looked up Nestle chocolate and how they exploited people on visas.
But is that what
Correct.
makes it legal for me to only pay the equivalent of like $3 an hour to have Mexicans come pick my?
Correct, and it also makes it legal for you to rape them and for them to not go to the police because they're afraid that they're going to get deported.
That's not legality.
That's
They're afraid.
that's called a legality because they're afraid of the legal system.
Well, they could be afraid of the legal system, but it's not in the law.
It's in the law that if they go to the police and they say he raped me, they're going to be deported.
We're talking about immigrant workers.
And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
they have limited time here
immigrant
anyway.
workers. I'm talking about raping immigrant workers and how it's legal.
It's not legal.
Okay, well, you know what? Why don't you tell that to all the farmers that raped immigrant workers and all
that's
those
fine.
immigrant workers
What
that
they
got
did was
deported
committed a
for being
crime.
raped?
Right, you're
So,
making an argument that people get away with crime, not that it's a crime.
Well, you know what the funny thing is that for like a number of several consecutive years, most undocumented immigrants in the United States didn't cross the border illegally. They came here legally on a visa and then overstayed it.
Yeah,
most of them
come
are
on
not
planes.
coming here illegally.
Right. They initially.
They're
came
just
here
staying legally. Yeah, I'm against that too.
I'm not.
But why? If somebody comes here legally and then overstays their legality in regards to their passport, whatever.
In virtue of what is that wrong?
Y'all are forgetting a major point here. Cerberus is a liberal.
Oh shit!
Probably.
Yeah.
So William, you don't know. Cerberus says he's a liberal. My claim is he's a radical right-wing extremist.
He just sounds like Hillary Clinton.
I think one of the main government's jobs, is to look out for the welfare of its citizens.
Yeah, and I
they're
think
not.
I think that it should be the welfare of its people.
And how is somebody
it's
stay here
people,
past their...
its own people. I agree.
Yeah, I would take that to just include everybody within the confines of the United States of America. I don't understand why we should let people who aren't citizens starve to death and fail to become anything meaningful in this country, which is the whole reason they came here, simply because they weren't a fucking citizen. I just don't get this. It makes no sense. How the hell would this country have ever been built? It wouldn't have. None of this makes any sense.
Yeah, you're right.
whatsoever.
Back when we had way fewer people, way less land. It was great to bring in a bunch of people to fill up the
This
land.
doesn't make sense towards economic studies. Economic studies.
Sir,
with you, Cerberus.
Sir, do you know why Japan is struggling to fill the jobs that they have?
Oh, because they're xenophobic to all hell.
Yeah, because
they
they
don't
have
let
an
anyone
aging
in.
population and they have no fucking immigrants. Do you know why the U.S. economy is one of the strongest economies on the planet?
Because we have immigrants. We have
Yes.
we have like one of the most liberal.
Yeah, so
immigrant
then
policies.
allowing immigrants to come here and be here and helping them to become citizens and contributing members of our society seems to be the better option than, oh, they overstayed their visa, put them on a bus and ship them back.
Yeah, all I'm saying is do it legally.
Do what legally?
Do within the bounds that is reasonable for the economy.
Yeah, why don't you just rape somebody legally? I don't get it.
The funny thing is, if we actually enforce
I don't even know what you're talking
our
about.
immigration laws, our economy would actually suffer.
If you want to make an argument that we should have stricter controls on who farmers can hire because that will prevent rape, go ahead. I'm fine with that.
So what if we just grant them?
I would prefer if
citizenship,
we applied minimum wage laws to farm work.
What if we grant them citizenship? Then it's legal. Are you opposed to that?
As long as it's within the bounds of what the economy can hold. Yeah.
I don't know
what that means. Yeah, I'm kind of lost on that point.
I don't think anyone knows the precise amount that it would be.
Then don't bring it up.
The precise amount of what?
No, I'm going to bring it up because it's important.
What?
It's an
something we need to find
unknown
out.
variable you cannot measure. You just said that.
No,
so don't
you
bring
can
it up.
measure
What's the
it.
measurement
We don't
of
know
free
what it
will?
is.
What's the measurement of free will? I don't know what it is.
The measurement of
Should
free
we?
will.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's a weird
Yeah.
variable,
It's
isn't it?
for
Just like
one,
yours.
the reason why we don't know what it is because it's a moving target.
Okay.
And
yeah,
we also
just like I
don't
said.
have a consistent flow of immigrants.
Exactly. We don't have a consistent flow of free will. Okay.
But you know what we can do? What we can do to get a consistent flow of immigrants.
I don't think Herb has a bad point here. That look, like, if it were to be the case that our economy, there's 100,000 people that we want to admit into our country, but if it was the case that our economy really couldn't handle it, then we probably oughtn't do that, because that might result in broader negative results for vastly more people than the 100,000. However, that being said, my question to Serb would be, do we really? So number one. Excuse me. Number one, what would the standard be if we can outline one? And if not, then I think that would kind of just lead to a different discussion. Otherwise, I don't understand what good the objection would do if we can't really define how much is too much, or at least if we can't work to developing some standard for figuring that out.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
but
trying to say.
the reason why we don't know what it is one of the standards you have to have is you actually have to control the amount of immigration you're getting so you can see the effect of immigration precisely.
Oh,
on the economy.
okay. No, Serb has a valid point here that, like, what the economy is going to be able to handle is actually going to be given in terms of things like immigration. So if that's something that's in flux, then it's sort of that we're going to have to play it out and see where we end up and then make decisions from there, unless I might be misrepresenting.
Well, no, that's exactly it. 'Cause I don't care where they come from. I prefer skilled people over non-skilled people, but as long as we're not destroying people's lives here, then have at it.
Well, and the only real way to get that data would be to decriminalize it and let it just be a free flow, so you see how many people are coming in.
I will say I am not in favor of an open border with Mexico, and the reason for that isn't because of us, it's because of Mexico, and it's not necessarily because of the Mexican people, but because of how much influence cartels have in the country. If we worked very closely with Mexico, helped them improve, aspects of their economy, Mexico is not the worst place in the world, but let's be honest, in many respects, they are still somewhat of a developing country. But I mean, I wouldn't consider them I don't consider Mexico a third world country. Maybe second world, but I would put it as like 1.5 world myself. But
can I push back on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Historically speaking, from what I understand, when we've had open borders with Mexico, it's much easier for them to come in, work, and then go back to Mexico. Not having that in place is where we get Cerberus's example of illegality of immigration, and that's what the issue is, and that's where we get the situation where people do not have rights when they come over the border.
Wait. When did we get rid of the worker visas? The temporary migrational worker visas. I don't think we ever got rid of that.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the Trump administration did do some things that made that a bit harder. I don't think the program was specifically like eliminated, but I do think, and honestly, did I say Trump or did I say Trump administration?
I think you said Trump admin, actually. I'm sorry.
Okay, because I want to be sure that, like,
the one thing with like Donald Trump and his administration is like that most of that had nothing to do with Trump. It was all the idiots he put in his cabinet and everything, and Trump just fucking took credit for it like the idiot that he is. Anyway, but his administration largely at the head of like Stephen Miller and Mitch McConnell, Stephen Miller is such a horrible person, and so is Mitch McConnell. Yeah, I do know that there were changes made to the system that did make things more difficult, but I don't think that the system has been eliminated. And I don't think that Biden has done what I would say is enough to really address some of these issues.
Biden hasn't done shit, man. He's let most of Trump border policies stay active. He
exactly. Stay in Mexico has been in place. Exactly. I'll be right back. I apologize.
Well, I think Biden actually did try to change it. That it was challenged in court, wasn't it?
It was the Title 42. Republicans want to extend it. Biden did actually end up extending it. I don't know if the administration did that under some sort of like duress or something like that. Might not be too strong a word. That might be too strong a word, but I do know that Republicans do want to keep it, and Democrats would largely like to get rid of it. But yeah, you are right, sir. But when I think the Biden administration first went to repeal Title 42, it was challenged.
Yeah,
and then extended.
I just want to say, Rage, thanks for having me on. I do have to bounce. Gotta go to bed. But I'll try to listen in as I go to sleep. Have a good one.
I'm sitting here calling her a pussy when he runs 8-hour streams.
I know, but it's
yeah. I mean, I think honestly, if you went through and figured out, going like picking tomatoes by hand, right? That's the kind of work these people do.
Mm-hmm.
If you adjusted, if you made a minimum wage specifically for that, and adjusted it to be, I guess it would still be subjective, but relatively close to the amount of hard work that would be in any other job, and let's say that ended up being $25 an hour, I think you'd have plenty of Americans doing it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case, but
it's not the work. It's not the work Americans have issue with. It's the $3 an hour the Americans have issue with.
I think that for the most part, I would agree with that, but I would say that I do think that to some extent the nature of the work is going to have an effect, but I still think I would agree with you. I don't know how impactful that would be. I don't know how impactful that would be in terms of the nature of the work with respect to the wage. And honestly, I think it might just depend on the wage. Like you said, 25, I think that would probably motivate a lot of people compared to 15. But like if it were 35, there might be even more people. So I think that there's going to be some nuances there. But overall, I do think I agree with you.
But again, I mean, that whole $3 an hour thing, that's simply because, that's people or business owners taking advantage of the fact that, they're illegal immigrants and they're not going to be able to run the law.
These are legal. These are legal ones.
Well,
they
can be.
Like legal immigrants are being paid $3 an hour.
Yeah, it's an agriculture exception.
Yeah. It's visa. Exactly. They're on the visa, and therefore they're fucked.
Yeah, that is true, and that's one of the problems is that this is one of the things that I would say is just not a good thing with respect to the particular mode of production under which we live. That this is essentially saying it's okay to further exploit particular demographics of people. That's just like. I'm not going to use the term like slavery, like wage slavery, even though there is a sense in which I agree with that.
It's Roman fascism. It's Roman fascism.
I mean, in a sense, it is. It's like these people aren't from here, so let's take more of an advantage of them. Like that's really what
actually,
that means.
That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah. Why kill you when I can make you grow my wheat? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. I didn't know that shit.
Yeah, I mean, the debate, I mean, this is kind of a caricature, but the Republican goes, I hate Mexicans, boo Mexicans. The left wing goes, you all just hate Mexicans, and the liberals sitting there in the middle going, hey, maybe Americans would want to do this if we just made it so you had to pay them more than $3.
No, they wouldn't, because
Well,
nobody wants to
wait,
spend
hold on. I
$7
agree
for
with
a
what he
mango.
said, but just switch what the leftists and the liberals said. That I'm going to be honest. That's the only caveat I would have.
Well, you keep putting liberal in between left and right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think, I mean, I'm going off the original, like the geopolitical definition, right? It's their
I
attitudes
don't.
to hierarchy is.
I don't think liberals are on
separating
the
them.
left. I think liberals can be like leaning left, but I think liberals are largely that like center chunk of the political spectrum.
If you're using a like a 2D plane line, they're in the center. But if you're using the political pyramid, they're up at the top.
Yeah.
I like to think of liberals as the Weimar Republic. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, if you listen to any Republican, they're communists. So,
that's because the right-leaning liberals are libertarians.
As far as like agricultural work, right? We have an interesting real life case study of this, right? So about 8 years ago, state of Georgia, I think it's 8 years ago, maybe 10 now. The state of Georgia decided that they really the real problem with their economy was that farmers were using too much of migrant labor, migrant laborers, or migrant workers, sorry, on temporary visas, right? So they said, okay, we're going to make that illegal overnight. They're like, because if we make it illegal and we require them to pay Americans a good wage, $15 an hour, and this was 10 years ago, $15 an hour, they'll do the job. Well, they found out that's not the case. So the thing was that for the migrant laborers that were going to still be working in the fields, they had to get to the job themselves. They had to figure out how to get to the farm, all that themselves, right? For the American laborers, they were provided work clothes in terms of a week's worth of pants and work shirts, and work boots, and transportation to and from the fields, and lunch, including, a very good, a nice sub sandwich, and I think 2 Gatorades, right? None of this was provided to the migrant laborers. They said the first day that the people showed up, 3/4 of them walked off the fields within 1 hour. By the end of the day, they had less than 10% of the original population of people. And then the next day, not very many people showed up. And so they were like, well, let's try to encourage these folks. And they said, okay, if you, the American laborers versus the migrant laborers, whoever puts together, fills the most trucks worth of produce, you get like quadruple the pay for today, right? They actually leveled the playing field 1-to-1, right? And the migrant laborers ran away with it, 3 trucks to 1. And so even with this
experience, yeah.
Right, but even with this huge quadruple pay hung in front of them, here you go, right? Still wasn't enough to make them go through that kind of, really physical torture, right? But the migrant laborers, like, hey, this is so much more money than I could ever get before. This is way better than what I get elsewhere.
Yeah, see, but I'm fine with migrant workers. I just want them to be paid at least minimum wage.
Right, I want them to be paid good too. But what I'm saying is, it's the truth of what Leo just said, was that the nature of the labor is so backbreaking. If you can see that there's any opportunity or option to not do that and still achieve the goal, you're going to look for that, because it just doesn't make any sense to kill yourself like that.
But if you actually allowed the market to find its own price, I honestly and if you, I wouldn't be for this, but if they
food is inelastic, go ahead.
Yeah, if they phased out immigration for farm labor. But I think your wage would be up in like $25 an hour.
What was the first sentence you said, sir? I'm sorry, I genuinely missed it.
Oh, if I wouldn't be for this, but if like the Republicans wanted
the one you said before that, something about a market price.
Oh, if it figured out the actual price of labor.
What?
Just let the market figure out what the price was.
What's the price of oil on the market? Oh, it's inelastic.
The market does figure it out, and it usually ends up being
significantly less than the actual value that the laborer provides.
What he's saying is that it would.
Well, I mean, I don't account all fruits of labor as the value of the labor, but
Well, I don't know what you mean by value of labor then. If it's not
well, what you get paid for the labor is the value of labor.
Yeah, see, I just disagree. I don't think that. I
don't believe
labor,
in,
but not its value.
Yeah, I don't believe in the 1800s version.
This is
so.
I don't know.
The capitalists versus the communists.
Well, no, this
Well,
is more
I'm
like
not-
someone from the turn of the century to like the 1700s.
Your value is what I tell you.
But I mean, I don't think
your value is what you
labor though. The value of labor is kind of transient, right? So like, depending on like what's needed,
But
when
people-
it's needed, where it's needed, the value.
People
is
only accept certain
But what I'm
prices
saying,
for what
oh,
they're
if
going
you-
to for their labor, because if they don't, then they're going to like starve to death. That doesn't mean that that's a fair value for the labor that they're selling to somebody
Okay,
else.
but fair
You're doing
value
it because
is
there are
different.
external, subtle, coercive factors to doing so.
That's right. I mean, you can label it however you want, but I'm just going to point out that value is not the same as a fair value.
Well, I don't understand what the difference is.
Well,
I would say that value
one's
is
a
gonna
claim
be
to ethics, and the other one's just.
I'm not
saying
speaking
what it
about
works out
value
to.
in terms of ethics here.
Well, but that's what fair means. You're talking about ethics.
I don't think fair necessarily means with respect to ethics.
Okay, how what does it what other context does it have a meaning in?
justice is fairness. That's what it. That's the context.
Yeah, justice and fairness. We're talking about ethics.
Justice is fairness. That means that the person at the bottom of the totem pole is pushed up to be at the top of the totem pole because that's fair and just. So if you're paying them $15 an hour and that doesn't get them to the top of the totem pole or give them the opportunity to, then that is not fair or just.
Yeah, they're just talking about ethics. That's all I said. It's just ethics. That's the difference.
And I'm defining it for you, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I think that there can be fairness without it. I think like in competition, like being fair in a game of chess can be disconnected from that. I think that if somebody like I've even said about people in here like you, sir, that they've made fair points. I don't think that when I say fair there, that has anything to do with ethics.
Oh, well, in that
I don't think
context,
value is well, at least in the sense that I'm using value here. I don't mean it in any ethical sense.
I mean, there is the other sense of fair where you're talking about that it's a good argument, but you don't mean an ethical argument. You mean that it makes a good point, as in like an accurate point or
I
convincing
think that's
point.
cogent, actually, but go ahead.
But I don't think that's what you mean when you say fair value.
Yeah, I just mean a wage that matches the value of the labor being provided by the laborer.
Yeah, and we determine that currently by what you can get paid for it.
Yeah, I just don't think that necessarily means that that's what the value is. I draw a distinction between price and value.
Yeah, I know.
think
It's the
most people
1700
probably
model of
would.
value.
Well,
It's
no,
not
I
just
don't
for
think
fair.
so. Actually, I think most people draw a distinction between price and value.
No, I think what he's saying that no matter what, at the end of the day, like what that work does or brings, whatever the ultimate value of it, right? So the value of it at the end of the day throughout society, whatever, right? If you're getting, there's a difference between getting a value out of it and a fair value. The fair value, if you're getting what the net, you're getting some portion of it, you're still getting a value out of it, right? But if you're getting the fairness, you're getting the full portion of what you should receive from your contribution to the whole scheme. That's what I think that the minutia of what he's trying to say is that there's a difference between those two things. You can get a portion of it and still get a value out of it, or you can get your fair value, which is the full portion that you legitimately should be getting out of that situation. You know, you make this much, you get this portion of the profits of the widget.
Yeah, workers don't receive the full value of their
Yes.
labor. If they did, the capitalists wouldn't be able to generate a profit.
Actual value is what Leo's talking about. It's called actual value.
I'd like to see how you come to that conclusion.
Well, it's what I take value to be. Value, so for me, because I'm a Marxist, value is a theoretical unobservable that's postulated to account for long-run equilibrium prices in an economy. And what's going to set those long-run equilibrium prices is going to be the average labor time to produce the products or reproduce the products sold in an economy.
And what the capitalist does is the wage that he pays a worker is going to be less than the total value of the labor that they provide, with the excess being pocketed by the capitalist as profit.
Okay, but
Yes.
if that's true, then why don't you just make the widgets yourself and sell them?
I don't know. Wait, what? Because wait, no, hold on. Serb's question is not actually a bad question, but the answer is easy because I don't own a means to production. That's why I have to sell my labor. If I did own, I could hire people to contribute labor through which I could extract value and thereby a profit. But I don't. So I must sell my labor.
How
and when I
much?
do so, I will be receiving for that labor less than its value when it is provided to the firm.
How much investment do you need to get some hammer and nails and a couple saws?
I don't know what you're talking
Are you kidding
about.
me? Okay, how much money do you need to get real estate within a strip mall along with a cooler to sell fucking flowers? I'll tell you how much. 50,000. How are you going to get that 50,000? You need 5,000. How are you going to get that 5,000? You better have a great fucking credit score, otherwise you're not getting jack shit.
So what you're saying is people that have took the risk and got the money and got the labor or got the capital
and then got all their money back, and then they're adding people less than what they actually make.
They're adding their value.
A person who just spent that 5,000 to get the 50,000 and took that risk, I'm now paying myself $10,000 per month, and I am paying the person who is making all of the value for me $15 an hour. Tell me how that's fair, Cerberus.
Wait, hold on, because there's a more interesting point.
Well, wait a second. This is the thing, though, is that's a kind of in that example, is kind of a bad situation because you picked a flower shop, right? I mean, the thing is, you picked a flower shop, right? So, like a flower shop, usually, if you to start that, it's going to be a single person, so going to be a small business venture, right? So you're going to be the employee. So, I mean, you could really, at the end of the day, at that very small scale, get very griped about not paying yourself enough, but that's an internal conflict. That's a solipsism problem, right?
We're missing a broader point here.
But what I'm saying is, like, your example of, yes, you have to get the strip mall property, this thing, that thing, the other. Well, you could do that, or you could get a Ford Ranger for like $2,000 off of Craigslist, inverter, and a cooler, a reach in, lay down cooler. And it does the same thing. You set it the same temperature, and you run a small scale business. Now, if you want to scale to the point,
and you get towed wherever you set up.
And yes, you do a mobile business like some people do, and you start small, or you could scale and wait to recoup that money. And even when you scale, that strip mall, small one stall business is usually going to be owned and operated by operated by the same person that owns that business. Now, if it's a 1-800 Flowers, yeah, they're going to be a giant monolithic corporation that's extracting huge amounts of money. But on a small scale, usually it's going to start as a one person. But it's just the economy of scale that kind of sucks, is that if you want to make more money, right, and you don't want to expend the cost of setting up and this, that, and the other, and all you want to do is bring your labor and skills that you've acquired or developed, then there's a give and take to it. And that's the thing, is that when the rubber meets the road, yes, all ideas are perfect in the way that they sound, but when the rubber hits the road, it doesn't actually. You have to have puristic systems don't work.
Well, nobody's talking. Wait, no, hold on, because I don't even know where we're at right now. The point that was completely missed. Somebody that owns a business that makes $500,000 a year doesn't own the means of production. They're not a capitalist, so I don't understand. Also, Serb, you said something about investors and value. Investors don't add value to anything because investors don't labor to turn a natural resource into a usable product.
I didn't say investors added value or labor.
Yeah, so then why do we need investors if they don't add value?
What do you mean need investors? I was asking how much do you need to invest to get a hammer?
Yeah, but you think that a hammer allows you to own the means of production?
Hammer is a means of production.
You got to get $50.
Well, how are you defining means of production?
Within the state.
That which is necessary to produce.
To produce what?
Whatever,
And then
whatever
you
you're
pay 25%
making.
on 1099. You
Yeah,
pay
at what
25% on
scale?
your 1099. You spend
To whatever scale
$500
you're
on your
producing it.
LLC. So you're basically spending. How much does it cost for health insurance at that point? It costs $600 per month. You're fucked at that point.
Yeah, yeah. The
Cerberus.
small scale capitalist, right? The guy that owns the small scale capital, is probably also almost starving.
Yeah,
No,
he's
I
not.
don't. I don't see how you guys don't see the irony in saying, I can't. I don't have enough value.
I don't see the
to
irony
have all
between
this.
50,000 per year and 12,000 per year. That's the difference
I'll
I am
finish my
talking
point.
about.
It's a
Cerberus.
very inconvenient point.
Okay.
You guys are sitting here saying that you don't have enough value to provide all these things you need to make the products to sell them.
Wait, what? Who's saying that? I believe at
Well, you're
least
saying
I'm
the
not saying
capitalists-
that.
Oh, that no, you are.
No, I'm not. Where
If
did
I'm
I say
hired,
that?
if I'm hired,
You
I
have
have
enough
the value
to get all those,
period.
Leo.
What do you mean by value?
Or whatever this hypothetical industry you're working in when you said you couldn't afford the capital.
What? Wait, when did I? What? I don't know where you're at right now. Genuinely.
Okay, go back to the stream and watch back about 15 minutes to come back here.
So you just don't want to. You don't want to explain yourself. That's fine.
Well, no, I don't remember your words verbatim.
Yeah, I that irrelevant. I don't know what the point that you're trying to make is. That's
Oh,
what
that's
I'm
because I
trying
didn't get a chance to finish it yet. Everyone keeps on stopping me.
That's
Okay,
'cause
so
you're
you
being
guys are
vague with
sitting
some
here
of your
complaining
terminology. So
that
I'm
you don't have
sorry.
enough value to do this on your own, but you're being paid unfair.
I don't.
because
I don't know
think-
what that means to
you
say I
think
don't
the
have enough value to do this on my own.
You can, but afterwards, then you can say you don't understand something.
Yeah, if you want to explain a thing that nobody's going to understand because you're not clarifying, that's fine. I'll just ask you to
I'm
clarify
gonna do
it
that
and
if
then
that's
tell
what
you
you
to
think I'm
repeat
doing.
everything that you said after that
It's
because I
still
didn't
happening,
understand
Leo.
it.
I know
the first
you
time
don't
you
like
didn't
it, but
clarify.
it's going to happen. So you're going to sit there and complain that you don't have enough value for the capital, and you're going to sit there and pretend that all of the money made from the product or service you're providing should be all yours, and that's fair, even though the other person is bringing
What?
all this value you don't have to the table.
No, this is just a straw man. Nobody's argued this point. All that was argued is that the value of a product is going to be fundamentally rooted in the amount of socially necessary labor required to reproduce it.
It's really
and that
not.
the
That's
people
why
who
we
re-
abandoned the
people who
labor
provide
theory of
that
value.
reproducible labor are not being paid a wage that equals the value of the labor they're
but
providing.
this is
And
the
so
thing, though, is that this is the thing, though, is
the
that
difference between them is an excess value. Marx would have called it a surplus value, and it is in the extraction of that from a laborer class that the capitalist class makes its profit. But you haven't objected to that at all, or shown how it's misleading or false.
Well, but this is the thing. Okay, so value of a good labor or service is not necessarily like a value of something that you can obtain, right? Is not necessarily directly rooted in the amount of labor that is taken
how
to
I'm
put into
taking
it.
value,
And the
it
reason
does
why I
mean
say
that.
that is
You just
because
mean something different by value. We're just talking past each other because that is what I mean by value. So you just mean something different from value than I do.
You got to understand, Puff. They're working off the labor theory of value, not the current updated theory of value.
Well, I don't know
what I'm saying though is that
That's a social construct, Cerberus. Please.
Yeah, everything like this is a social construct. That's not. That's not a complaint. I'm sorry, it's not even a point.
Please stop talking about it like it's gravity. It's not.
Like it's gravity. I'm not. But you
You
can
are.
predict. You
No,
can
you
actually.
are.
No, what he's
much
saying is that
betterly
it's
predict prices with the modern theory than you can labor theory.
Yeah, but prices and value aren't the same thing. So
No.
you might be able to predict prices, but it doesn't tell us anything about
In the
value.
old model that doesn't work for anything, the labor theory of value, they're not the same thing.
Yeah, what does the labor theory of value not work for with respect to what? I don't know what you mean by that.
Being able to consistently predict prices.
But it does predict prices. It does it the same way
Really?
that
You think we abandoned it 'cause it predicts
neoclassical
prices really
political
well?
economy. I don't think it was ever adopted to be abandoned. So I don't know what you mean.
Really, you don't think so?
No.
I mean, it was.
Wait,
the
you're
only
saying
theory
we've
of
lived
value
under
for
a
literal
mode of
centuries,
production
but
that
okay.
utilizes the labor theory of value? I don't think we
mode of
have.
production that utilizes that doesn't even make sense.
Well, so what about it doesn't make sense? I'll explain it for you.
The modes of production.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean when I say mode of production?
Oh,
Well,
maybe not, because you're using
Okay, so then
outdated
would you like me to
terminology
tell
for
you what I
value,
mean?
too.
Would you like me to just tell you what I mean instead of you
Sure, that'd be
assuming that
great.
you know and that it's out of date? So a mode of production is going to be the ways in which the means of production, which are the methods through which we take raw resources and turn them into usable products, the ways in which those means are owned or controlled or organized would be a better word, is the mode of production. And so this also expresses the difference between means of production, or the ways that we produce things, and mode of production, or the way that the former is organized. So mode of production is the organization of the means of production.
Okay, now match that with what's that have anything to do with the labor theory of value?
What does that have to do with the labor theory of value? Because the mode of production under which we currently operate does not define value the way that the labor theory of value does.
But how you define value there's no impact on the literal means of how you produce something.
I don't think it's necessarily intended to.
Wait. You just said, okay. You're just
Hey,
contradicting yourself. That's fine.
Where did I contradict myself? What were
About
3
3 minutes
statements
ago?
that are contradictory? What are the 2 statements that are contradictory?
Didn't you say that it had to involve it?
That what had to involve what?
The modes of production had. Let's see.
The mode of production.
Wait. You were saying that. Are you claiming something along the lines? You didn't think that it had ever been adopted for modes of production? I don't
think there's been a way that we've organized the ways that we produce things utilizing the definition of value that I have provided.
Yeah, we don't do that now either.
Yeah, that was my point.
Even for the
So when you
version,
say that the labor theory of value has failed, maybe that wasn't the way that you worded it, but I don't know what do you mean by price?
What do you? The amount a good is exchanged for in currency. What do you mean?
But the labor theory of value does predict that.
Okay. You think so?
Yeah.
Because it does a really bad job of it. That's why we left it.
In virtue of what does it do a bad job? How does it?
In comparison to how we do
let's put this in an example. Let's put this in an example, right? So, say a starting technician, a beginning laborer, right? Clean a condensing unit, right? Might take them 3-4 hours, right? Whereas a new technician, I've honed my skills, developed my abilities, right? I can do that same job to the same level, at probably a better level of cleanliness, in about 30-45 minutes, right? So what value do we determine from that, right?
No,
is it more? Are you willing to pay more? Are you willing to pay more to the entry level? But what I'm saying is,
you're missing how I define value. Value is
I put in a lot more labor.
The average value is the average labor time.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I put in a lot of labor in the beginning. I put in a lot of labor. At that time, my labor.
One person's labor time is not what value means. It's an average. So if it takes one person 1 hour to do X, but another
but what if I say that the average? What if the value you're determining for me is
2 hours?
This average doesn't.
So what this means is that value is going to the socially necessary labor is going to be 2 hours. You have to have more laborers, more than one laborer, to have an average. And this is the point that Mark's making.
But if that average, in no way
be rooted in labor, and it's going to be the average between the laborers' contributions.
But at the end of the day, if I don't feel like that's fair value, right? How are you going to determine whether that is actually where the value lies? Like on the
I already said where the value lies. The value lies in the average amount of socially necessary labor requisite to the reproduction of a product.
That's sort of
what is necessary though.
What is necessary is the average amount of labor time.
No, the amount that you're paid, Puff, is based on the owner of the LLC that you work for. Period. The end. You have no legal rights outside of that.
Okay, so when I own my LLC, and I'm paying, and the customer is the person who pays me, right? The person who I'm going to, hey, I offer this service. This is a service you need to have done. Otherwise, your equipment's going to break down. You're going to have to replace it no matter what. Because guess what? There's no free lunches. It's just the fact of the matter. Nothing lasts forever. There's no free lunches. Your stuff's going to break down. You have to do this. Otherwise, unless you want to go do it yourself, fine, go ahead and do it yourself. That's still an option, but you don't want to do that, right? So you have to pay me to do this, right? So, okay, at the end of the day, now when I started, if it takes me 4 hours, are you going to pay me what I feel that I put in a ton of labor? I worked my ass off, right? I put in a lot of labor for this. Are you going to pay me what I feel? Or are you going to pay me?
Quote at the beginning. I just got my AC unit. It's broken. Quote me.
Okay, time and materials. I'm quoting you. This is my labor rate, $30 an hour, right? It takes me 5.5 hours when I start, right? Are you going to pay me that, or are you going to pay me what it takes me when I'm a year and a half, 2 years into it? It takes me 45 minutes.
If I think you suck, I won't pay you, and you can send it to collections, and I'll give you the fucking middle finger. If I think that your work was good, I'll pay you.
That's very capitalistic.
No, that's just we don't have debtor's prison, Buff.
But you just determine a value for it that you're willing to pay that is separate from the value that I feel that I should have got paid for it.
Are you
so therefore we have a capital. There's a problem of capital.
Well, but wait, you're not defining value the way that a Marxist would. You're saying the value that I feel. That's a subjective value theory, but that's not
right,
what the
because
labor
everything
theory,
at the end of the day is
not what the
subjective
labor
because
theory
it's not
of value
physics.
is.
Wait,
well, I disagree
economics
with
is not
that.
physics.
Well, any Marxist is going to disagree with that. Value is not.
Well, I mean, you can disagree. It's like a flat earther disagreeing that the earth is round.
But you're not really objecting to the disagreement. You're just saying you can disagree, but you're still wrong. But you're not explaining how.
What I'm saying is that everything is subjective. The reason why is because when it comes to humans and labor and humans, everything is subjective when it comes to a human.
I don't think so. I disagree. I disagree.
In the way that we. Okay, well, that's the proof right there that it is subjective.
Well, you haven't given a proof.
The proof is right in front of us that everyone feels if there's two people, right? And those two people have a different opinion of it, and they are what makes that go, right? There's no physics. There's no physics that's going to make a wheelbarrow happen, right? There's no physics that's going to dig a ditch and then lay out an irrigation system.
What do you mean by
to your farm?
Let me explain this to Puff.
Because if you mean like a dynamics, then actually, yes, a Marxist would say there are dynamics that are going to determine.
When Leo says value, like you're talking about the labor theory of value, they're saying the value is literally the measurable amount of work that goes into it. And I don't think Marx did it, but David Ricardo. Did he include raw materials in his? Either way, they define value specifically as something that is objectively measurable, and it's not a price, right? They separate the two. There was what was called the subjectivist revolution in economics, where price and value became the same thing, and because it better predicted prices. Right. So when he says value and you say value, you two don't mean the same thing, Puff.
Yeah, I already tried to explain that. This is usually where the breakdown when discussing the labor theory of value happens, is that the person arguing against the person defending the LTV just either misunderstands or just continuously uses a completely different notion of value.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Marxist theory really only works under the labor theory of value. That's where the whole ethical argument comes from.
Marxian political economic analyses do, but other social economic or social analyses don't necessarily require that.
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
All right, so I'm gonna have to pipe in. I've been really silent because I've been fighting going to sleep for about an hour. I've got to go to bed, but I think that this. I wish I could make this go longer because I love this conversation. So I think the next open room that'll be like the Friday night fight theme will be Marxism versus capitalism.
Oh, you would.
Oh shit! Rage, dude. You have no idea.
I won't be able to like. I'm almost done with my PhD in economics. I won't be able to be here Friday. Damn it!
You know what, sir? Make fucking time, all right? Okay, bud. How about it?
I can't. I have responsibilities.
By the way, I didn't know you were going for a PhD.
There is a chance.
Pretty badass, dude.
there is a chance I might move it to Saturday. I do think Gurr's planning on streaming on Friday, so I might do it Saturday.
Ooh,
that'd be good.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. So you guys can continue arguing in the backstage. I'm gonna end this and go to sleep. I appreciate everybody coming on. I thought it was a pretty good, reasonable discussion on guns for most of it. And I hate that I have to end it now on this Marxist discussion because we haven't had many of those here. And hopefully next time I can actually be more active in it. Because I've literally been like half asleep and listening at the same time. So.
If you want, Rage, I can give you, if you would be interested, just some articles to read.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what you have read on Marxism. I'm quite certain you've read a decent amount just listening to you, but
Don't read the cult text. Don't read the cult text.
Well, yeah, I'm always down to read some more. I need to read some more. You know, I'm still trying to determine where I fall on the spectrum. You know, so
I don't. I've read all theory.
I think from what you described to me, Rage, I think you're democracy in the workplace, right? So if that's the extent of it, you're kind of like an anarcho-syndicalist a little bit.
Yeah,
that would fall, I think, more along like strict syndicalism or something.
Yeah.
But it would be a sentiment shared by like a Marxist or a socialist, but wouldn't fully encompass their view.
Yeah,
Marxism is a more broader socio-philosophical analytic method than it is like, this is what we should do. It's saying, this is how we're going to examine society. These are the problems that we see.
Hey, Leo, do you mind if we throw some real world examples at them? I love the theory and everything, but I really want to see people squirm under the reality of what they're living in. Is that okay, sir?
That's fine with me. Rage is going to end the stream. I'm actually going to bounce out. It's almost 1.
Okay.
But he did say, I think you were away. He did say either this Friday or Saturday he's going to do another open stream, and obviously it'll be on this channel, and we will be talking about specifically Marxism. I would really, really appreciate it if you could show up, William. I don't know if you're subscribed, if you've got the notification set, but if not, you definitely should. So you're right. I was hoping that we might get to like, well, what are predictions that the LTV makes? Because one of my favorite ones to go to is the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, because I think that's a thing that's not just happening right now, but it's happened numerous times in history. So
yeah,
and we'll probably make it for Saturday. I know Gers said he was streaming Friday, so I'll make it for Saturday. Okay. And we'll start with Marx versus capitalism, and we'll go as long as the conversation takes us before we switch topics. So. And I'll be more awake that I can actually participate more in it myself. So, yeah, thank everybody for watching. Thanks everybody that has joined. Thank you, William. I really enjoyed having you on. Thank you, Puff, as always. Cerberus, you're an asshole, but thank you. Jake 4D, thank you. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see you on Saturday.
Peace
Take
out.
care.
Peace out, Pete.